Summary.
Kat and Kurt Reynolds grew up with an abusive father after their mother died giving birth to her. The siblings were very close, and Kurt, being the oldest, took care of his sister when the father died. He became a successful businessman who overcame his traumatic childhood, whereas his sister developed anxiety and other issues. She stayed hidden from the world, afraid of people. When she met Tony, she started changing, but just when she was getting better, Tony started treating her bad. He would mock and humiliate her in front of his friends. They broke up when she found out he was cheating on her. Once again, she sunk into a deep depression. Her life would soon make a turn when she agreed to go with Kurt to a business party and met her brother's boss. He was rich and powerful, a man who knew what he wanted and would do anything to get it. It was her that he set his sights on and would do anything to make her his.
Chapter 1. Kurt kissed his wife of 3 years goodbye as he left for work. But first, he wanted to go over to his sister's place to check on her. She had been going through a rough patch when her ex left her for another woman. He knocked on her door and waited for her to answer. "Kat, it's me, Kurt. Open up and let me in." The door slowly opened, and she stepped aside for him to enter. He noticed how pale she was and was still in her nightgown and robe. "You look terrible. Have you not slept?" She ran her fingers through her hair as she poured herself a cup of coffee that had just finished brewing. "I've been up all night. I couldn't sleep. Would you like some coffee?" As brother and sister, they were close. Closer than any other siblings could be. Maybe it was because of their horrible childhood and that she had gotten the worst of it. "No, I have to get to work. My boss is a hard ass, and if I'm late, he could fire me. I just wanted to check on you to see how you're doing." "I'll be fine. You go to work." He went and placed his hands on her shoulders. "I hate seeing you in so much pain. Your ex was a jerk, and you're better off without him. Don't you think it would be better to go out and get a real job?" "I have a job." "I mean a real job, one that gets you out of this tiny apartment. You stay trapped here going through other people's manuscripts, typing them out and correcting mistakes." "It pays me enough to pay my bills." "Don't you want more? You have so much potential and could have a job that will make you more money." "Kurt, we've been over this so many times already. I don't want to be out there around people. Now, go to work." "I worry about you." "I'll be fine." He looked at his watch and knew he had to go. "Come to my place tonight for dinner. I'll call Clara and let her know. You know she doesn't like me." "That's not true. She just doesn't understand you or what all you've been through. Will you come?" "Not tonight. I have too much work to do that needs to be finished by the end of the week." He hugged her and left the apartment. Getting into his car, he looked at his watch again and hoped he got to work in time before the meeting started. If he was 1 minute late, his boss would have a fit and refuse to let him attend the meeting. "Kurt, you better hurry. Mr. West is on his way to the conference room," Mary, the front desk secretary, told him. He had just gotten there and sat down when the boss walked in. "I'm glad to see that everyone is on time for once," he said as he looked around the table. As much as Kurt despised the man, he also admired him. He was a self-made billionaire who owned a finance and investment company, as well as several real estate firms around the world. Not only that, he was one of the partners in a worldwide jewelry company. "As you all know, I will be hiring a new CEO to run this firm. 3 of you are in the running to take over for Mr. Rob Morris." Everyone held their breath as they waited to hear who was being picked. Kurt had worked so hard to get this position. When he heard his name being mentioned, it was all he could do not to jump up and down. "I will make my final decision in a few months, maybe sooner. You 3 need to prove to me that you deserve this position. I will be watching your every move, and one wrong one, you will be eliminated from the position." After the rest of the meeting ended, Kurt went to his office and called his wife, letting her know he was one of the 3 people picked. "Oh my goodness, Kurt, that's wonderful. Do you know what this means? We'll be on Easy Street and can afford to travel. and buy a bigger home. Clara, we already have a nice home, so don't go on a spending spree. I don't have the job yet, and 2 others are being considered for it. Well, we'll just have to do whatever it takes for Mr. West to pick you. After hanging up, he sat back before his next appointment showed up. He loved his wife, but knew how important it was to her to have him move up in his job. They had a good marriage. The only problem that she didn't like was that he helped out his sister financially from time to time. That night when he got home, Clara had a special dinner prepared for him and his favorite bottle of wine. Sweetheart, you haven't made this in a long time. I wanted to celebrate and to let you know how proud I am of you. Just think of how much our lives will change when you get the promotion. I haven't gotten it yet, and I may not. You'll get it. I just know you will. I've been checking some listings for a new home. This one would be perfect, she said, handing him a picture with the price. Clara, this is a bloody mansion. We don't need something like this. What we have now is perfect. It's large and has everything we need. Darling, we may not need it, but why not have the best? Let people know how successful you have become. My parents always said you'd never amount to much. This will prove them wrong. When did they say that? When we announced our engagement, I told them that one day you would prove them wrong. Now, will you at least think about it? When she sat on his lap, opened his shirt, and started stroking his chest, he couldn't say no. I'll give it some thought, but let's wait and see if I get the job. Hey, want to go to the bedroom and fuck? Oh yeah, she said. Getting up, she grabbed his hand and led him upstairs. For the next few days, he was so busy and didn't have the time to check in on Kat. So he finally made a point of going over to see her and to tell her the good news. When she opened the door and saw her brother standing there with flowers in his hand, she let him in. I'm sorry I haven't called in a while, but I've been swamped at work. I have some amazing news to tell you. Taking the flowers, she went and put them in a vase, and after doing that, she turned to him. Thanks for the flowers, they're beautiful. So, what is this news you have to tell me about? 3 of us at work are up for a promotion to CEO of the company I work for. I think I have a great chance of getting it. That's wonderful, and I'm sure you'll get it. You have put in so many hours and went above and beyond in your job. You deserve to get it. She hugged him and felt so proud of him. I bet Clara is excited. He chuckled. That she is, and already thinking of ways to spend the money. She even wants us to buy a bigger home. But the place you have now is huge and breathtaking. I know, but if it will make her happy, why not? I will be able to help get you into a bigger and better apartment. Kurt, no, I don't want you doing that. I'm okay here, and besides, that would only anger Clara. I just hope you don't work so hard that it endangers your health or your marriage. I thrive on hard work, you know that. So how have you been lately, and are you getting out? I went for groceries today. Have you been to see your doctor lately? And if so, how did it go?
It's been a while.
Kat, after breaking up with Tony, you need to talk with Dr. Nora. I don't need to see her. I'm fine. No, you're not. You are depressed and need to talk with her. I don't want to see you go down the path you were in last time. She looked at him and could see how worried he was. Her brother was all she had left in her life and didn't want to see him in pain. Okay, I'll make an appointment. You should be getting home to your wife. Yes, but before I go, is there anything you need? I could go get it for you before going home. I have everything I need. Now go. I love you, sis. Right back at you. She watched as he walked away, feeling so lucky to have him in her life. Because of her, he had lost several girlfriends in the past, but he never once blamed her. When he met Clara and they fell in love, she made a point of not relying on him as much as she had in the past. Clara was nice enough to her, but they never got close. Kat had the feeling that she was jealous that she and Kurt had a close relationship. A week later, Xander called everyone into a meeting. It was a last-minute notice, and they all had to scramble to finish up what they were doing. Some important clients are coming into town for a few days, so I have arranged a party at the Plaza Hotel on Saturday evening. I expect you all to be there and give them the VIP treatment. It's formal wear, and I demand that each one of you bring a date. That's short notice, so what if we can't find someone to take with us? He looked at the woman who asked. Then don't come. Those who do show up alone will be fired. Is that clear? No one dared to cross him, and all nodded their heads. Kurt was getting a drink from the fountain when Ricky walked up to him. Hey, Kurt, what do you think I should do?
About what?
You know I'm gay, so do I bring my boyfriend or find a woman to take? We all know you're gay, and so does the boss, so there shouldn't be a problem with who you bring. I can ask him if you want me to. Please, that would be a great help. He caught his boss just as he was leaving the office and asked if he had a moment. I'm on my way out, so step into the elevator. That will give you a minute to say what you want. It's about Ricky. What about him? You know he's gay, and he doesn't want to offend you by bringing the wrong SX to the party. So he wants to know if he should bring a female. I know the man is gay, and I don't have a problem with it. Some of my clients are gay. Tell him to bring his partner. To do otherwise would be an insult to my intelligence. The elevator door opened, and he walked out, leaving Kurt alone. As much as he respected his boss, he still thought of him as an arrogant jerk. Did you talk to him? Ricky went over when he saw Kurt coming out of the elevator. Yes, it's okay to bring your partner. I've met your lover, and I suggest that you have him tone down his wardrobe for the party. It's a black tie event, so no flashy jeans and top. Okay, thanks. I'll take him shopping for a tux. He won't like it, but it won't kill him to wear one for a few hours. Chapter 2. Kurt couldn't wait to get home to Clara. She had been in a great mood since she was told about the promotion that she would drag him into the bedroom for SX as soon as he got home.
After a round of intense SX, they lay together, trying to catch their breath.
Babe, that was amazing. It sure was. You were a real tiger. Our SX life has always been great, but tonight felt even better. I called my father and told him the news. What did he say? You know him, always so negative. He just said he wouldn't congratulate you until it was definite. I can't wait to rub it in his face when you do get it. He leaned his head on the palm of his hand and looked down at her.
You should have waited until we knew for sure. I told you I might not get it.
You will, she replied, touching his cheek. My boss is holding a party Saturday night, and we have to be there. It's being held at the Plaza Hotel, black tie. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, I will have to go shopping for a new dress to wear. You already have several gowns that will be suited for the event. Some still have the price tag on them. You don't need any more dresses. Darling, it's a special night, and we must dress to impress Mr. West. I've been seen in all my dresses, and the other ones aren't good enough for a fancy party, so it's important to have a new one. When she crawled on top of him and started kissing his neck, he was seduced into allowing her to buy whatever she wanted. 2 days later, Clara received a phone call from her mother saying her father had a stroke and she needed to come home. I'm sorry about your father, but if we don't go to the party, I will not get the promotion and probably lose my job. He's my father and is in critical condition. I have to go. Look, take someone else with you to the party. Take your sister, and when it's over, join me. I'm sure your boss will give you a few days off when he learns about my father. He did say to bring a date, but didn't specify who it had to be. I'll see if Kat will go with me. I'm just sorry that you have to go to Texas without me. That's okay, just come as soon as you can. Now Kat will need a dress to wear, and since we are the same size, she can borrow the one I bought. It's really expensive, so tell her to take good care of it. because I want it back. The next day, after seeing his wife off at the airport, he went to visit Kat. Kurt, what brings you here?
I thought we could have dinner together. I brought Chinese food, all your favorites, he said, holding up the bag.
Grabbing some plates, she asked where Clara was and if she knew he was coming to see her. She's on her way to Texas. Texas, why? Her father had a stroke and her mother needed her to be there. It's serious. Why didn't you go with her? There's a party I have to be at. I can't get out of it, or I can kiss my chance of getting that promotion goodbye. Surely your boss will understand and not hold it against you. If I don't show up, I could also lose my job. After the party, I'll ask for time off and head to Texas. This boss of yours sounds like a real prick. How can you work for a man like that? You could do so much better. It's my dream job and I want it. There's one more thing. I have to show up with a date, and since Clara won't be here, I was hoping you'd go with me. Kurt, you know I hate crowds and my anxiety will overcome me. I can't go with you. I'm sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to take. Clara would kill me if I took another woman. You know how jealous she can be. I need you to do this for me. Please, I've always been there for you. Now it's your turn to be there for me. How could she refuse him after everything he had done for her? Kat, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I'll be by your side the whole time, and we won't stay any longer than we have to. Okay, I'll go, but I have nothing to wear that's suitable for such a fancy affair. Clara bought a new gown, and she said you could borrow it. It's beautiful, and you'll look amazing in it. You know how clumsy I can be. What if I spill something on it? I know how she is with her clothes, and I'd never hear the end of it. Don't worry. If you do, I'll have it cleaned, and she'll never know. I have it in the car. I'll go get it. She sat down when he left, placing her head in her hands. She hated the thought of going, but had to do it for him. She got to her feet when he returned and looked at the dress. It's beautiful, but not my style. Kat, you need to stop putting yourself down. I know you're my sister, but even I know you are beautiful and have a great body. You will look good in whatever you wear. I hope I don't embarrass you in front of your boss. You won't, and he probably won't even bother talking to either one of us. He'll be busy with his clients. We are just there to make him look good, so I'll pick you up tomorrow around 8, night, Kat. She hung up the dress and was glad that he also brought the matching shoes. Wanting to make her brother proud, she made a hair appointment and also decided to have her nails done. It was a luxury she rarely indulged in, one that she couldn't afford and didn't want to do, but for this occasion she would manage. The night of the party, she put on the dress and looked at herself in the mirror. It was a perfect fit and felt so soft and elegant. It was also a bit more revealing on top than she was used to. When Kurt picked her up, he was surprised to see how excited she was.
It's so good to see you smile.
I have to admit that I'm excited to be going to the party, and I just love this dress. I almost feel like a princess in it. Well, you look beautiful. Are you going to be okay once we get there? It's just that there will be a lot of people, and I know how you hate crowds. I'll be all right. I took the pills that the doctor described for my anxiety. Pills? How many did you take? Just 2. You're only supposed to take 1.
I know, but I didn't think it would hurt to take an extra one. I wanted to make sure I was relaxed so that I wouldn't embarrass you or freak out.
Okay, but you better not have any alcohol. Would having 1 drink hurt? Yes, it's a known fact that those pills and alcohol could have a bad side effect. So no drinks. You can have water or a ginger ale. Okay, I won't drink. Now shall we go? When they got to the hotel, he turned to her. Thanks again for coming with me tonight. I promise we'll just stay for a short time. Are you ready to go in? As ready as I'll ever be. Once inside, he introduced her to some of his coworkers. It was obvious that she had made an impact on some of the males who couldn't keep their eyes off of her. He was also impressed with how she was handling being here and making conversation with them. "You're doing great."
It's all down to those little pills. So where is this boss of yours?
Kurt looked around and spotted him standing on the stairs, talking to some clients. "He's over there, talking with 2 men. He discreetly pointed to where Mr. West was. When she looked over and saw the tall, handsome stranger, her heart started beating rapidly. She wasn't sure if it was the pills or the fact that he was smoking hot. He was tall, had dark hair, and just enough facial hair to make him even more attractive. He's handsome, so where is his wife?
He's single.
And it's no wonder.
Why do you say that?
Because he's an arrogant prick and treats people like they're dirt under his feet. No one likes him, but he is the boss, so we all have to put up with him.
If you all feel that way, someone should talk to him. Let him know how you all feel. No employer should treat their employees that way."
Kat, that's not how the business world works. To do so would mean the end of our career. He can make or break a person with one phone call. Xander's eyes wandered over the crowd as his one client was speaking to him. When he spotted Kat, he excused himself and went over to his assistant.
"Monroe, who is that woman with Reynolds? Is she his wife?"
He looked over to see who his boss was asking about and shook his head. "No, sir, that's not his wife. I've met Mrs. Reynolds before. I don't know who that young woman is." "So, he's here with someone other than his wife. I don't approve of cheaters. I think I'll go over and have a word with him. I'm beginning to think he's not the man for the CEO position." Before approaching them, he stood back and watched to see how Kurt was with the woman. It seemed strange that he wasn't putting his arm around her or showing any sexual affection towards her. He walked slowly towards them, his eyes glued to her. Her hair was a light brown, she had a great body, and that dress she wore showed off every one of her delicious curves. He was instantly attracted to her. He wanted to get to know her, regardless of her relationship with Kurt. After all, the man was married, so he was free to pursue her, and he always got what he wanted, one way or another. Kurt noticed his boss coming and turned Kat to face him and whispered, "Mr. West is headed our way. Please be nice and don't say anything to anger him. My job would be in jeopardy." "Brother, I would never do or say anything to hurt you. I will keep my mouth shut. Don't worry, I will be pleasant to him, even though I'd like to tell him what I think about his attitude towards people. I know how you can get, how your temper can get the best of you, especially when you're on your meds. Now promise me you'll behave." "I promise." She meant it when she said, but things do happen that you don't expect. Kurt took a couple of deep breaths before his boss reached them. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand and shook the other man's hand. "Mr. West, I'm so glad to be here tonight." Chapter 3. "Yes, now would you like to introduce me to this lovely young woman?"
"Of course. This is my sister, Kat."
"Your sister." He looked at her and smiled, glad to hear that she wasn't his mistress or girlfriend. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Reynolds." "Thank you, and Kurt has told me all about you." "All good, I hope." "Quite the opposite, I'm afraid," she replied without thinking first. "Kat," Kurt said, giving her a stern look. He couldn't believe she had said that. "Don't be upset with your sister. I like a woman that speaks her mind. I'm well aware of what people think and say about me. Now, go get us all a glass of champagne." When he left, Xander turned his attention back to her. "From the tone of your voice, I take it that you don't care for me." "I don't know you except for what I've heard. But I don't like how rich people like you can treat your workers so cruelly." "How am I cruel?" "By threatening their jobs if they don't show up at one of your parties. There could be a good reason why they can't make it." "What good reason could there be?" "Take Kurt's wife, for instance. Her father had a stroke, and she had to fly to Texas to be with him. My brother should have gone with her, but no, he had to be here, or he could have been fired. When Kurt came back with the champagne for him and his boss, he handed her a glass of water with a slice of lemon in it. I thought I told you to get us all champagne. I don't feel like drinking tonight, she answered for Kurt. Turning to Kurt, I understand that your father-in-law had a stroke. You should be with them and not here. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he looked at Kat. He was not happy that she told the boss, and he felt embarrassed. Sir, you made a point of saying we had to be here, or else.
Well, perhaps I was wrong. You should go now. Go pack a bag, and I'll have a driver pick you up and take you to my private jet. They will get you there quickly.
Are you sure? I never say anything unless I'm sure. Go before I change my mind. Okay, I'll just take my sister home first. No need for her to leave the party so soon. I'll see to it that she gets home safely. Normally, he wouldn't have let Kurt go, but he wanted to spend more time with Kat, alone. Kurt was a bit weary about leaving her and had to see if she wanted to stay or not. Kat, is that okay, or would you rather I take you home? She had a feeling if she did leave, Mr. West would be pissed and change his mind about letting her brother leave. I want to stay. I'll only leave if you're sure you want to stay. I am, now go. When he was gone, she turned to Xander and saw the smirk on his face. Tell me something, Mr. West. If I hadn't agreed to stay, would you still have let my brother leave? I guess you'll never know for sure. Now, let's go upstairs and watch the party from the window. I'll get you a real drink and some caviar. She followed him up the stairs and into a room that had a window overlooking the crowd below. Inside was a mini bar, sofa, and a couple of chairs. Please have a seat while I pour us some champagne. She sat down and started to get nervous. Then when he came back and handed her the glass, she knew she shouldn't drink it. He also placed the plate of caviar and unsalted crackers on the table. This is the best caviar that money can buy. Have you ever had it before? No, I haven't. He picked up a cracker and after putting a tiny bit of the caviar on it, handed it to her. Here, try it. She took a big gulp of her drink before taking it from his hand. Putting it in her mouth and swallowing it made her feel ill. It's horrible, she said, wiping her mouth with the napkin. It is an acquired taste. The more you have of it, the more you'll crave it. No, I hate it and never plan on eating it again. Not only is it ridiculously overpriced, but tastes like shit. I don't know how anyone could eat it. Are you single? She was surprised at his question and looked over at him. What? I know you're not deaf. Are you attached to anyone, and if so, how serious is the relationship? Not that it's any of your business, but I'm not with anyone. Now, I have a question for you. You demand that the people here bring a date, so where is your date? I never take a woman to any of my business parties. It wouldn't be fair since I wouldn't have time to spend with her. Why wouldn't you? I would be busy with the clients. Do you have any more questions for me? Now really a question, more of an observation. Go on, he replied. You said you don't have time to spend with a date because of your clients. Yet, here you are alone with me and not down there socializing with them. I decided to break my rule this time, and that's because I find you drop-dead gorgeous and want to get to know you. His confession was making her nervous, and she felt as though she was going to throw up. Holding her stomach, she got to her feet. I'm going to be sick. Where is the washroom? He noticed how pale she had turned and how her hands were shaking. Taking her hand, he led her to the bathroom and went in with her. As soon as she stepped in, she rushed over and got down on her knees and then threw up. He held her hair back. Leave. I don't want you to see this.
I've seen it all before. I'm not leaving.
When she was done, she took the hand towel he handed her and wiped her mouth. Getting up off her knees, she went over to the sick and turned on the faucet. She put the water in her hand and rinsed out her mouth. I feel so embarrassed. Don't be. Come and sit down for a few minutes, and then I'll take you home. He handed her a cracker, telling her it would settle her stomach. This is my fault. I never should have made you eat the caviar. Let me know when you want to leave, and again, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. You didn't force me. I'd like to go now, but I can take a cab home. No, I will take you. We'll go out through the back. That way no one will stop us from leaving. Did you bring a coat? No, she replied as she stood up. It's probably cold now. Here, put my jacket over you. She was touched by his kindness and had to wonder why he hid this side of him from everyone else. Then she noticed the mark on the lower part of the dress. No, oh no. What's wrong? He asked, thinking she was going to be sick again. I've ruined the dress, and it isn't even mine. I borrowed it from my sister-in-law. She's going to kill me. It's just a dress. No reason to get so worked up over it. You don't understand. It was very expensive, and Clara never let anyone wear her clothes. I never should have worn it. I know someone who can get the mark out, and she'll never know that it was there. Now, shall we go? Even through the jacket, she could feel the heat from his hand as he placed it on her lower back and led her out. After helping her into his car and getting into the driver's side, he turned to her. There was something about her that made him feel protective towards her. Are you feeling any better? Yes, I think getting outside into the fresh air has helped. I'm sorry to have taken you away from your party. You've done me a favor by getting me away from those boring clients. All they want to do is talk about their work and what they like to eat. You'll need to tell me what your address is. When they reached her apartment building, he insisted on walking her to her door. Thank you, she said, taking her key from her purse. Her hand was shaking, and she seemed to have trouble unlocking her door, and the key fell, landing on the ground. Bending down, he picked it up and proceeded to unlock and open the door for her to enter. Thanking him, she was about to close the door, but he stepped in, much to her shock. What are you doing? I can't leave you alone like this. I'll be all right. A nice cup of tea before bed, and I'll feel better. You go freshen up, and I'll make it for you. You don't know where everything is, she said, feeling nervous once again. He wasn't helping her anxiety at all. He looked around at the tiny apartment and let out a chuckle. I'm sure I can find my way around. I'm not leaving until I know you're going to be all right. She wasn't up for an argument, so she left him to change out of her dress. She came out a few minutes later, wearing her nightgown and robe, carrying the dress. She was upset when she saw him standing there, holding her medicine in his hand.
What do you think you're doing?
She asked, grabbing the small bottle from his hand. This is a strong medication you're taking. I don't take it regularly. It's just for when my anxiety acts up. Did you take any before the party? Yes. You should have told me. Why should I? It's none of your business. If I had known, I wouldn't have given you the champagne or the caviar. I'll know better next time. Sit, your tea is ready. She did sit down. Maybe it was his tone that made her obey. What did you mean by next time? Next time we go out. Look, I have no intentions of going out with you, and I find it quite presumptuous of you to think I would. He sat down across from her, and he felt this weird tingling in his heart. Yes, you will. I'll call you later next week when you're feeling better. Finish your tea and get some rest. I'll leave you now, and I'll take the dress with me to be cleaned. I appreciate that, and I will pay whatever it costs, but I won't go out with you. Do you love your brother? What kind of question is that? Of course I do. He's not only my brother, but also my best friend. He got to his feet, picked up the dress, and stood behind her, leaning over and whispering in her ear. When I call, you will go out with me. Until then, take care of yourself. He then kissed the side of her face. She sat there in shock. She couldn't believe that he was indicating without saying that Kurt's job depended on her going out with him. What was she to do? If she didn't go with him, he might not give Kurt the promotion. That job was his dream, and she couldn't do anything to jeopardize him not getting it. She would have to go with Mr. Cowest for Kurt's sake. Well, she figured what was the harm with one date? A man like Xander only wanted what he couldn't have and would get bored with her. Not thinking she had anything to lose, decided she would accept his invitation when he called. Xander felt a little bad about what he said, but it was the only he could think of to get her to go out with him. What he hadn't told her was that he had already decided that Kurt was getting the job whether she went out with him or not. But he wasn't about to tell her that, not yet anyway. Chapter 4. Xander waited until Thursday night to go and see Kat. He would have come sooner, but he was waiting for the evening gown to be cleaned. Hearing a knock at the door, she looked out the peephole and let out a sigh before opening the door. "Thanks for bringing the dress over. How much do I owe you?" "Nothing," he said as he stepped inside. "It had to be sent away to get the dark mark off. I will have to inform the Plaza Hotel that they need to clean their floor better."
I don't think it was just that. Some of it was from the caviar when I threw up, and it landed on the floor. I'm sure you're a busy man and need to leave now.
"No, I'm done for the day," he said as he sat down without an invitation. "I'm here to let you know I'll be picking you up tomorrow afternoon." "Really? And you expect me to drop everything when you snap your fingers?" He looked over at the pile of papers scattered on a small desk that held a computer. "What's with all the papers? Are you a writer or something?" "No, I do proofreading and fix any mistakes for the people who hire me. Not just for authors, but also some contracts, etc." "So you work from home?" "Yes. It can't pay much. Enough to pay my bills, and I get to work from home. I can't go out with you because my brother is coming home, and I want to see him. He's not coming back yet." "What are you talking about?"
I'm sure he'll call you and tell you himself, but I told him to take another couple of weeks off. Now for our date, you might want to pack an overnight bag.
She could feel her heart racing and felt lightheaded. "What? Why?" "I'm taking you to Paris for dinner, and since it will be late, we'll spend the night. Don't look so scared. You'll have a room to yourself. It's bad enough that you're making me go out with you, but spending a night away is out of the question."
No, it's not. You'll love Paris. I'll pick you up around 3 o'clock. I have a feeling you don't get out much. It will do you good.
"What if I refuse?" "I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'll go now so that you can pack and finish up whatever you're working on." When he left, she picked up a glass and threw it where it broke into pieces. It infuriated her, the way he was blackmailing her into going with him. Later that night, as she packed a few things to wear for the trip, the phone rang. It was Kurt calling. It felt good hearing his voice. "Kat, I'm just calling to let you know Clara's father is coming along, and that we will be staying 2 more weeks. I meant to call you sooner, but we have been busy with the doctors and hiring a home care provider for him. I'm glad he's doing better."
So I gather you made it home from the party. How did it go?
"Yes, Mr. West drove me home. I didn't stay long. At first, it was okay, but then all the people and noise were making me anxious, so I asked to leave." "He didn't try anything, did he?" "No, he was a gentleman. I'll see you when you come back home. Say hi to Clara for me and tell her the dress she lent me is fine." She didn't have the heart to tell him she was going away for the weekend with his boss. He would only worry and think she was just doing it to help further his career. In a way she was, but against her will. The next day she was packed and waiting for him to show up. She didn't have many nice things to wear, only one black dress. It was plain, but still nice enough for a fancy restaurant. Just before he arrived to pick her up, she took a pill when she started feeling anxious. She was a nervous wreck about not knowing what he had planned. Would he expect her to sleep with him, even though he had said she would have a room to herself. When they arrived where the jet was waiting for them, she stood frozen. Kat, is something wrong? I've never been on a plane before. This is a jet, a little different from an ordinary plane. Have you ever traveled before? No, never been out of New York. Well, you're in for a treat. You don't have to be afraid, it's perfectly safe. Once they were seated, she turned to him. This must be costing you a lot of money.
Not really. I own this jet. So tell me, what do you think of it?
It's very luxurious. I'm quite impressed. You think this is nice? Wait until you see Paris and the room I've booked for us. While we're there, I'll show you some of the sights. Would you like something to drink or eat? No, thank you. Oh my God, what's happening? She asked, gripping onto his arm as she looked out the window. Relax, we're just taking off. Once we're in the air, you can get up and look around if you want to. When she realized she was holding on to him, her face turned red and she let go. But the feel of his hard, muscular arm through his suit jacket had her stomach feeling like butterflies were dancing inside her. She took a deep breath and forced herself to relax. How long till we get to Paris? About 6 to 7 hours. If you want, you can get up and move around. I have some calls to make, so feel free to look around. This isn't so bad, she thought to herself as she took his suggestion and walked around. She was curious as to what was behind one of the doors, so she opened it and went inside. Never in her life could she imagine there would be a bedroom on a plane, though it was small. If you're tired, you can lay down and take a nap. She hadn't heard him and jumped at the sound of his voice. He was standing so close behind her that she could feel his warm breath on the back of her neck. You scared the hell out of me, she said, moving away from him. He reached for her hand, pulling her close. I could lay down with you. She pulled her hand from his grip. I agreed to come with you, but that doesn't mean I'll sleep with you. I'm sure a man like you can have any woman you want, so why bother with me? I think you have the wrong impression about me. I do not sleep with every woman I take out. To answer your question, I am intrigued by you. There is something special about you, and I wish to know all about you. There's nothing to know. I live a boring life. Who has hurt you? She walked away and went to sit back down. If only she hadn't gone to that party with Kurt, she wouldn't be in this situation now. Kat, I wish she would tell me. There's nothing to tell. Just then his phone rang, so he excused himself to answer it. It was a good 10 minutes before he ended the call and looked over at her. She was asleep on the sofa, so he went over and placed a blanket on top of her. He moved the strands of hair from her face. He was so drawn to her beauty, but her eyes showed sadness. He couldn't help thinking that something bad had happened to her, and he was determined to find out what it was. She had been asleep for 2 hours when she was awakened. The plane was bumping, felt like it was going up and down. She sat up and let out a scream. Xander was by her side in a split second. What's happening? Are we going to crash? No, it's just a bit of turbulence and won't last long. It's nothing to worry about. When the plane jerked again, she put her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. He held her, stroking the side of her face. You're okay. I won't let anything happen to you. I know it's scary the first time you experience it. It's over now, so you can relax. Even when it was over, she stayed in his arms. She felt safe and didn't want to leave the safety that his arms provided. He had no problem with her not moving. He liked it and was disappointed when she finally did move away. I'm sorry. You must think I'm such a baby. Not at all. Even those who travel a lot get nervous when there is some turbulence. It doesn't happen that often, and the pilot is trained to handle them. She looked at his face and felt something stirring inside her. She liked his eyes, the color blue, and when he smiled, it was hard to believe all the bad things she had heard about him. I find it hard to believe you are single. I mean, you're handsome and rich. You think I'm handsome? Well, I guess some women would think so. There must be a special woman in your life, and if so, what would she think of me going to Paris with you? There is no one special, not until now. I've dated a few, but all they were interested in was my money. I know you're not like that.
You don't know that. I could be.
I'm a good judge of character, and you are not a woman who thinks of nothing but money and what it can buy you. That is why I want to have you with me, and I will enjoy spoiling you. This is a one-time deal. After this, I don't want to see you again. That's where you are wrong.
What the hell does that mean?
It means I want you in every sense of the word. I am willing to wait until you are ready to be in my bed. She was speechless. How was she to respond to what he had said? Would Kurt's job be in trouble if she didn't agree to what he was suggesting? When she remained quiet, he knew she was thinking about her brother and his chance at the promotion. Though it was emotional blackmail, he was willing to do it to have her. He would treat her with love and kindness, and he hoped in time she would love him back. Now, I want to know who you have been involved with, and for how long. None of your damn business, she snapped at him. I'll find out anyway, so you might as well tell me yourself. I'm waiting. Don't make me go through the trouble of having you and the man investigated. She looked at him with anger. You are a bastard. I've been called worse. Tony Davis and I were together for a year. He worked as a consultant for a construction company. Are you satisfied now? Not quite. Why did you and this Tong guy break up? Seriously, are you kidding me right now? It doesn't matter who broke up with who or why. It's been over 2 years since then. Okay, you don't want to tell me now, but someday you will. We'll be in Paris soon, so get some rest. I'll wake you when we get there. While she was resting, he looked up Tony on the internet. He wanted to know what kind of man he was, and if he was going to be a problem. He was not about to let this Tony guy walk back into her life. Chapter 5. When they were about to land, he woke her up, but not before kissing her forehead. As they drove to the hotel, she was like a child as she looked out the window of the vehicle. Not having ever been out of New York, she was in awe at the sights.
Oh my, I can't believe I'm in Paris. It's all so beautiful.
It is beautiful here, and there is much for you to see and experience. I'll take you to the Eiffel Tower and the theaters. You must see the French Museum. The paintings and sculptures are amazing. There is so much I want to show you. How when we will only be here for a day? I think perhaps we should stay for a few days, he said, smiling at her. I can't. Yes, you can.
I only brought even clothes for a day.
That's okay. I'll take you shopping. Don't look so shocked. I know you can't afford it, so it will be my treat. I'm not letting you buy me anything. You are one stubborn woman, but you don't have a choice. Besides, a beautiful woman like you should have nice things to wear. Paris is well known for their fashion. Expensive too, she said sarcastically. You let me worry about that. Good, we have arrived at our hotel. When they got to the room, and she stepped in, she turned to him in anger. I thought you said I would have a room of my own. Relax, your room is behind that door. Seeing the confused look on her face, he went over and opened it. It's an adjoining room. She went over and walked in. She scanned the room. It was so elegant and big. He went up behind her, his body dangerously close to hers. It's late, so why don't you get comfortable, and I'll order us up some dinner. Is there anything special you would like? It doesn't matter as long as it's something light, seeing that it's late. Okay, when you're ready, join me in my room, and we'll eat together. She took her time getting settled in, wanting to make him wait. Her room was beautiful, so fancy, and it made her feel out of place. You were taking so long. I was beginning to think you had fallen asleep. Sorry. She wasn't. I see the food has arrived, she replied, her stomach growing. Yes, I ordered salad and salmon. I hope that is okay with you. Please, sit and let's enjoy it. I also got wine. That is, if it's all right for you to have. 1 glass is fine. I thought tomorrow we could start by doing some shopping and then check out one of the museums. Then after we have dinner, I would like for us to go to the opera, if you're up to it. Do I have a choice? Yes, after all, I don't want to wear you out on the first day. How is your salmon? Delicious. But if you don't mind, I'm so tired and would like to go to my room now. Morning. Through the door, she could smell the aroma of coffee and bacon. Getting out of bed, she threw on her robe, knocked on his door, and waited for him to tell her to enter. I was just about to call you. I took the liberty of ordering for us. Please, come sit down and eat. We have a busy day ahead of us. She was hungry and stared at the plate of food. Her stomach growled. Are you just going to stand there, or will you sit down? Sitting down, she picked up her cup and started to take a sip when she saw him watching her. What? I see you take your coffee black. Yeah, so what? Just an observation, and what's with that tone? I gather you are not a morning person. Do you expect me to be cheerful when I was blackmailed into coming here with you? You could have said no. She didn't reply. What would have been the point, since he had made it clear before that she didn't have a choice? After enjoying breakfast, and they were dressed, they headed out to do some shopping. He took her to one of the best dress shops in Paris. She swallowed hard when she saw the prices of the clothing. He sat there waiting for her to pick out some outfits, and when she refused each piece, he stood up and got in front of her. If you don't pick, I will do it for you. I can't afford these prices. He let out a sigh and rolled his eyes. I told you I will be paying for it. Now pick out a few outfits and a gown to wear to the opera. I refuse to let you pay. I'm not about to be your whore that you can dress up. I also don't take charity. Cat, to be a whore, we would have to be having sex, and we're not. Look, perhaps we could make a deal. What kind of deal? As you know, I have several businesses and my employees are overworked. I need someone to go over some files, correct mistakes, and make suggestions. So what do you say? She thought about it, and it would be nice to get some new clothes. It's a deal. Good. Now start trying on a few items and let me see you in them. It's not often you'll be in Paris to enjoy the beautiful clothes they have to offer. Don't be afraid to go overboard and get everything you want. After trying on several outfits and getting his approval, she went to change back into her clothes. She was down to her bra and panties when he walked into the changing room. She shrieked and covered herself up with her clothes. What are you doing in here? He couldn't help smiling when he saw her practically nude. He could feel his lower region coming alive and twitching. I want you to try on this gown. It's the one I would like you to wear tonight.
I already picked out a gown.
Yes, and I want you to have it, but this one is for tonight. Would you like for me to help you get into it? Oh my God, get out, she yelled.
I'll be right outside this door. Call me when you have it on.
She was fuming mad as she put the dress on. The nerve of him to walk in on her while she was changing. Not to mention how his eyes stared at her nakedness. I'm dressed, she called out. He opened the door and entered, looking her up and down. Going over, he placed his hand on the side of her face.
You have no idea how beautiful you are, and this dress is perfect on you. I have a sudden urge to kiss you.
She swatted his hand away and snapped at him.
It's not going to happen, so get over it. This dress is way too expensive, and if you want me to have it, then this one is on you. I will not repay you for this one since I'll never be wearing it again.
He moved, backing her up against the wall, putting his hands on the wall, trapping her. By the end of tonight, I will be getting that kiss. Her lips trembled as she looked at his mouth. A stirring rose inside her. He was overpowering with sexual energy, and for a moment she hoped he would kiss her now. But then he backed away, leaving her speechless.
I'll wait for you in the other room, and then we'll go for a bite to eat.
When he was paying for the items, and telling them where to deliver them, she gasped, tugging on his arm. What? That's too much. It will take me forever to pay you back. Don't worry. I pay my help very well, and it won't take you long. Over an early dinner, he could see how uncomfortable she was and knew it was over the cost of her new wardrobe. I know you are worried about the cost, but you have no need to be. I wanted you to have nice things so you don't have to repay me. But I will. I won't have you thinking that I'll sleep with you just because of what you bought me. I don't know about the other women you've been with, but I'm not one of them.
I know. That's why I want to spend time with you. I do hope you will enjoy the opera. To be honest, I'm not that fond of them.
Then why are we going? I get the impression that you've not had the opportunity to experience the finer things in life. That's true. I've never been allowed to go anywhere except to school and back home.
Tell me why.
I'd rather not talk about it. This opera we're going to. Will there be a lot of people there? Usually it's a full house, but we will be up on the balcony. It's less crowded up there. Do you have a problem being around people? At my party, there were many there, and you seemed fine. That's because I took something to calm my nerves. Growing up, I wasn't around many people, and I guess being so now makes me nervous. I don't get you. You seem so timid around people, and yet you are quite snarky with me and tend to speak your mind. I guess you bring out the worst in me. You're still mad at me for making you come here. I hope by the time we leave you will think better of me. I doubt I will. Let's finish our meal and head back to the hotel to change for the opera. Later that night, when she appeared from her room and saw him standing in his suit, her heart did a wild flip. He looked so damn hot and sexy that it had her core throbbing. He turned to smile at her. He was in awe at her beauty. The low neckline showed off a nice cleavage, and the small slit up the side showed off her slender leg. You look stunning. That dress looks like it was designed just for you. It's the most beautiful dress I have ever seen, much less having worn one. I will admit I'm looking forward to tonight. Kurt has been to them and told me about it. How is it that your brother has been to places and done things, but not you? I told you I don't want to talk about my life. I will let it go for now, but mark my word, one day you will tell me. If at any time you start to feel uncomfortable, let me know, and we can leave. Why are you being so kind and thoughtful to me when you know it won't lead to SX? Why? Well, because I see something special in you, and the moment I saw you, I knew you were meant for me. I know you don't believe me, but in time you will see that and give us a chance. But threatening my brother's job is not the right way to go about it. It only makes me despise you. You feel that way now, but I believe in faith, and you are my destiny. If we leave now, we can avoid the crowd before they arrive.
At the opera,
He couldn't keep his eyes off her as he ignored the show. His instincts told him that she had gone through some trauma, probably right from childhood. He wanted to know about her and find out what happened to make her so sad. He would find out about her childhood and her ex and try to make things right so that she could have a happy life. Are you enjoying the show? She didn't look at him when she answered, Yes, it's so amazing, and I can't understand why you don't like it. He could tell she was loving it by the way she was watching with such enthusiasm and the way her eyes sparkled. Chapter 6. When it was over, he waited until the crowd died down before taking her out. Back at the hotel, she told him she was going to bed. Thank you for a lovely evening. It was magical, and I'll remember it for the rest of my life.
It doesn't have to end. I could make the rest of your night more unforgettable if you would stay with me tonight.
He had her cornered up against the door to her room, his body almost touching hers, his mouth close to her mouth. The beating of her heart increased, pounding inside her chest. She placed her hand on his chest to move him away.
I already told you no.
I'll respect that, but only if you allow me to kiss you goodnight. Just one kiss, a quick one with no tongue. He had warned her earlier that he would get a kiss by the end of the night. With one hand on the wall, the other hand went gently around her neck as he lowered his mouth onto hers. His kiss was just the right amount of force. His hand around her neck felt sensuous. The kiss made her feel warm and fuzzy and her knees weak. The kiss ended, and they looked into each other's eyes. His finger stroked her cheek lightly, and his smile deepened. We finally had our first kiss, and it was everything I knew it would be. Good night, Kat. She stepped inside her room, closed the door, and leaned against it. Though the kiss was short, she had never felt so much passion and desire with anyone before as she had with him. Not even her ex could kiss this good. It was also his eyes, the way he was looking at her, that had her wanting more. As she stepped into his room, the next morning he was waiting for her, and he was dressed casually. So far she had only seen him in expensive suits. Good morning. Our breakfast will be here any minute. I thought we could start the day off by going to the museum, followed by an early dinner, and then to the Eiffel Tower. While she was eating, she kept looking at him. There was something different about him. He looked so relaxed, and the deep lines on his forehead were less noticeable. A smile crossed his face as he took a bite of his food and noticed her watching him. You're staring at me? Could it be because you are thinking of that kiss? She rolled her eyes at him. Please, get over yourself. I was staring because you are like a different person here. How so? You're not so uptight or arrogant. Tell me some things about you. How did you get so rich, or did you come from money? No, my parents were your average, hard-working people. My father worked 2 jobs to support me and my mother. They made sure I got the best education, and I worked for an insurance company and saved every penny I earned until I was able to invest in a diamond company. So you're a self-made billionaire. It wasn't that easy. It took me years to get where I am. I started at the age of 21, and it took about 4 years until I had enough to become a partner. Once I started making money, I began opening different companies until I got here. Now I am 31. Are your parents alive? Yes, they are living in Florida. Now, tell me something about you. There's nothing to tell. You could tell me about your parents. I never knew my mother. She died giving birth to me. And your father? He died from cirrhosis of the liver when I turned 13. He was an alcoholic, and that's what killed him. Kurt was older than me, so he raised me. I'm so sorry for your loss. Don't be, she replied, looking down at her empty plate. He could hear the bitterness in her voice and knew there was more to the story than she was telling him. Seeing that the conversation was upsetting her, he dropped it. Well, what say we head out and enjoy this beautiful day? As soon as they walked into the building, she was in awe, never having seen so many famous paintings and sculptures. He brought her attention to his favorite sculpture, the kiss. I love this piece of 2 lovers intertwined in a romantic kiss. The story behind it is about a couple who were adulterous lovers and were slain by her husband when he caught them together. You know your art. I love art. They're not only beautiful, but each one has a story.
After spending a few hours touring the museum, they left and went for a bite to eat, and then off to the Eiffel Tower. There they walked up to the 2nd floor, and from there took the elevator to the top.
There were too many people in the elevator, so she tried to hide behind him. He sensed her nervousness, so he placed his arm around her shoulder and drew her close to him. It's okay, don't be nervous. Having his arm around her, she was able to relax, and it helped that it only took a couple of minutes to reach the top. Once they stepped from the elevator, she let out the breath she was holding in. Kat, I know you have anxiety issues, and I should have waited for one of the lifts less crowded. The color came back to her face as the crowd moved away.
It's okay, but I'm glad you were with me.
He touched her cheek with a tender stroke and smiled. It made him happy to see she was becoming warmer towards him. Let's check out the view. It's spectacular. She placed her hands on the railing and looked out and down. I have never seen such a gorgeous sight. It's so amazing. Standing here and looking at so much beauty can make one forget how the terrible things in life. I could stay here forever. He placed his hand under her chin to make her look at him. Kat, what has happened to you? She lowered her eyes and wouldn't look at him for fear she might break down and cry. Kat, look at me, talk to me. I wish you would open up and tell me what has made you so sad and afraid. I'm tired. Can we go back to the hotel now? He let out a sigh, knowing she wasn't ready to open up to him. He would give her time, and if she still wouldn't, he would eventually ask Kurt. Yes, we can leave now. The ride back to the hotel was in silence. When they arrived, he took her hand as they walked into the building and up to their room. It surprised him that she let him and had made no attempt to remove her hand from his. Inside his room, he offered her a glass of wine before she went to her room. At that moment her phone rang, and when she saw it was Kurt, she looked at Xander. It's my brother. You better answer it. She placed a finger over her lips, letting him know to be quiet. Kurt, it's so nice to hear from you. How is Clara's father doing? He took a turn for the worst, but is now coming around. Oh no, I hope he gets better soon. I'm sorry I'm calling so late, but I wanted to check up on you. How have you been? I'm good, and I even went shopping and got some new clothes. My God, you went shopping. I'm glad to hear you're getting out. Are you taking your medicine? I didn't need to. Do you have any idea when you'll be coming home? Tell Kurt to take as much time off as he needs to. She looked at Xander in shock, knowing her brother would have hurt him. Kat, is that my boss? And what is he doing in your apartment at this hour? She shook her head at Xander and glared at him before speaking. He brought over some files for me to proofread. When I told him what I did to earn money, he offered to send some work my way. I guess he doesn't care about the time. Oh, I guess that's a good thing. Let him know I'll call him and let him know when I'll be back. After hanging up, she started ranting, furious that he opened his mouth when she was on the phone. She didn't like lying to Kurt, but then again, it was only a part lie. It was true that she would be doing some work for him, but wasn't about to say she was with him in Paris. How could you? I didn't do anything wrong, but you did by not telling him the truth. He doesn't need to know, and would be furious if he found out you made me come with you. I don't want him thinking it was to protect his job. When are you going to stop throwing that in my face? And who says his job will be in danger either way? You did. I never said that. Not in so many words, but your meaning was clear. What do you want from me? Kat, I have everything a man could want. Money, businesses, property all over the world. But there is one thing I want more than any of that. What more could you want? He moved so quickly that it took her by surprise when he placed his arms around her waist, pulling her close, pressing tightly against her. I want you. His lips came crashing down on hers. It was a kiss of pure passion and lust. It felt like the room was spinning out of control around her. At that moment, all common sense left her as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. She felt her being swept up and carried over to the bed. His kiss deepened as he skillfully removed her dress, panties, and bra. She tore at his shirt, ripping it open. The feel of his hard shaft pressed against her got her wet. Getting off her, he stood and removed his clothes as he looked deeply into her eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for since he first met her. She lay naked before him with desire in her eyes as she watched him get naked. Getting back on the bed, she opened her arms and legs for him as he nestled between them. The way he moved his lips down her naked flesh and between her legs and moved his tongue inside her had her moaning and squirming. It felt amazing and ran her fingers through his hair. My God, he moaned when he moved up and entered her with one hard thrust. As he moved inside her, he watched her face and loved how her eyes fluttered open and closed. It was as if she was trying to keep them open, but the pleasure was too great. Everything about her was driving him crazy, from the taste of her skin to her scent. Having his pens inside her felt so warm, wet and smooth like a squishy wet pillow, and yet tight. When he started thrusting faster, he felt her legs going around his waist and her fingers clawing on his back. Her screams and the way she moaned his name sounded so SXY. Neither one thought of protection as he kept pounding inside her until they both came together in a raging orgasm. He collapsed on top of her, burying his face in her neck. He couldn't move for a few minutes until he could catch his breath. Finally rolling off her, he laid on his side, his one hand placed over her breast. Her eyes were closed, her breathing slowing down when he leaned over and kissed her sweetly on the cheek. "Cat, that was amazing, and now you are officially mine." She opened her eyes and turned her head to look at him. Chapter 7. With a look of horror on her face, she sat up, covering herself with the sheet. "Oh my God, what have we done?" A huge grin appeared on his face, reaching up to touch her arm. "I think it's obvious as to what we've done. This isn't funny. I shouldn't have let this happen. It isn't right. Cat, we did nothing wrong. It's what we both wanted, so why are you getting so upset?"
I'm not the kind of girl to sleep with someone I barely know. You're my brother's boss. What are people going to think if they were to find out?
My personal life is no one's business, and who cares what they think?
I care. If Kurt finds out I had sex with you, he will think I did it to help him get the promotion.
Did you? She looked at him in anger. I certainly did not. But did you think I slept with you for that reason? No, I don't. Besides, it wouldn't have made a difference either way. What does that mean? He sat up and placed the palm of his hand on the side of her cheek.
I had already made my decision and picked Kurt for the CEO position. It was made a day before the party.
Then why didn't you say something before instead of keeping everyone in suspense? Though I had made up my mind, I still wanted to see how they would react by keeping them wondering when I would announce it. After all, I wanted to make sure he was the right person for the job. Why did you pick Kurt and not one of the others? Charles has no charisma. People are not drawn to him. Now Arthur is good at his job. He has a way of getting the clients to do what he wants them to. But he cheats on his wife, so that tells me he can't be trusted. Why did you pick Kurt? He's devoted to his job and his clients, makes them feel secure in whatever decision made. He's honest, hardworking, and trustworthy. I know with him as my CEO, he'll do what's best for the company. He is also a devoted husband who loves his wife. How do you know all that? I always check out the people who work for me and get to know about their personal life. You can always tell what kind of men they are by the way they treat their loved ones. What kind of man are you? I'm the kind of man one should not put in a situation where they will see how cruel I can be. I like honesty and can tell when I'm being lied to. Xander, you said that I now officially belong to you. Yes, I did say that. You're a strong and powerful man and should be with a strong woman, one of class. I'm not the right one for you. I disagree. You are the perfect woman for me. No, I'm not. I'm weak and broken. I have issues. Let me go and find someone else. I'm never letting you go, and whatever issues you have, we'll fix them together. But you need to tell me what's wrong so that I can help you. She lowered her head. I can't talk about it. He lifted her head and kissed her softly on the lips before speaking. Once you learn to trust me, then you will tell me. I will never force you to stay with me, but I have to ask you something. Do you want to be with me? Her eyes watered up. Yes, I do, but I'm afraid that one day you will hurt me. I will never hurt you. I grew up with a father who was supposed to love and protect me. Instead, it was the opposite, so if I couldn't trust him, how can I trust you? He was finally getting to know a bit about the way she was. Knowing it had something to do with her father made him angry. Get to know me, and you'll see that I'm not your father. Will you give us a chance? I want to, but on one condition. Name it. I don't want Kurt to know about us yet, so let's not tell anyone until I know for sure where this is going. It has to be a secret. Okay, but only for a while. Now let's get some sleep, and tomorrow I will take you sightseeing. He held her while she slept, loving how it felt having her in his arms. He wasn't thrilled about keeping their relationship a secret, but would until she was ready. The next day, after seeing many of the sights, they went for a bite to eat, and she had a question to ask him. Do you see your parents often? Not as much as I should.
Why not? Do you not get along with them?
We get along great. It's just that I'm so busy, I never seem to have the time to visit them. What about you and your father? Were you close? No. Was Kurt close to him? No. He noticed how she stopped talking and kept looking down at her food. He felt the need to know why she became so upset at the mention of her father. Cat. She knew he wasn't going to let the subject drop. My father was not a nice man, worse when he was drinking. Always yelling, breaking things, and calling us foul names. Please, let this subject go. Seeing how upset she was getting, he decided to let it go, but was determined to find out what happened in that home. After another 2 days, it was time to head back home. During their stay in Paris, he noticed a significant difference in her. She seemed more relaxed with her surroundings and smiled more. He would have liked to spend more time in Paris with her, but he did have business to attend to. He was going to miss having her in his bed at night and the passionate lovemaking they shared. When they arrived back in New York, he went with her to her apartment. Once inside, he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist. I hate to leave you so soon, but I have an early appointment that I cannot miss. I want you to know I have never enjoyed myself as much as I did with you. I enjoyed myself too, and I want to thank you for giving me the best time of my life. I never thought I would see Paris. It was a dream come true. He used his fingertip to lift her head so that he could look into her eyes. I will make all your dreams come true. I will be busy for a couple of days, but will call you. Once he was gone, she hung up her new clothes and checked her phone messages. One was from her therapist, saying she had missed her last session, so picking up the phone she called and made another appointment. As luck would have it, there was an opening for later that day. Therapist. Kat, it's good to see you again. So how have you been? Much better than the last time I was here. There's something different about you. There's a glow to you, and you don't look as stressed as before. Has something changed in your life? I've met someone, and he took me to Paris for a few days. I'm impressed that you were able to travel since I know how much you hate being out and away from your apartment. This man, can you tell me a little bit about him? She smiled. Well, he is somewhat arrogant and very persistent. Yet there is something about him. Deep down, he is a good man. In the past, you've had trouble trusting men. Do you trust him? I think so. But then again, I trusted Tony, and look where that got me. Don't all men act perfect in the beginning? All sweet and kind, and then after a while they show their true colors. Not all men. It took me years to trust and get close to a man, and my ex destroyed all that. I don't know if I could ever love and trust another. But you trusted this man enough to go away with him. What makes him so different to take you away from your comfort zone? He didn't give me a choice. Everyone has a choice, Kat. You don't understand. He's my brother's boss, and he told me Kurt's promotion depended on me spending time with him. Well, he didn't come out and say that exactly, but he did indicate it. So the only reason you went with him was to save Kurt's job. I would like you to be honest and tell me if there was another reason why you went with him. She sat there, squirming in her seat. I felt drawn to him. I've never known a man so powerful. When he looks at me, It's as if he understands me. I can't explain it. Being away from home and around other people, how did that make you feel? At first I was scared, but Xander was patient with me, and when he saw that I was becoming nervous, he took me away from the situation. Then I became more relaxed and enjoyed seeing the sights and going to the opera and museums. That's a big improvement for you. Sounds like he is slowly drawing you out of your shell. Did you take your pills for your anxiety? No, only one before we boarded the plane. I never even thought about taking any while we were there. I didn't need them, I guess.
Have you discussed with this man about your father and what all took place during your childhood?
No, only that my father was not a nice man and was always drunk. He wanted me to talk about it, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Do you feel that you might be able to trust him enough to tell him everything? Maybe someday. Kat, sounds like this man is good for you, but I suggest you take things slow. Get to know him better. Our time is almost up. Is there anything you'd like to talk about? I do feel guilty about not telling Kurt that I'm seeing his boss. Why haven't you told him? If he knew, he would be furious. He would think Xander was forcing me to date him. I'm afraid he would do something and lose his job. So for now, we are keeping our relationship a secret from everyone. Secrets have a way of coming out, so don't wait too long. Now, I don't think you need a refill on your medication. It seems like you are doing okay without them. Thank you. I would like to see you in another month to see how you're doing. But if something happens before that, and you need to talk to me, just call, and I'll book you in right away. Thank you. Before I go, I just want to thank you for these last few years. Without you to talk to, I don't know what would have happened to me. I always feel so much better after leaving here.
I'm always here to help you.
Now remember, when you find yourself in a situation that kicks in your anxiety, remove yourself from it and find a quiet place. Do the breathing exercises I taught you, and hopefully, you won't need to take any pills. Kat left the office feeling better about herself, as she always did. Now she was ready to get started on the work that Xander sent her. It was time to start making money to pay him back for all the beautiful clothes she had gotten. That night she got a call from Kurt, saying he would be home in a few days and would come over to see how she was doing. As much as she was looking forward to seeing him, she was also nervous. Until lately, she had never lied to him and hated doing so now. Chapter 8. Later that night, Xander showed up at Kat's place, bringing with him a huge flower bouquet. I didn't think I would be seeing you so soon and this late at night. Sorry, but I couldn't wait to see you. Well, since you're here, I finished a couple of the files you gave me. Why don't you look them over while I put these beautiful flowers in a vase? He picked the papers up, but couldn't concentrate on them. He was too busy watching her. Can I get you something to drink? He went over to her and turned her around to face him. There's only one thing I want. Before she could speak a word, his mouth came down on hers as he backed her up against the wall. His kiss was hot and demanding, sending heat waves throughout her entire body. She felt herself being lifted and carried to the bedroom. Moments later, they were naked, and his warm, hard body was pounding into her. He wanted her so badly that he didn't bother with any foreplay, and yet she was wet for him. It was quick and still very satisfying, and when it was over, he looked down at her face. I've been thinking of doing this to you all day, and I apologize for not pleasuring you before I entered you. I hope you will forgive me. A grin appeared on her face. I will, on one condition. You and your conditions, well, what is it this time? I don't just want you to fuck me. I want you to now make love to me. I would be very happy to do just that. Now close your eyes and enjoy what I'm about to do. First, I'm going to turn you around and take you from behind. No, you can't go in my bum. He chuckled. No, I will enter your vagina from behind. It's an ideal angle to stimulate the G-spot and gives me control over the depth of penetrating you. You'll love it. Then I will turn you back around and make you come again." She bit into the pillow. The feel of him from behind was nothing she ever felt before. It was an amazing feeling and had her coming more than once. He didn't seem to run out of stamina as he pounded into her. Finishing one way, he would flip her over and do it again. It was almost daylight when he finished with her, and when she fell asleep, he went into the bathroom and showered. He had to go to a meeting, and even with no sleep, he still felt energized. Not wanting to wake her, he dressed, laid a single rose on her pillow, along with a note before kissing her forehead and leaving. When she woke up and saw the rose, she picked it up and smiled. Then read the note he had left for her. "Sorry I had to leave so early. You looked like an angel while you slept, and I didn't have the heart to wake you. I will call you later today." She was finishing up another file for Xander when the phone rang. "Hi, beautiful. I wanted to phone you and let you know I'm going to be busy for a couple of days and won't be able to see you." "That's okay. I know you're a busy man. I finished another file. Would you like me to fax it over to you?" "That would be great. I'll call you in 2 days. Until then, dream about me when you go to sleep. Goodbye, Xander." 2 days later, Kurt was back home and called her, said he had some good news and was coming over to tell her about it. She knew it was about his promotion and would have to act surprised when he told her. He arrived at Kat's place an hour later, and when she opened the door, he gave her a big hug. "I got the job." "Kurt, I'm so happy for you. I told you that you would get it. Clara must be so happy." "Yes, she is. We both are. Kat, this is an amazing opportunity for me. Mr. Canswest called me into the office and gave me the good news. He wants to take me and Clara out to dinner to celebrate and also to meet her." "That's wonderful. He also said to bring you. I think you made quite the impression on him." "No, this is your night, and I don't want to be in the way." "Are you kidding me? You could never be in the way, and I want you there. Say, there's something different about you."
What do you mean?
"I can't put my finger on it. You look different and seem more relaxed and happy." "Well, I'm happy for you." "No, that's not it. Anyways, Clara and I will pick you up around 7. She was not happy with Xander for suggesting to Kurt that she go to dinner with them and would let him know at the first chance she got. So that night when Kurt picked her up, they were seated in the restaurant waiting for Xander to arrive. He finally showed up and walked over to the table. "Sorry that I'm late." He looked at Kat. "It's a pleasure to see you again." "Likewise," she replied in a snarky tone. He was then introduced to Kara before sitting down next to Kat.
"Waiter, bring us a couple of bottles of your best champagne." "Mr. Canewest,
"I just want to thank you for giving my husband the CEO position. He is the best man for the job, and I know he won't let me down. Tell me, Mrs. Reynolds, do you enjoy traveling?" "Oh, goodness, yes." "That's good because Kurt's job will also include traveling to different countries to make speeches and close some business deals. He will need a wife with some charisma to charm potential clients." While he made small talk with Kurt and Clara, he had placed his left hand on Kat's thigh. It amused him when she started squirming and at one point tried to remove his hand without being noticed. When they ordered the steak and lobster and were told they could pick out their lobster, Xander suggested that the other two could pick out one for him and Kat also. When they left, she slapped at his hand. "What are you doing?" "What are you talking about?" he asked, trying to sound innocent. "First you tell my brother to bring me, and now you have the nerve to put your hand on my leg. Are you trying to let them know something is going on between us?" He moved closer, moving his hand further up her leg. "I missed you and wanted to see you. I also wanted to meet Kurt's wife." "Then remove your hand." "I will when the food comes. Kiss me before they return." "No," she snapped back at him. Clara was sipping on her champagne when she looked at Kat, admiring the dress she was wearing. "That's a lovely dress. Is it new?" Yes, I just bought it. It looks expensive. It wasn't. No way, that's a designer dress from Paris. I saw it in a magazine once. Xander could tell that Kat was becoming upset, so he stepped in, taking Clara's attention away from the dress. Mrs. Reynolds, I was sorry to hear about your father, and I was wondering how he's doing. Thank you for asking, and I'm happy to say he's doing much better. We were all worried when he had a setback, but thankfully he pulled through. Kat glanced at Xander and smiled, silently thanking him for distracting her sister-in-law. During the meal, Clara listened to Xander and her husband talking business, completely ignoring Kat. 2 more bottles of champagne were ordered, but neither Kat nor Xander drank any of it. By the end of dinner, the couple were drunk and Kurt was not able to drive, which Xander had planned on. Kurt, you've had too much to drink, so I am going to hire a cab to take you and Clara home. Since Kat's place is close by, I will give her a lift home. Once he had them in the cab, he turned to Kat, who was looking angry. What? He asked. You deliberately got them drunk, just so that we could be alone. Yes, I planned it that way. The way your sister-in-law kept going on and on, I knew there would be no getting rid of them. Poor Kurt, she must talk his ear off all the time. She couldn't help but chuckle. That's true, she does talk way too much. But he loves her, and it doesn't seem to bother him. He pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist. Come back and spend the night at my place.
I don't know.
Come on, I want you to see where I live since you will be spending a lot of time there. Well, I am curious how a bachelor such as yourself lives, so I will go, but I won't be spending the night. I hope that is okay with you. If not, I'll take a rain check. What say you wait and see how it goes? I'm hoping you will change your mind. When they arrived at his place, it wasn't what she was expecting. She pictured a huge house or even a mansion. Instead, it was your average size home, and inside it was beautiful and spotless. So what do you think? It's lovely, cozy. I like it, but I would have thought you would have something flashy. What would I need with a huge house? Just because I'm wealthy doesn't mean I need to show off by buying a mansion. That's good, but I can't picture you cleaning it. He laughed as he opened a bottle of wine. Me clean? No way, I wouldn't know where to begin. I have people come in 3 times a week to do the cleaning, but I do the cooking when I'm home. Come, let me show you the rest of the place, he said, handing her the glass of wine. She was in awe. The whole place was beautifully decorated, but was curious why he hadn't shown her the master bedroom. Outside was a garden, a hot tub, and a swimming pool. It's perfect. He took the glass from her hand and lifted her in his arms. I saved the best room for last.
And what room would that be? As if she didn't know.
My bedroom. She did end up spending the night, and when she woke up, he was not laying next to her. Getting out of bed, she took a quick shower and, feeling a bit naughty, put on one of his shirts and went downstairs. He turned when he heard her enter the kitchen where he was busy making breakfast. Just seeing her wearing his shirt got him hot and bothered. Damn, you look SXY as hell. Her face turned red, and she played with the shirt collar. I'm not SXY. Going over, he took her hands in his. Lady, you are beautiful on SXY, and don't you ever forget it. Seeing what you're wearing, I lost my appetite for food, and it's been replaced with something else. She let out a gasp when he picked her up and laid her down on the table, ripping the buttons from the shirt. After pleasuring her with his tongue inside her wet pussy, he removed his pants and got on top of her. Xander, the eggs are burning. Let them, he said as he entered her. When they were done, he helped her up and pulled on his pants, handing her the torn shirt.
She held the shirt closed with her fingers after putting it on.
I'm going to get dressed now, and then I should go home. While you're doing that, I remake our food. You don't have to. Hey, I won't take you home on an empty stomach. And after what we did last night, and just now, you've got to be hungry." He smiled when she turned and walked away, knowing she was embarrassed about doing so on the kitchen table. But he loved it, and it was the first time for him also. When they got back to her place, he walked her inside. "I don't want to leave, but I have business to attend to. I'll call you tomorrow, and we'll go out somewhere, maybe to a nice restaurant." "I have a better idea." "Really?" "Yes. You are always taking me out to eat, so let me cook dinner for you. It will be a nice change. It won't be anything fancy, but still edible." "I'll be looking forward to it. Later, sweet cheeks." Chapter 9. Kurt called her that very afternoon to see how she was doing. He knew something was up with her. She had been acting so different since he returned home from Texas. So after hanging up, he decided to drop by her place after work to check up on her. She was in the middle of preparing dinner when Kurt showed up. She had to get rid of him before Xander arrived. "What are you doing here?" "I've been worried about you, so I thought I would drop by and ask if something is going on. Are you expecting company?" There was no way of lying to him when he had already seen that the table was set for two and the roast was almost done. "Yes, a friend is coming for dinner, so I would like you to leave now." "Who is this friend that's coming?" "Just a woman I met the other day. You don't know her?" He could tell from her face that she was not telling the truth. Also, she had a habit of intertwining her fingers together. "There isn't a woman coming here, it's a man. Am I right?" "What if it is?" "Kat, you don't have to get defensive. If it's a guy, you can tell me. I'd be happy to know that you're seeing someone as long as it's not Tony." She rolled her eyes at him. "As if I would start seeing that jerk again. Okay, there is someone I met." "What time is he coming? I'd like to meet him and make sure he's good enough for you. I don't want you getting hurt again." "Kurt, it's too soon for you to meet him. Please, just go." "All right, I'll go, but if you continue to see this stranger, I will want to meet him. If he gives you a hard time, just call me, and I'll come back. Can you at least tell me his name?" When she gave him a dirty, he held up his hands, knowing she wasn't about to tell him. "Call me if you need help getting rid of him." She let out a sigh when he finally left, hoping Xander wouldn't show up before Kurt had left the area. 30 minutes later, he showed up and gave her a sweet kiss. "Dinner smells great. Kat, you look a bit upset. Has something happened?" "Kurt was just here and wanted to know who was coming over. I told him it was a female friend, but he didn't believe me. I hate lying to him." "Then don't tell him about us. It's too soon. There's nothing wrong with us seeing each other, and we can't keep it a secret forever. What we got going is a beautiful thing, and I want everyone to know you're my woman. Please, don't pressure me." He placed the palm of his hand against her cheek. "I won't, but just maybe your brother will be happy that you and I are a couple." "No, he'll be angry and think the worst. He's very protective of me and has been since we were kids. I'm worried that he might be so angry at you that he'll punch you." "He wouldn't dare hit me. I've seen him do it to Tony." "What did your ex do to you that made Kurt so mad that he punched him out? I want you to tell me everything." They sat down to eat, and for some reason, she opened up to him about her ex. "Tony was the first man I went out with. At first, he was so sweet and attentive. I learned to trust and gave him my virginity, but a few months into the relationship he changed." "How?" "He became verbally abusive, insulting and humiliating me whenever we went out, which wasn't very often. I always had low self-esteem and anxiety issues and was starting to get over it until Tony changed." "Was he ever physically abusive with you?" "No." "Good, because if he had been, I'd make him pay. I still might for what he had put you through. So how did the breakup happen?" "He told me he was seeing someone else and that he was sick of me and the way I was. He said making love to me was boring and that I couldn't satisfy him." When the tears rolled down her face, he got up and went over to her. Pulling her up, he held her in his arms, stroking her hair. Kat, the man was a fool to hurt you, and you're lucky to be away from him. Let me tell you this, you are a beautiful and sexual woman. You satisfy me in every way possible, especially in bed. Sex with you is so amazing. I've never experienced such satisfaction with any woman that I do with you.
Really?
She asked, looking up at him. Running his finger along her chin, he smiled as he looked into her eyes. I know that when we make love you can tell from my reaction how much I love it. I will never do the things to you that your ex did. I know you have problems, but I am here to help you overcome them. That could prove to be a full-time job. He lifted her chin and kissed her. It's not a job when you love the person. Don't look so shocked. I know we haven't known each other that long, but I have fallen in love with you.
Xander, I don't know how to answer you.
I know that after what that jerk put you through, it will be hard to admit your true feelings for me. I don't expect you to say you love me back yet, but I am willing to wait until you are. She threw her arms around his neck and felt safe in his arms when he wrapped them around her. With dinner half eaten, they left it sitting when he carried her to the bedroom, kicking the door closed behind them. Over the next few weeks, she kept busy doing the proofreading for Xander and her other clients when he was busy with work. Then on the one night when he was free, he took her to his place where he made them a romantic dinner and later made passionate love. Kat, I'm going to visit my parents in a few days, and I want you to come with me. I told them I met someone special, and they want to meet you. She lifted her head from off his chest and sat up. I don't think I can do that. Why not? I just think it's too soon, and how would I explain to Kurt where I'm going?
It's been almost 3 months since we've been together.
I think it's time to tell him. Not yet. His job is going so well, and this will only upset him. Please, just give it a little more time, and then I'll break it to him. All right, but not much longer. But I'm still taking you with me to my parents. But, she started to say until he interrupted her. There's a client in Switzerland who needs to meet with someone about a contract. I will send Kurt and his wife there to take care of it. They will be gone for a week. Aren't you supposed to be the one to do that? Not necessarily, and it is part of his job to wine and dine the client to get them to sign. Also, I'm sure Clara will be thrilled to go. You think of everything, don't you? Yes, so will you go to Florida with me?
I'll be nervous meeting them.
There's no need to worry, they will love you. My mother was always saying that it was time I found someone nice. But what if they don't like me? They will. Now, would you like to be on top of me this time? She giggled and rolled over on top of him. Making love with him was always exciting, and he taught her different ways in the art of making love. The following day, Kurt went over to visit Kat and to tell her he and Clara would be gone for a week. I hate leaving you for a week, but this assignment is very important. It's a great way to show Mr. West that he made the right decision in giving me the CEO job. I'm a big girl, and I'll be just fine. Are you still seeing this mystery man, and when do I get to meet him? I am, and you'll soon meet him. He must be good for you. Why would you think that? For one thing, you are different. You have more confidence and seem so happy. You deserve to be happy, but I just don't want you to get hurt. You're a wonderful brother, and I appreciate all you've done for me. But you need to live your own life and take care of Clara. I know she and I are not close, but I do know that she loves you. Yeah, I love her too. Yes, she can be a handful and loves to spend money. Hey, maybe you could come with us. You haven't ever been on a holiday, and this would be a good experience for you. You could bring that man of yours. Her back was to him, and when he suggested she go with them, she froze. Kat, what do you think of my idea? I don't think that would be wise. I mean, this should be a good time for you and Clara to have time together alone. I suppose you're right, and it would be good for me and Clara. We haven't been on a vacation in ages. I only need a couple of days with the client, and the rest of the time we could have some fun. Yes, she replied, still feeling bad about lying to him. When he was getting ready to leave, he hugged her. I'll call you and let you know how it's going. Are you sure you'll be all right? Yes, now you go and have a great time. Xander was unable to see her that night, but he did call. Hey babe, are you missing me? Maybe. Kurt dropped by, and he's excited about going to Switzerland. He even asked me to go with them. What? She had to laugh at the way he sounded. It was as if he thought she might be considering it. Relax, I told him no. And how could I when I'd be in Florida with you? I think you enjoy teasing me. Kat, when Kurt comes back from his trip, I want for us to tell him that you and I are together. No more putting it off. I agree. Finally, you are listening to reason. Listen, make sure you bring a bathing suit to Florida. I don't own one. Then I'll buy you one. No, you won't. I'll go shopping tomorrow and pick one up. Buy two. Why would I buy two? One that's suitable to wear to the beach when my parents go with us. The other one I want to see you in a SXY bikini when we go alone. You're terrible. Yeah, but you love me anyway. When she didn't disagree, he knew she was close to saying it. It's okay. I didn't expect you to say it, but you will soon. I got to go, but I'll see you the day after tomorrow, and we'll take my jet to Florida. After hanging up, she sat there, thinking about what he had said. She was in love with him, but was finding it hard to tell him. The last time she told a man she loved him, he turned around and destroyed her. Later that afternoon, she went shopping. It would be less crowded at that time. She picked out the bathing suit, and the one was very revealing, and she wasn't sure if she would ever have the courage to wear it. Chapter 10. On the flight to Florida, he told her about his parents and how they loved living there. I'm so nervous about meeting them. I keep thinking that I will say or do something wrong. I think I should take one of my pills, but they make me so sleepy. You haven't taken them in a long time, and I don't think you need them. You just have to relax and remember, I'll be right by your side the whole time. She rested her head on his shoulder. The feel of his arm around her gave her comfort. She felt safe with him. It only took them a little over 2 hours to arrive, and there was a car waiting for them. My dad wanted to pick us up, but I didn't want them driving in this traffic. I figured since we'll be here for a few days, it would be nice to rent a car. An hour later, they pulled into the driveway and parked the car. Getting out, he went around to the passenger side and opened the door for her. Just then, the front door to the house opened, and 2 elderly people came rushing over to the vehicle. The woman threw her arms around Xander, and the man patted his arm. Son, your father and I are so happy that you finally came to visit us. Now introduce us to your lady friend. After the introductions, they went inside. Your mother has made tea and lunch. I hope you are both hungry. She made lots. Mrs. West, you shouldn't have gone to so much trouble. Dear, it was no trouble at all. She looked at her son. I've made up a room for you and Kat. Now I've put you together, but if you want a separate room, that's okay too. No, Mom, one is good. Kat felt embarrassed. She wasn't expecting to sleep in the same bed as him, but his mother seemed all right with it. Now Xander's father wasn't one to beat around the bush, and had no problem with asking questions. So how did the two of you meet, and how long have you been together? Fred, don't be so nosy. Now, Jean, you want to know as much as I do, he said with a chuckle. We met a little over 3 months ago, and at a party I was hosting. It was love at first sight, just like the way it happened between you two. You have a lovely home, Mrs. West. Thank you. Xander bought it for us. We told him no, but once he makes up his mind to do something, there's no stopping him. Fred nodded his head in agreement. He can be too generous at times, but then again, he was always that way. Dad, after all the sacrifices and hard work you and Mom did to make sure I got the best education, it's the least I could do. Now enough about me. I want to know what you've been up to. After listening to what they had to say, and when the meal was over, Xander went outside to the garage to look at the car his father was working on. He liked buying old cars and fixing them up to sell. Kat stayed inside and helped Jean do the washing up. I hope my son is treating you with respect. He is. He's a wonderful man. He's nothing like I thought a wealthy man would be. So down to earth and doesn't flaunt his money. Xander has always been humble. I can see how much he cares about you. You know, you are the only woman he has brought home for us to meet. Kat didn't know how to respond to that, and yet it made her feel special. That night as they got into bed, and he went to make a move on her, she stopped him. No, I can't do this in your parents' home. Why not? It wouldn't feel right. Do you expect me to go a week without touching you? You know I can't do that. Come on, baby, get naked for me. She brushed his hand away when he tried to remove her gown. No. All right, I'll leave you alone tonight, but tomorrow I will make love to you. Your mom said that they have never met any of your other girlfriends, so why did you bring me here and not the others? You make it sound like I had a lot of women. I didn't bring them because I knew they weren't the right ones for me. I never felt a connection with them as I do with you. I've seen pictures of you with different women in the magazines, and they were so beautiful. So you checked me out. Yes, they were beautiful on the outside, but not so much on the inside. They were spoiled and treated people horribly. I had no desire to let them meet my mother and father. But you, not only are you beautiful on the outside, but also on the inside. Are you just saying all this so that I'll let you make love to me? No, but I do want you. A smile crossed her face as she looked at him. Well, if it is that important to you, I guess I won't try and stop you. Before she could say more, he was on top of her. He slid her nightgown down past her shoulder and started kissing her neck. Xander, we'll have to be quiet.
I will if you will,
he said as he removed her gown completely and entered her. Morning. Since it was a hot day, they all went to the beach and Jean packed a lunch for them to take. Kat helped her make the sandwiches and had fun joking with her while the men looked on. The day at the beach was an experience that Kat had never had in her whole life. Everything was perfect, and even though she didn't know how to swim, she let Xander take her into the water. Poor guy never did get to see her in the other bathing suit. Over the next few days, they took her to see some of the sights. At night, the men would barbecue to give the women a break from cooking. The time was spent watching movies and playing board games. The day before they were to head back home, Xander decided to take her to the fair that was coming to town at the beach. His parents told them to go alone, saying they should have a day to themselves. At first, she hesitated, never having been to one and knowing there would be lots of people. But with his encouragement, she agreed to go. He held her hand as they walked through the midway. Would you like me to win you a teddy bear? He asked, stopping at the game where you threw darts at balloons.
if you can.
She replied, smiling at him. He won her a small teddy bear right away, and she picked out a small white one.
If I keep playing and win, you can trade this for a bigger one.
No, I like this one. It's so soft and cute. He loved the fact that she was happy with such a cheap stuffed animal. When she had told him she'd never been to a fair, he wanted her to experience everything. Let's go on the Ferris wheel. She looked up at it as it went around and shook her head. No, it looks dangerous. It's perfectly safe, trust me.
So she let him lead her to it, and they got on.
Her hands were shaking, so he held her hand
And put his arm around her shoulder.
As the wheel started moving.
Try and relax and enjoy it. When we get to the top, you'll be able to look down at all the people. It's a nice view of everything from up here. She found that she did enjoy it, but when they got off, he suggested they go on the roller coaster. Taking one look at it, she refused. He knew not to push her on it. They continued their tour of the Midway, enjoying some of the shows. She loved watching the horse show and tried out some of the food from the vendors. Kat, there is one thing you should try when you go to a fair. What's that? Cotton candy. I never heard of such a thing. Let's get one and we can share it. It's really good but full of sugar, also quite sticky.
Oh my God, this is so good,
She said as she put another piece in her mouth. I knew you'd like it. Let's wash our hands and go into the Hall of Mirrors before we head back to my parents' place. That didn't sound too bad, so she agreed. But it was a different story once she got inside. It was dimly lit, and there were mirrors everywhere. She began to feel like the walls were closing in on her, and she was having trouble breathing. It was dark and scary as she saw images all around her. Though the people inside were happy, they were also yelling and shouting. It had her remembering her childhood, and the room started to spin around her. Xander realized something was wrong and grabbed her hands. Kat, what's wrong? Get me out of here, she said, and began crying. Once outside, he placed his hands on both sides of her cheeks. Baby, what happened back there? That room was like the closet, so dark, so scary. I don't want to talk about it. Please, just take me home. When they got in the car and drove off, he noticed how she was hugging the bear. He wanted to ask her why she freaked out, but knew it was best to wait until she calmed down. Later that night, when they got into bed, he turned to her. Sweetheart, please tell me why you were so scared earlier. She lowered her head and stared at the bear that was on her lap. It reminded me of the times my father would lock me in the closet down in the basement when I was little. It was so dark and damp, and I was scared to be alone. My God, what a monster your father was. Why would he do that to a child? He said I was bad and needed to be punished. I guess I was bad a lot. I'm so sorry for behaving like that. I did have the best time of my life today, and I spoiled it. No, you didn't spoil anything. But next time when I try to get you to do something different, and you feel uncomfortable, tell me right away. She looked at him and gave him a weak smile. It still amazed her how wonderful and thoughtful he could be. If it had been with Tony, he would have called her a baby and told her to grow up. I will, I promise. The next day they were going home, and she wished that they could have stayed longer. Fred and Jean made her feel so comfortable and treated her with so much kindness. Fred was alone with his son, while Jean was busy talking with Kat. You care about that girl a lot, don't you? I love her. Yes, I can see that. Take some advice from your old man. I always take your advice, Dad. I know what a busy man you are, but don't let your work interfere with your relationship with Kat. You must not neglect her, or you might just lose her. She has to come first above all else. I'll never lose her. You say that now, but work does tend to get in the way. When I was working 2 jobs, I was never around for your mother, and I almost lost her once. It wasn't until you had left for college that I was able to mend our rocky marriage. Dad, I never knew you and Mom were having problems. We kept it from you so as not to upset you, but we fixed things and it made our marriage better. You have so much. Now it's time for you to slow down and be happy. Thanks, and I will slow down. I'm going to miss you and Mom, so I want you both to come and visit more often. I'll send my jet to pick you up. We will. Now go get your girl and go home. After all the hugs and kisses, they headed to where the plane was ready and waiting to take them back to New York. Chapter 11. It felt good getting home, and he wanted to take her back to his place, but she said she wanted to go home. As disappointed that he was, he respected her wishes. I guess you'll be wanting to go to your place now, she said, knowing she would miss him. He took her in his arms and kissed her. If it's all right with you, I'd like to stick around for a while. I'll order us some takeout and leave in the morning. There's not much to do here, so won't you be bored? I'm never bored when I'm with you. We could cuddle later on the couch, watch a movie, or just talk. She was happy to hear that he wanted to stay, and it would be nice to have a quiet night alone together. A movie would be nice. I'm going to take a shower, so go ahead and order whatever you feel like having. She had just gotten her hair wet when the shower curtain was pulled to the side and was horrified when Xander stepped in. "What are you doing in here?" she shrieked. "I think it's time we showered together." He winked at her. "You know, to save water." Her face turned red, and she felt a shiver go up her spine as she backed away from him. "I've never showered with a man. I don't feel comfortable with this." "Showering with a partner can be quite exciting. I won't do anything to you that you don't want me to. We could start by washing your hair and then wash each other. Turn around so that I can put some shampoo in your hair." Turning her back to him, she closed her eyes. It felt good as he massaged the shampoo into her hair. Feeling his wet, naked body pressed up against her backside was titillating. After rinsing it out of her hair, he turned her around to face him. Taking the soap, he lathered up his hands. "I am going to soap you all over, and when I'm done, I would like for you to do the same to me. Are you okay with that?" I guess so," she answered quietly. As he was gently rubbing the soap over her breasts, he felt her nipples getting hard. This, of course, aroused him, and it took all his willpower not to put her up against the wall and take her right there. She closed her eyes and liked how his hands felt on her skin. She had to bite down on her bottom lips to stop from moaning. As he moved further down her body, she opened her eyes to look down at him. She could feel her face turning red when he was eye level to her pussy. It seemed as if he couldn't take his eyes off it as he soaped her thighs.
From the way she was breathing, he could tell that she was getting turned on. But with this being her first time, he decided to go slow. He was hoping to get her so relaxed that he could make love to her in the shower.
When he was finished, he handed her the soap. "Now it's your turn to do me." Taking the soap, she started on his neck and moved down to his chest. Her fingers glided down his chest. Just touching him started her core throbbing. His body was muscular, so toned, and as she moved further down, she stopped just before she reached his manhood. "Don't stop now. It also needs to be cleaned. I don't think I can touch it."
Sweetheart, it's been inside you so many times now. I think it's time for you to hold it in your hand and see what it feels like. I promise it won't bite you.
Swallowing nervously, she reached for it, holding it in her hand. She couldn't stop the little smile that appeared on her face. "It feels soft, almost velvety. If you like the way it feels, you should try putting it in your mouth." She quickly removed her hand and stared at him with shock, backing away. She had heard how men liked it when women did that, but she never had and was too scared to try. "I can't." To say he was disappointed was an understatement, but he understood where she was coming from. He was a patient man and could wait until she was ready to take that step.
It's okay. You don't have to. Maybe someday you will, but I'll never force you to do it.
"I do like the feel of it. It belongs to you now, so touch it whenever you want to. I want to make love to you right here, but sadly this shower is too small. That will have to wait until we shower at my place." She couldn't believe how sweet and understanding he was. Most men would be furious and cause a scene. He turned off the water and, reaching for 2 towels, handed her one. "Let's go to bed where I can show you how turned on you got me." He lifted her and carried her to the bed. After a satisfying round of sex, they were both starving, so he ordered them a pizza. They ate it in front of the TV and watched a movie before going back to bed. They were both awakened in the morning by a loud knock at the door. Realizing he had slept in, he jumped out of bed and started dressing. "Damn, I'm late for a meeting. You should go see who's at the door while I get dressed." Pulling on a robe, she went towards the kitchen and opened the door. Her mouth dropped open when she saw Kurt standing there. "What are you doing here?" "Clara and I got home a day early, and I wanted to see how you were. Sorry it's so early, but I didn't think you'd mind. Why do you keep looking towards your bedroom?" "No reason. It is too early, so could you come back later?" "Are you okay? You are acting more nervous than usual. Wait, is that man you've been seeing in your bedroom? Is he here now?" Before she could answer, Xander walked out, still doing up the buttons on his shirt. He looked at Kurt and Kat. "Kurt, this is awkward. I'd like to stay and explain this, but I need to get to the office for a meeting. Come by in an hour and we'll talk then." He leaned over and kissed her cheek. "I'll call you later today." When he was gone, Kurt slammed the door shut and stared angrily at her.
"Oh, please tell me he's not the one you've been seeing."
"Calm down and let me explain. It's obvious he's the one. I know this is a shock and that he's your boss." Kurt held up his hand to stop her from talking. "How long has this been going on?" "Right after the party that you took me to. I didn't mean for it to happen, it just did." He paced back and forth, running his fingers through his hair. He couldn't believe this was happening. But then again, the signs were there, the way his boss insisted they all go out to celebrate his promotion. Not to mention how Xander always made a point of being the one to drive her home. "My God, Kat, don't you know you are jeopardizing my job?" "Now how am I doing that?" "If things turn sour between the two of you, he'll blame me and I'll get fired. Didn't you think about that? Wait a minute. Did you go out with him and sleep with him just so I'll get the job?" "How dare you say that to me? You know I'm not that kind of girl." "Well, I know there has to be something you're not telling me. I saw the way he was with you at the party. Did he force you to go out with him?" "Sort of." "What does that mean?" She looked down at the floor, trying to think of a way of telling him where he wouldn't fly off the handle. "That night when he told you to go be with Clara's family, he asked me out. The way he said it sounded like if I disagreed you wouldn't get the job. That son of a bitch, I'll kill him." When he went to storm out, she grabbed his arm to stop him. "Stop, I was wrong. You know how mistrusting I've been lately, and I jumped to conclusions. He told me he had chosen you before the party, and that was before he even met me. If that's true, why didn't he announce it that night?" "I guess he had his reasons. You'll have to ask him that yourself. He's no good for you. He'll end up hurting you. I think you should stop seeing him before something bad happens." "I can't."
"If you're afraid he'll fire me, then let him.
"I can find another job." "He wouldn't do that. It's not his way." "Then why?" "Because I am in love with him. For the first time, a man loves me for who I am, faults and all. He treats me with respect and kindness. Xander is not the tyrant that everyone thinks he is. You are so naive when it comes to men like him. They take what they want and who they want. Women to them are just sex object, and when they get bored with them, they are tossed aside like garbage. Do you want that to happen to you again? Oh, Kat, he is going to hurt you, and then what will become of you?" "He won't." "How can you be so sure?" "He loves me, and I believe him when he says he'll never hurt me. Why can't you just be happy for me?" "Does he know about you and what all you went through?" She lowered her eyes. "Not everything, but I'm much better now, and I don't even need my pills anymore. For the first time in my life, I feel normal and alive. Please, don't take that away from me." He put his arms around her, giving her a brotherly hug. Growing up, they had tried to protect each other from their father. It killed him that there were times he couldn't help her when she needed him the most. Now that he was older, he vowed to do just that. "I have to go, so I'll call you later."
"Where are you going?"
"I'm going to the office. I want to have a talk with Mr. West." She grabbed his arm, shaking her head. Knowing him, he would lose his temper, and there was no telling what he would say or do. "Kurt, please don't say anything. This is between Xander and myself. I don't want you getting into a fight and end up losing your job. You worked too hard to get where you are, and think of how Clara will react if you get fired. She'll be angry at first, but will understand. Just go home and forget about having words with Xander. The three of us will get together and talk about it. Don't do it alone. He hated seeing her get so upset, so he agreed. But he lied. He had no intentions of letting it go. So telling her he was heading home, he left and headed to the office instead. He wasn't going to stand by and see his sister get hurt. Chapter 12. Xander was in his office on the phone when Kurt burst in without knocking. He could tell by the look on Kurt's face he was angry and looking for a fight. Hanging up his phone, he got to his feet. I want you to calm down so that we can talk in a civilized manner. I understand that seeing me and Kat together was a shock. Kurt was breathing heavily, resting the palms of his hands on the edge of the desk as he stared at his boss. I want you to stay away from her. Xander shook his head as he also stood there, staring at the man before him. I can't do that. She means too much to me. What right do you have to tell any man who becomes interested in her to stay away? She's my sister, and I'll do whatever it takes to prevent her from getting hurt. You can have any woman you want, so leave her be. Look, I know how close the two of you are. I give you my word that I will never hurt her. You say that now, but one day when you get bored with her, you'll drop her, and it will destroy her. She's very vulnerable, and when that happens, it will destroy her, and she might never recover. Damn it, Kurt. Give her some credit. She's stronger than you think. Kat has always lived in the shadow. It's where she feels safe. She hates large crowds, noise, and has to take something for her anxiety. Xander squared his shoulders. Living in the shadows is not living. I think that you like her being that way.
What?
Kurt snapped. That way you can control her, tell her who she can see and talk to. You like being the hero, having her dependent on you. Kurt moved quickly to where Xander was standing behind the desk and without thinking punched his boss in the mouth. A scuffle took place, and seconds later his assistant barged in and they stopped fighting. Mr. West, do you want me to call security? No, it's okay. Cancel my appointment and don't let anyone interrupt me. When Monroe left the office, Xander pushed Kurt into a chair. He then wiped the drop of blood from his lip. Mr. West, I'm not a violent man, and I shouldn't have hit you. If you want to fire me, I'll understand. I should, but I'm not going to. Kurt looked up at him. He couldn't believe he still had his job. I understand you are just trying to protect your sister. I assure you, I am not just having fun with her. I love her. Sir, she has problems. I know. She said a little bit about what went on in the home you both grew up in, but not everything, so I'm hoping you can fill in the gaps. It's really up to Kat to tell you. What happened to her, to both of you? Kurt got up and went over to the window and looked out. He had tried to forget a lot of his childhood. My father was a violent drunk, violent even when he wasn't drinking. We weren't allowed to have friends or go anywhere. The least little thing would set him off, and Kat got the worst of it. What did that bastard do to her? He would beat her and call her all kinds of terrible names. Often he would lock her in the closet in the basement for days without food or water. I tried getting her out when he left for work, but he had locks on the door. Why didn't you tell someone what was going on? He always threatened us, said if we told anyone he would kill us. I was a kid and afraid. Living in that house was hell. Kat was so small and frail, and even though she was younger than I was, she tried to help me when my father was beating me with his belt. Xander felt sick to his stomach hearing Kurt tell his story. She would jump on his back and hit him with her tiny fists. My God, the beating he gave her and the way she screamed was terrifying. That bastard made sure not to break any bones. He didn't want to have to take either one of us to the hospital. Xander went over and placed his hand on Kurt's shoulder. He felt sadness for the man who had tears rolling down his face. I am so sorry you and Kat had to go through that. How long did the abuse go on for? Until he got sick and too weak and died. I know this is a terrible thing to say about one's father, but I was so glad when he died. We were finally free from his torture. Did you ever tell anyone what went on?
No, we didn't see the point. The damage was done, and we needed to forget so that we could move on. I took care of her, got a job, and went to school at night.
What about Kat? She withdrew from the world and wouldn't go out. I found a therapist for her to see, and it did seem to help, a little. Kat was living with me until I met Clara and we got married. I wanted her to stay with us, but she said it was better if she moved out on her own. She's lucky to have you as a brother who cared for her. I see now why you are so protective of her. Kurt wiped his eyes with his fingers. Mr. West, I'm begging you, please don't hurt her. She has been through so much, and after that jerk Tony, I'm not sure she could handle any more pain. Kurt, I want you to tell me about this guy. What happened between them?
I think she should be the one to tell you.
I have a feeling she won't, and I need to know so that I don't make the same mistakes. The one time she let me and Clara take her out to dinner, he was there, at the next table. He spotted her and came over and started talking to us. He seemed like a nice guy and was so sweet with her.
And?
Xander asked when Kurt stopped talking. They started dating, and he got her to go out. At first, he treated her well. Then, after a few months, he changed. How? He would talk down to her in front of his friends and humiliate her. Called her stupid and ugly. It got to the point where he stopped taking her out. He made fun of what her childhood was like and said she probably deserved the beatings. Then one day he said he met someone else who satisfied him in every way that a woman should. He took away what little confidence she had gained. Oh, my poor Kat, let me tell you this. I will never do anything to harm her. I will love and protect her with my life. You do love her, don't you? Yes, I love her. When Kurt chuckled, Xander turned to him, confused at his reaction. What do you find so amusing? It's nothing really, just that she said the same thing. She told me she was in love with you. A smile appeared on his face. She loves me. I knew it, even though she refused to tell me. Thank you for being honest with me. I have noticed a change in Kat lately. When you were in Texas, I took her to Paris. I showed her some of the sights and even went to see an opera, which she loved. Wait, she was in Paris when I called her, and she lied to me. She didn't want you to worry, and the point is she enjoyed herself. Then when I took her to Florida to meet my parents, she had a ball when I took her to the fair. We've never been to one when we were kids. I took Clara and wanted her to go with us, but she refused. Well, she had fun and even went on the Ferris wheel. It took some coaxing, but she finally agreed to go on it. But no way could I get her on the roller coaster. Wow, all that and going on a plane. I'm glad she's getting to experience new things. Was she not afraid, or did she take her pills to help calm her nerves? The only time she took them was when we went to Paris, but none since then. There was one incident. She had a panic attack when we went into the House of Mirrors. That's probably due to the small space and all the mirrors along with the people that were in there. It most likely brought back memories of being in the closet. Xander's heart broke at the very thought of everything she had gone through. There was nothing he could do to punish the father since he was gone, but Tony was another story. He would find a way to hurt him for what he had done to her. Kurt, you should go home to your wife because you are going to be busy from now on. Sir, I'm sorry about hitting you, and thank you for being good to my sister. I'm just wondering what people around here are going to think when they hear that you're seeing Kat. I don't want them to think the only reason I got this job was because of that.
I didn't get where I am by worrying about what anyone thought, and you shouldn't either. The ones who matter know you were the right one for this job. You have proved yourself and earned the promotion. Thank you, sir.
Away from work, I want you to call me by my first name. After all, someday we will be related. Now that you are CEO, I won't be around as much, so I'm counting on you to take care of business, and if you have any problems, call me. I won't let you down. I'm sure you won't. Now go so that I can do what I came to do. Kurt cleared his throat. Xander looked at him. Was there something else on your mind? I think there's one more thing you should know, but you must never let Kat know that I told you. Sounds serious. It is. After the way Tony treated her, and finding out he had been cheating on her, she tried to kill herself. He was in shock, and silence filled the room. It took him a moment to grasp what he had just heard. What? How? It all got too much for her, so she took a bunch of sleeping pills. I found her just in time and rushed her to the hospital. A friend of mine was a doctor and saved her. That was when I got her into therapy. There was a moment where neither one spoke. Does hearing this change your mind about being with her? Xander looked at him and shook his head. No, I love her. I know she regretted doing it, and her therapist has helped her a great deal. All I'm going to say is don't hurt her and be patient with her. Don't try and make her do something until she's ready. I will, and thanks again for being honest and telling me. When Kurt left the office, Xander sat down and thought about what was told to him. There was nothing he could do to change her past, but he could make sure her future was brighter. Never again would she feel insecure or unhappy. He would make sure of that. After clearing his schedule, he left the office and headed to her place. Chapter 13. She was not expecting Xander so soon, and when she opened the door, he pulled her into his arms and held her. He stroked her hair and tightened his hold on her when she went to move away, not wanting to let her go.
What's wrong?
She asked as her head rested on his shoulder. He couldn't tell her what Kurt had said, so he released her and tenderly touched her cheek with his fingers. Nothing. She noticed his mouth was a little swollen, as if someone had hit him. What happened to your lip? Did my brother do this to you? He told me he was going straight home. Yes, but it's okay. No, it's not okay. Sweetheart, we talked, and now he understands me and my intentions, so he's all right with us being together. He still didn't have the right to hit you. You didn't hurt him, did you? No. He wanted so badly to tell her what Kurt had said. Wanted to let her know that she would never have to be afraid of anything, and that he would always protect her from harm. I can tell that something is on your mind. There is. Are you going to tell me or not? I want you to move in with me. Now, before you say anything, think about it.
Xander?
We haven't known each other that long, and don't you think it's too early for that kind of commitment? I feel as if we belong together, so no, I don't think it's too soon. But I won't rush you. Just give it some thought. Will you do that for me? She nodded her head. Good. Let's say you come back to my place and stay for a few days. That might help convince you to move in.
Don't you have to work?
Nope, I have people to do the work. Remember, I have a pool, and I still haven't seen you in your bikini. She figured it wouldn't hurt to stay with him. It's not like it would be the first time being with him for days at a time. She gave him the tiniest smile. I do have some work to do for Mr. Hanwest, which I haven't finished yet. A smirk appeared on his face. I know your boss quite well, and I'm sure he'll give you a few days off. In that case, sure, why not? He felt like a teenager when she smiled at him and agreed to stay at his home. No one had ever had such power over him the way she did. He was going to do what he could to get her to move in without being pushy. He was going to prove to her that she could be happy with him and that he wouldn't do anything to harm her. You have made me so happy. Now go get your things and we'll go home. Once they got to his place, she put her clothes away and then went down to the kitchen to make them dinner. He decided to help, but kept getting in her way, so she told him to leave. I just wanted to help. I know, but since you can't keep your hand off me, you have to go. I'm sure you have some work you can do in your office. I can't keep my hands off you because you look so damn SXY. You also smell amazing, he said as he kissed the side of her neck. Go, she said in a firm voice. All right, let me know when the food is ready. She smiled and shook her head when he left, stomping out like a child who had just been scolded. She did love his house. It was what she had pictured as her dream home when she was younger. When the food was ready, she went to his office and knocked on the door. Come in. Walking in, she found him deep into some paperwork. He looked so serious, and that made him look so SXY in her eyes. Dinner's ready. He smiled up at her, closed the file he had sitting out, and placed it in the drawer. He didn't want her to see it because it had information on her ex. Good, I'm starving. After eating, he helped her clean up, and then they changed into their swimsuits and went out to the pool. Even though she didn't know how to swim, she felt safe being with him. In Florida, when they to the beach, he got her to go in, but held on to her the whole time, and he was not complaining. I love your bikini. It shows off your body, which I adore. He leaned her up against the wall and started kissing her, his one hand going inside the bottoms and feeling her skin.
What are you doing?
She asked, pulling away.
I'm going to make love to you.
Here. Yes, here, he said as he slid the bikini bottoms down. She was going to protest, but then his lips came crashing down on hers. A moan escaped from her lips when she felt his hard manhood push inside her. Her arms were around his neck and her legs wrapped around his waist as he began thrusting, causing her to moan louder. When they were done, he kissed her with so much passion she could see stars behind her closed eyelids. He broke the kiss and grinned at her. I will teach you to swim, but not right now. He removed the top of her bathing suit and wrapped his mouth around one of her nipples. He felt her arousal and his when her hand touched his cock. They made love in the pool a second time before getting out and going inside to the bedroom. It was a night of passion, binding them closer in every way that a man and woman could be. In the morning, he suggested that they have Kurt and Clara over for dinner. He wanted to get to know the wife of the man who would be in charge of his company. I suppose that would be a nice idea, but what should I make? You see, Clara is a fussy eater, and one time when I cooked for her and Kurt, she didn't like it. Well, ask your brother what she would like, or I could have a meal catered in. I've done it before when I had clients over. No, I'll cook. You don't have much in the freezer, so we'll have to go shopping. I think I'll make a chicken with all the trimmings.
All right. You want to call Kurt, or should I?
I'll let you do it. That way I can change into something else. What's wrong with what you got on? I can't go into the store wearing shorts and a tank top. After getting off the phone with Kurt, he was pleased that he accepted the invitation and waited for Kat to come down from upstairs. At the grocery store, he stopped pushing the cart and lifted her.
What are you doing? Put me down.
He laughed. Just putting my dessert in the cart. I will want some cheesecake later when we're alone. Her face turned red when she saw everyone staring at them. Some were shaking their heads, others were smiling. He placed her back down and was glad to see that she wasn't angry with him. He did catch that smile she tried to hide from him. After getting what they needed, they went back home. Later, after she had put the chicken in the oven and was drinking some water, he sneaked in behind her, and she jumped. The glass fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said as she bent down to pick up the shattered remains. The way she started shaking and the tears rolling down her face startled him. When he reached for her, she flinched. It was as if she thought he was going to hit her. Kat, it's okay.
Aren't you mad at me?
He took her hands in his and pulled her up. No, why would I be mad, and why did you act as though I was going to hit you? Oh God, is that what your father did to you? She nodded her head. Yes, I was always breaking things, and he said I was so clumsy that I didn't deserve to live. He held her face in his hands, his thumbs wiping the tears away.
Your father was a sick man, a monster. You are not clumsy, and I would never be mad if you broke something. Hell, I do it myself all the time. You've got to know by now that I would never hurt you.
I do know, it's just that I get flashbacks now and then. Do you want me to call Kurt and cancel dinner? No, I'll be all right after I shower and change. Would you keep an eye on the chicken till I come back? I will, but wouldn't you rather I join you? She smiled and pushed him away. No, stay here. Can I set the table for you? Already done, she said over her shoulder as she walked out of the kitchen. When Kurt and Clara showed up and were served a drink before dinner, she started complimenting Xander on his home. You have a lovely home, but I'm curious about something. And what would that be? I would think that a man of your stature would be living in a huge mansion with lots of staff. Mrs. Reynolds. Please, call me Clara. Clara, I'm a simple man who doesn't like flaunting my wealth. The only thing I've indulged in is my jet, and that is because I travel a lot and it's more convenient. Kurt was shocked that she was being so bold and shook his head at her. The look didn't stop her though and continued. Oh, you own a jet. Does that mean when Kurt has to travel, we'll be able to use it? Clara, Kurt snapped. Xander held up his hand, stopping Kurt from saying anything else. Clara, there may be times when it will be available for him to use, but it will be rare since I travel a lot and I'll need it. They all went to the dining room and started eating. Kurt smiled at Kat when he took the first bite. This is delicious. The chicken is so tender, and I love what you did with the mashed potatoes. Thank you. I put in some spices to give it a different taste. I even made your favorite dessert. No way, you made a pecan pie. She had to laugh at his excitement over a pie. He had loved that pie even as a child. When she got older, she found a receipt and would make it whenever she had the chance. Yes, I did, and there's ice cream to go with it. Clara patted Kurt's hand and shook her head. Darling, you know how fattening that is. I think we should skip it. After all, I want my man to stay trim. Sweetheart, you can, but I intend to have a big piece and lots of ice cream to top it off. He smiled at Kat. My sister went to a lot of trouble making it, and I, for one, can't wait. Xander sat back and watched the conversation between husband and wife. He could tell that Clara was a bit high maintenance, but Kurt loved her all the same, and she also loved him. Clara smiled at him and over at Kat. My husband is right, and I would love to try a piece, a small piece. He's also right about the meal you made. It's delicious. Kurt tapped the table to get everyone's attention. You all heard her. She said I was right, and I don't hear that very often. They all laughed at his joke, and Clara gave him a loving punch on his arm. After dinner and the dessert, they took a bottle of wine out onto the patio. Of course, Clara kept the conversation going with constant chatter. It was all going well until she mentioned who she had run into the other day. Chapter 14. Oh, Kat, I ran into Tony the other day, and he was asking about you. Both men saw how Kat's face turned a ghostly white and knew she was upset. Clara, how could you talk to him after the way he treated my sister? He approached me, and I had to be polite. It's not like we had a drink together. He just wanted to know how she was doing, and said he felt bad for how he behaved. What else did he say? Xander asked, feeling his anger rising. He wants to meet with Kat to apologize to her. You can tell him that's out of the question. If you see him again, tell him if he tries to contact her, I will destroy him. Kat knew Xander was becoming furious, and the shock of hearing that Tony was back in town and wanted to see her was too much. So, excusing herself, said she was going to clean the kitchen. When she left them alone, Xander stood up and said it was getting late and that they should leave. "I'll tell her you said good night," he said as he showed them to the door. Kurt told Clara to go to the car and that he would be right there. When she was gone, he turned to his boss. "She didn't mean any harm. She speaks without thinking sometimes." "Your wife has upset Kat. I don't like it when someone does that. I suggest you talk with her, or else I will." "I will, and tell Kat not to worry about that jerk. I'll have a word with him and make sure he doesn't bother her. Thanks for a lovely evening, and again I'm sorry for how it ended." Going into the kitchen, he took the pan from her hand and pulled her into his arms. "I could strangle Clara for mentioning that man's name to you." It was a shock hearing what she said, but I know she didn't mean any malice. "I don't want to see or talk to him." "You won't. I'll make sure of it. We're bound to run into each other now that he's living back here. He knows where I live and could show up at any time." Holding her, he could feel her small frame trembling. That was a sure sign that she had been terrorized by him in the past. He lifted her chin to look into her eyes. "You could move in here like we discussed, and there's no way he can get to you here. But I'm just getting comfortable being out and doing things. I don't want to go back into hiding from the world." Yes, since they'd been going together, he had helped her to get over her anxiety. She was going places and doing things she had never done before. It was always with him, and the next step was getting her out on her own. But now that her ex was back, she wasn't how to handle it. "It's late. Let's go to bed, and we'll talk about it tomorrow." She nodded her head in agreement. "I do feel drained."
I need to make a call, so go on up and I'll be right there." "Isn't it a bit late to call someone?"
"Not for me," he answered, kissing her on the cheek. He went into his office and called his PA. "Monroe, I want you to look up Tony Davis's number and set up an appointment for tomorrow morning. But tell him to meet me at Bryant Park, 10 sharp." "But how will he know you?" "I'm sure he knows who I am." After hanging up, he headed upstairs. Undressing, he climbed into bed next to her. She had already fallen asleep, so he laid on his side and watched her sleep. She was so beautiful, so innocent, and all he wanted was to love and protect her. Morning. She was making breakfast when he came down and was wondering why he was in his suit. Usually, when they were home, he dressed in casual wear. "Are you going to work?" "I just have to go out for a couple of hours. When I get back, we'll do whatever you want." Those pancakes looked delicious. What he liked about her was that she never pressured him with a lot of questions about his work. When he was leaving, he pulled her into his arms and gave her a passionate kiss. "Now, while I'm gone, think of what you'd like to do today." He reached the park on the dot, sat on one of the benches near the pond and waited. He didn't have long to wait when a man in his mid-20s approached. He knew it was Tony since he had seen his picture in the file he had on him. "Mr. West, it's a pleasure meeting you in person." He held out his hand to shake Xander's, which was not offered in return. "Sit down, Mr. Davis. We need to talk." "I was thrilled to hear that you wanted to talk to me. I know business is usually done in an office, but here is okay. I would love to do some work for you. So how can I be of assistance?" Xander disliked the man on sight. He had an aura of arrogance about him. "We're not here to talk business." "No, then why did you want to see me?" "I'm here about Kat Reynolds." "Kat, we used to date a while back. I ran into her sister-in-law, and she told me that she was seeing someone. That someone is me. I'll get right to the chase. Stay away from her." "I just want to apologize for the way things ended between us. If you're worried that I'm here to get back with her, I assure you I'm not. You're the last person I'd be worried about. I know how you treated her, how you made her feel, the things you did and said. Then to cheat on her and make her feel like it was all her fault. If that's what she told you, then she's a liar." Xander held up his hand to stop him from saying anything else. No, she's not, you are. You knew about her past and used it against her. I'm not here to go into it. I'm here to warn you. If you try to get in touch with her, I will destroy you. Are you threatening me? Let's say it's a promise. I know many of the companies you have worked for and working for now. Some of the owners are friends of mine, and with one word from me, they will drop you. Your reputation will be destroyed, and you'll lose everything. No one will ever hire you again. You wouldn't do that. Try me. If you ever do run into her turn and run away, do as I say, and you can keep your career. Have I made myself clear? Both men stood up. I will if we can do some business. I'm good at what I do and can be an access to you and some of your companies.
You're the last person I'd do business with. Good day, and heed my warning.
Xander turned his back on Tony and was walking away when the other man made the mistake of saying the wrong thing. You know Kat is crazy, not right in the head, don't you? Xander turned back around and punched Tony in the face, causing him to land on his rear end. Going over, he grabbed him by his collar. Don't you ever say anything bad about her, or next time you'll get worse than a punch. He then shoved Tony back down and walked away. Kat was busy doing some dusting when he returned home. He looked angry, and she figured his business didn't go well. Is something wrong?
No, it's all good. But why are you doing housework? I have people that come in to do it.
I was bored and needed something to do. You look upset. Was it something I said or did? Removing his jacket, he pulled her into his arms. He wasn't about to tell her who he met with or what took place. It would only upset her. It's nothing you did, just work stuff. Now, have you decided what you want to do today? I've always wanted to go to a flea market. Flea market. You do know it will be busy and a lot of people will be there. Won't that make you feel nervous? Maybe, but you did say that I need to get used to being around crowds. I'll be okay if you're with me, holding my hand. Then that's what we'll do. Just let me change out of this suit and we'll head out. The market was busier than she anticipated, but with him holding her hand, the whole time she started to relax. They looked at all the baked goods and bought some fresh vegetables and homemade bread for the dinner she was planning on making. When he saw her admiring a scarf, he insisted on buying it for her. Before going back home, they stopped and had a hot dog from one of the vendors. A drop of mustard was on his lip, so she used her finger to wipe it off. A warm feeling went through her when he placed her finger in his mouth. It felt sensual and knew that he was trying to get her sexually worked up. It worked. When they got home, he carried her straight to the bedroom and wasted no time in getting her naked. He made passionate love to her, making her come more than once. Exhausted, they lay in each other's arms, feeling satisfied. This week has been so wonderful, and I'm sorry to see it end. He stroked her cheek. It doesn't have to end. You have to get back to work, so I will go home tomorrow. I also have to finish the work you gave me to do. Kat, I don't want you to leave. The thought of not seeing your face when I go to bed at night or when I wake up makes me feel sad. I want you to move in with me. I've given you time to think, so have you given it some thought? I have, but things are going so well, and I'm afraid if I move in it might change things. How so? You might get bored with me and regret having me here. He rolled her onto her back and climbed on top, looking deep into her eyes. I could never get bored having you here. I'm not saying everything will always be perfect. There will be times when we might argue, but that's normal. I love you. Do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Then throw caution to the wind and move in. I promise to treat you with love and respect. But I have problems. I'm not perfect either. I get grumpy when things don't go my way. I work too many hours, which I promise to cut down on. I leave my wet towels on the floor after a shower. She smiled at him. So you think that's all that's wrong with you? What? There's more.
Yeah.
Okay, like what? You cut your pizza with a knife before eating it. No one does that. I can stop doing that. Is there anything else? Sometimes you talk in your sleep. You hog the bed and the covers at night and never pick up your socks off the floor. Wow, I hope there's nothing else.
One more thing.
Looking down at her, he smiled. It seemed as if she was just teasing him. So what is the last thing? You're always horny. So you want me to stop being horny? She put her hands behind his head and pulled him down for a kiss. No, that one I want you to keep. She let out a giggle. Good, you are horny now. What are you waiting for?
Chapter 15.
Having missed dinner, they woke up starving, so they both went down and made breakfast together. Xander. Yeah, what is it, sweetheart? I've given it a lot of thought, and if you still want me to move in, I will. His eyes lit up and grabbing her hand pulled her onto his lap. Yes, oh baby, you've made me so happy, and you won't regret it. I know you're going to be busy for a few days, so I'll go home and finish my work and start packing. So let's give it a week so that you can concentrate on your business. Fair enough, I guess I can wait a few days. Just so you know, I do travel quite a bit, and I'll want you to go with me. I don't want to get in the way of you doing business. I'll be happy staying here while you're away. I tell you what, let's say that on the trips where I'll be overly busy, you don't have to come. But on the ones that don't involve much of my time, then you'll come. Okay? She was thrilled at the thought of living with him and trusted him to keep his word. Later that day, when he took her home, he stayed the night. Morning came, and he was dressed and ready to leave for work. Stopping, he went over to the bed and kissed her while she slept. She woke when his lips touched hers. You're leaving so soon. Yeah, I've got some meetings to attend to. I was going to sneak out, but I had to look into your eyes before I left. I couldn't leave without a kiss. I should have made you something to eat. I'll grab a bite later. I'll call you tonight before I go to bed. I will miss you and can't wait until you move in. I love you. I love you too. For 2 days he would call her at night, saying how much he missed her and would see her soon. Knowing how busy he was, she understood that he couldn't be with her every day. On the 3rd night, when there was a knock at the door, she thought it was him. Can't stay away, can you? She said to herself as she opened the door. Her face dropped and her hand shook as she backed away. Tony, what are you doing here?
I'm back home and wanted to see you,
He said as he walked past her into the apartment. Well, I don't want to see you. Look, I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am for the way we ended things. I ended things with Sue, and I was hoping you would give me a second chance. Are you out of your mind? Kat, I've changed and I want to make up for the way I treated you. It's too late and I'll never forgive you. I've moved on, and even if I hadn't, I still wouldn't take you back.
Yeah, I met your boyfriend,
He said, pointing to his black eye. He has a hell of a bad temper. Is that the kind of man you want to be with?
Xander did that.
Yes, and he warned me to stay away from you. I know about Mr. West, and do you think that someone like you can hold on to a man like him? You are nothing special, and he is only using you for a piece of ass.
You're wrong about him. He's a wonderful man, and he loves me.
Oh please, who could love you? No one, but I'm willing to give us another chance. Baby, what do you say? You haven't changed at all. You're still trying to intimidate me. You're a bully, calling me names and trying to make me feel inadequate and insecure. Wow, you've gotten brave since the last time I saw you. Before I go, how about one last tumble in your bed? Get out, she yelled at him. He reached out and grabbed her arms, pulling her up against him. Not until I get what I want. When he went to drag her into the other room, she started kicking and pushing him. During the struggle, she somehow managed to get him out the door, slamming it shut. Tears rolled down her face as she listened to him yelling obscenities at her. You know you're crazy, and it's only a matter of time before you have another breakdown. Do you think he will stand by you then? You crazy bitch, you'll pay for turning me down. He lowered herself to the floor and sat there. 10 minutes had passed and all was quiet. Getting up, she went to the bedroom and laid down. She was emotionally drained. Xander tried calling her several times, but never got an answer. He was getting worried about her, so he left his last meeting to check up on her. When he got there and knocked, he didn't get a response, so he started knocking harder. Still nothing, he decided to break down the door. It didn't take much since it was a cheap door. Once inside, he called out her name after seeing one of the kitchen chairs laying on the floor. It looked like a scuffle had taken place. He rushed to the bedroom and found her in bed. Her eyes were closed. He didn't know if she knew he was there or not, so he went and sat on the bed. She let out a scream and opened her eyes when she felt a hand touching her shoulder.
It's me, Xander.
Seeing that it was him, she sat up and threw her arms around his neck. She let the tears fall as she clung to him, her body shaking like a leaf. Kat, what happened? Tony was here. What did he do to you?
After she told him the things that Tony said, he wrapped his arms around her. The blood in his veins was boiling, and he vowed to make that man pay.
She looked up at him, and her lips trembled. What if he's right? What if I am crazy and that you will leave me? Don't do that. Don't let that man undermine how far you've come. You had a traumatic childhood and worked hard to overcome it. You are not crazy, and no way in hell will I ever leave you. Why does he hate me so much? Because he can't control you anymore. He's the one who is crazy. I want you to tell me the truth. Did he touch you in any way? He wanted to have sex and tried to get me into the bedroom, but I kicked and pushed him out. He was going to force himself on me.
I'll kill him.
No, I don't want you to hurt him. He's just not worth going to jail over. I promise that I won't lay a finger on him. No, he wouldn't, but he would destroy him in another way. He will hit him where it will hurt the most, financially. I'm glad you're with me. He kissed her on the forehead. I'll call someone to fix your door, and we'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow we'll gather what stuff you want, and then go home. Xander.
What?
We can't tell Kurt about Tony being here. If he finds out, I'm afraid of what he might do to him. He might kill him. I won't tell him. Now let me go make that call, and then I'll order some takeout. You stay here and rest. That evening the door was fixed, and they finished eating, so she started packing her things, with his help.
What about the furniture?
It came with the apartment, so it'll stay here. I just have my clothes, a few knickknacks, and my computer. He thought it was kind of sad that her whole life fitted into a few small boxes. She didn't even have any jewelry to speak of. Well, he was going to fix that soon. He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked into her eyes. Whenever he did that, a warm feeling touched his heart. I want you to think of my home as yours. You will be safe there, and whatever you want or need, let me know. Like, if there's something you want changed, go ahead and do it. I want you to be happy there. I love the place already and wouldn't change a thing about it. Well, maybe one thing. Name it. The bedroom. What about it?
It's so manly.
I mean, it's really nice, but so dark. It needs a little bit of color. You won't make it too girly, will you? I don't think I'd like it all pink with frilly things and such. She couldn't help but giggle. No, I give you my word I won't do that. I was just thinking of making it brighter. New drapes and a comforter. Oh, and how about a new carpet? Instead of the dark chocolate one, I think a cream color one would brighten up the room. Sounds wonderful, so go ahead and do it. Now let's go to bed and get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll go home and start our new life together. As they lay in each other's arms, and she was asleep, he watched her. It felt good seeing her smile again, and he wasn't going to let anyone hurt her. In the morning, he put her things into his car while she called her brother to let him know she was moving in with Xander. Are you sure about this? I mean, I thought you were going to wait longer before making a decision this big. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I love him, and he is good to me. He makes me happy, and I feel safe with him. Please be happy for me. Yes, I am happy for you. I have seen how far you've come along. My little sister has become strong and brave, and is no longer afraid to go out and try new things. She was off the phone by the time Xander got back and was ready to go. Ready to go? He asked, hugging her from behind. This has been my home for so long. I guess you could say it was more like a prison where I felt trapped. Yes, I'm ready to go. She turned around to face him, her hands resting on his chest. I do love you with all of my heart. I know now that I never loved Tony. I didn't know what love was until I met you. I'll do my best to make you happy and not regret being with me. Sweetheart, you already make me happy, and I'll never regret anything that involves you. Let's go home, and you can start fixing our bedroom to the way you want it.
At home, while she was busy putting her things away, he went into his home office and made a few calls. By the time he finished telling some of the people he had worked with and who had hired Tony as a consultant what the man was like, he knew they would drop him like a hot potato and word would get around.
Tony's career and reputation would be severely damaged. He would lose some of the jobs, if not all of them, and would find it hard to get any more. It may not have been the right thing for Xander to do, but he had found out more about the man. It appeared as though Tony cheated some of his clients out of a great deal of money by padding the bill among other illegal business. He had embezzled hundreds of thousands from many of his clients. Taking the folder his assistant sent him on Tony, he placed it in his safe and locked it away. He was sure the man would leave town or even end up in jail. Either way, he would be out of Kat's life for good. Chapter 16. That night she was sitting up in bed reading some magazines to do with decorating. After finding the drapes, comforter, and carpet, she nudged him to get his attention. Closing his laptop, he turned and smiled. Yes? What do you think of these? Do you like them? Let's see. I like it, and I'm glad you didn't make it all girly. We'll call and someone and get it started right away. It's going to look beautiful, she said, smiling from ear to ear. I'll book us a room at the hotel while it's being done. I also want to have some work done in the bathroom. It's in need of a new shower, and the sink and countertop needs to be updated. Might as well get it all done at the same time. She went to sleep that night snuggled in his arms and with a smile on her face. She had never been this happy in her whole life. The next day they were in their hotel suite. He was able to get the work started that day and was told that it would be at least a week to finish the job. Why a week for just drapes and carpet? Don't forget about the remolding of the bathroom, and I gave them another job to do. What other job? Now that's a surprise, and you must wait to find out. I have to go to the office for the rest of the day. Will you be okay alone? Yes, I brought along some work to finish. With you out of my hair, I'll be able to get it done. It was only a couple of hours when she was interrupted by a knock at the door. Feeling a bit nervous after what happened with Tony, she didn't want to answer. Another knock. Who is it? She called out through the door. It's me, Clara. With a sigh of relief, she opened the door to let her sister-in-law in. When I heard you were staying here, and knowing that Xander was working, I thought I would come and keep you company. Oh, can I get you something to drink? I was wondering if you'd like to go down to the dining room and have lunch. You want to have lunch with me alone? Kat, I know we haven't been close, and that was my fault. But I would like to change that. I want to be closer to you. She was skeptical about Clara's intentions, but decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. In the dining room, they finished ordering their meal, and Kat, being curious, had to ask, Why have you been so cold towards me all this time? Did I do something to make you dislike me? No, No, it wasn't you, it was me. I never understood what all you and Kurt went through. He never liked talking about it very much. It's only been lately that he opened up. Truth be told, I was jealous of you and Kurt. What? Why? Because of all the time he spent with you and taking care of you. I guess I was feeling left out. I now know how foolish I was, and I want to make it up to you. Can you ever forgive me? There's nothing to forgive. I would love to have a closer relationship with you. Clara reached over and placed her hand over Kat's. Thank you, and I want to say I'm happy that you found true love. Kurt tells me that Xander is deeply in love with you, and that he makes you happy. If there's ever anything I can do, or if you need someone to talk to, please call me. I will. After they ate, they went back to the suite and spent the next 2 hours talking. When Clara left, Kat felt a sense of peace. It was nice that they had cleared the air and felt that they would be much closer from now on.
Over the next few days when he wasn't working, he took her to dinner and some plays. He was happy for her that she and Clara had started getting close since she had no female friends.
On the last night of their stay in the hotel suite, they ordered room service. She was tired of eating in fancy restaurants and couldn't wait to get home and cook homemade meals. Xander, when we first came here, was it you who put Clara up to coming to see me? He didn't want to lie or keep secrets from her, so he came clean. Yes, I told her it would be nice if she came and kept you company while I was out. But I had nothing to do with her wanting to be closer to you. I'm glad you asked her. Kurt finally told her what happened as we were growing up, and now she understands me better. I think we will be good friends from now on. Next day, once they were home and inside, she took his hand and headed upstairs to their bedroom. She was excited to see the remodeling of their room. Oh, I love it. Don't you? She asked when he didn't say anything. Yes, I think it looks beautiful. Now close your eyes and let me take you to the surprise I have for you. She closed her eyes and let him lead her. You can open them now. Before her was a door where one hadn't been before. What's this? Open it and see. Turning the knob, she was in awe at what she was looking at. There before her was a large walk-in closet. There was a carousel that would hold dresses, skirts, and tops. To the side was a sliding door that would hold shoes, boots, etc. Some drawers for scarves and other small items. A full-length mirror and a few other surprises. Xander, what have you done? I don't have that many clothes, and this is too much. He turned her around to face him and placed his hands on her arms.
You may not have enough to fill this room, but you soon will. Right now your things are crammed in with mine, so you need your own space. Don't you like it?
I love it. It's like something out of a magazine. But how in the world were they able to make a room from out of the wall and so quickly? I had people working on it 247. Now, let's get naked and take a shower in our new bathroom. She was lifted and carried to the bathroom. Her heart was beating like a drum in her chest. Never would she have thought she'd be this happy and loved. With him doing all of this showed her that he was serious about having a lifetime with her. The love she had for him grew, and knowing he truly loved her, she decided to do the one thing he had always wanted from her. So, getting down on her knees as the water flowed over them, she took him in her mouth. It felt a little awkward at first, but as soon as she heard his moans of pleasure, knew she was doing it right. Thank goodness for the internet, where she looked up how it was done. When she started, he tried to stop her, knowing it wasn't something she would be comfortable doing. But she swatted his hand away and continued, and he was soon moaning with pleasure. The feel of her mouth wrapped around him felt like he was in heaven. When she was finished, he pulled her up and kissed her.
That was perfect. You were amazing. And now it's your turn.
The next morning, she was awakened by his kiss, and opening her eyes, saw he was already dressed in his suit. Are you leaving? Yes, I have some business to take care of. He then handed her one of his credit cards. Why are you giving me this? I want you to go shopping and start filling up your closet. Go crazy and get everything you need and want. Maybe Clara will go with you to keep you company." She sat up, shaking her head, and tried to give the card back to him. "No, you've done enough already. This is only the beginning. You deserve nice things, and I want to give them to you. It will make me happy." "You're going to spoil me." "That's the plan. I have to leave now and I won't be home till later tonight, so you and Clara go out and have dinner on me." She might not want to. I'm sure she will, since Kurt will be with me and won't have anything else to do. Now kiss me before I go." He was right. Clara was more than happy to go, and she also bought some new items. "Kat, you should get some of these," she said, holding up some SXY lingerie. She blushed as she looked at the see-through nightie. There was no way she could wear those. The nipples would show, and the panties were nothing but a sliver of material. "I couldn't wear that." "Kat, you have a great figure, and I bet Xander would love it." Do men really like this kind of thing?
Oh boy, do they ever. It turns them on, gets them all hot and bothered. But there could be one problem.
Like what? Well, sometimes they get so worked up that they tend to destroy it to get to who is wearing it. Go on, get some. I promise it will turn into some of the best SX you'll ever have. As far as Kat was concerned, their SX life was already amazing. But if he would like it, she would buy some just for him. After they were done shopping, they went to a French restaurant to eat. She noticed how different Clara was, and she glowed. "You seem so happy. Not that you never were, it's just that you seem more so than usual." "I am, and there's a reason for that. Kurt and I were going to wait to tell you, but I just can't wait. I'm pregnant, 3 weeks. Clara, I'm so happy for the two of you. I was wondering why you weren't drinking. I know that you and Kurt will be amazing parents. Being pregnant has changed my outlook on life. I have a little human being growing inside me. I no longer care about material things. What's important is that this baby is loved and protected." When Clara let out a small laugh, Kat was surprised and had to ask, "What's so funny?" "Your brother." "Why?" "Not only is he thrilled to death about the baby, but also the fact that I no longer want to move into a huge mansion. He said if he knew it was that easy, he would have gotten me pregnant a long time ago." Kat also saw the humor and started laughing. It felt good being able to laugh, especially with Clara, who has become like a sister to her. The only thing that spoiled their time together was when they were leaving the restaurant, they ran into Tony. He looked at her for a second, and without saying anything, he walked past her and entered the building. "That was weird," Clara remarked. "He didn't say anything to either one of us, which is fine with me. I never realized what a prick he is. Are you okay, Kat?" "Yes, it was just a shock seeing him. I should let you go home now." "Come, I'll drive you home." "It's okay. I'll take a cab. I'm sure Kurt will be home and waiting for you." After Clara drove away, she waited for her cab to pull up. Something made her look back toward the restaurant and saw Tony standing there, watching her. But as soon as she saw him, he quickly disappeared inside, but not before she saw the strange look he was giving her. It gave her a weird feeling, and a cold shiver ran up her spine. Chapter 17. When she arrived home, he was there to greet her and carried her bags inside. She handed him back his card and the receipts. "I don't believe it," he said after looking them over. "I'm sorry that I spent so much, but a couple of the items are really for you." "No, it's not that. I was expecting you to go crazy and spend more money. You could have gotten much more." "I got what I wanted." "Wait, you said you got something for me, so what is it?" "You'll have to wait until later. It's late. Let's go to bed." "Did you and Clara have a good time?" Once inside their bedroom, she started putting her things away, except for the one bag. "Yes, it was a lot of fun, and she had some exciting news to tell me."
I know, Kurt told me earlier that she's pregnant. That's wonderful news, and he's so happy. I'm happy for them.
He saw her taking a bag into the bathroom with her, and when he went to follow, she stopped him before he could enter. No, you can't come in with me. Go to bed, and I'll be out in a minute. Getting into bed, he knew his surprise was a SXY nightgown and was impatiently waiting. It was well worth the wait when she came out from the bathroom wearing one of the nighties. His eyes took in every inch of her and felt his shaft coming to life.
Damn,
He said under his breath. Do you like it? He got out of bed and over to her, his fingers touching the material. I do, but what a terrible shame.
what are you talking about?
Just that it will be destroyed when I tear it off your body. You have no idea how SXY you look and how turned on I am. She let out a delighted squeal when he picked her up, carried her over to the bed, and dropped her down. You do have an amazing body, and now I am going to show you how much I adore it, and you. Wait, she said, placing her hands on his chest. Baby, don't stop me now. I want you to do something a little different. Do you want to tie me up, even blindfold me or something? A smile appeared, liking the idea of her being open to some kinky SX. So since this was all new to her, he would start with some light stuff. Are you sure about this? Yes, but please, nothing that will hurt. I would never do anything that would hurt you. I'll only do things that will give you pleasure. Wait right here. He walked over butt naked to his closet and took out a box and brought it over to the bed and opened it. She looked inside and saw several things she had no clue as to what they were. A tingle shot through her when she saw the handcuffs and a blindfold. She picked up something weird, and not knowing what they could be, she asked him about it. What are these? Finger vibrators. Oh, that's kind of freaky. What are these other things? He watched her face as he explained some of the items and what they were used for. Flogger, ankle cuffs, and these are called love eggs. You wear them inside your vagina. Nipple clamps. She made a face and shook her head. Nipple clamps. No way in hell will I put those on. It would be painful. It depends on how tight, and I've heard that it can add pleasure. Why do you have panties in here, and do they belong to one of your lovers? No, they are new. They aren't your ordinary panties. They are vibrating ones. You would wear them, and if I push a button on my phone or another device, it would start vibrating, and you would become aroused. Are you into bondage? I enjoy some of it, and I'd love for you to try a few with me. She laid back down and smiled at him. Let's just start slowly. His cock became hard again as he stared at her. He removed the cuffs and blindfold. Covering her eyes, he grabbed her wrists, placed the cuffs on, and attached them to the bedpost. He then spread her legs, placing the ankle cuffs on and again attached them so her legs were held in place. Xander, what are you going to do now? You'll see. Now be quiet and enjoy the pleasure I'm about to give you. She tried to move, but was unable to and gasped when she heard the material of her gown being torn and ripped off her. It felt so sexual, and it excited her. She could feel the wetness pooling, and was worried she was making the bed wet. When she felt his 2 fingers entering her, and his lips wrapping around one of her nipples, she started squirming. The way his fingers were stroking had her coming. Oh, sorry, I couldn't stop it from happening so soon. You will have many orgasms before I'm done with you. Now be quiet and don't speak. But he stopped what he was doing. I said don't speak. If you do, I will stop. Is that what you want, for me to stop? Just nod your head and don't use any words. He smiled when she nodded her head and knew she wanted to experience much more. It gave him satisfaction, knowing that he could get her so worked up sexually. He removed his fingers and started kissing down her body until he reached between her legs. He sucked and licked on her labia, darting his tongue in and out. He continued pleasuring her with his mouth and loved the way she was moaning as she tried to grind further into his mouth. "Baby, I can't wait much longer to be inside your pussy." He moved up her body. Reaching her mouth, his lips came down hard on hers. His shaft was hard and throbbing, almost to the point of hurting. So getting off the bed, he went to the bottom and placing his hands on her as pulled her towards him. He rammed his cock inside her and started thrusting. She couldn't keep quiet any longer and called out his name. The bed was creaking, and the sound of his flesh as it pounded inside her filled the bedroom. When it was over, they were both exhausted, and she was glad that he had removed the cuffs and blindfold. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him when he climbed on top of her. Lifting his head, he looked down at her and smiled.
Wow, that was amazing.
"Yes, it sure was," she replied. "It will only get better. There's so much more I want us to do. I love you so much." "I love you too, but now I need to sleep since you have worn me out." She laid her head on his chest. "I will have to look up stuff to use on you. Maybe they have clamps for your pens." "No way in hell are you using anything on my cock. I get enough pleasure from seeing you enjoy the things I do to you." "I think I read somewhere that you can get a pens pump." He lifted her chin so that she had to look at him and gave his head a shake. "Lady, I do not need one of those, as you very well know. Now behave, or I will put the nipple clamps on you." She giggled when she saw the way he was looking at her. "Careful, I just might put them on you when you're asleep and see how you like it. I think it's only fair that since you want to use toys on me, then I should be allowed to do the same to you." "Not going to happen, babe." "Big baby," she said as she closed her eyes and went to sleep. When she woke up, she turned her head to look at him. He looked so at peace and adorable when he was sleeping. Not wanting to disturb him, she slipped quietly out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Turning on the water and waiting for the right temperature, she stepped in. Her eyes were closed as she thought of what he had done to her when she felt a presence. She opened her eyes to find him standing there, staring at her.
I don't recall inviting you.
He smirked. "Do you want me to leave?" Before he could walk away, she grabbed his hand and pulled him in with her. "You're becoming so aggressive, and I like it. Oh, look, I think I'm in the mood again." He put her up against the wall, his fingers sliding inside her as he started kissing her neck. He liked that she was wet and letting him know that she wanted him as much as he wanted her. Turning her around, he placed her hands on the wall and bent her over. He guided his shaft inside her and started thrusting slowly at first. Soon he began pumping faster and harder until they both came together. After they had eaten breakfast and were cleaning up the dishes, his phone rang, but he ignored it. He had promised her he wouldn't do any business today. It was to be just the two of them. "You should get that. It might be important." "Are you sure you don't mind?" "No, now answer it." Picking up his phone, he started talking as he headed to his office. Before he walked out, he turned to her and winked. It seemed as if it was taking him ages to get off the phone and come back, so she decided to go outside and enjoy the warm weather. It was a beautiful sunny day, and the birds were chirping away. Hugging herself, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It seemed like a lifetime ago that she was hidden away in her apartment, afraid of everything and everyone. Now she felt brave and could handle whatever came her way. She owed it all to Xander, who loved her and helped her to overcome and move on from her past. After the call, he went in search of her, and when he saw her outside, he went to her. Putting his arms around her waist from behind, kissed the side of her neck. "I'm sorry it took so long." "It's okay. I do hope it was nothing serious." He turned her around to face him, holding her hands in his. "Nothing serious, but it's important that I take care of it. I have to go to Greece on a business trip for a few days." It felt like her heart dropped into her stomach. The thought of being away from him was hard for her to swallow, but she knew things like this would come up, and she had to accept it.
Oh, I will miss you. And when do you have to go?
"I wouldn't go if it wasn't important. It has to do with the suppliers for our jewelry line. Usually, someone else takes care of it, but he's away on another business trip. The others can't make it, so I said I'd go.
So when do you leave?
Tomorrow, and you are going with me. Did you think I would leave you here all alone?
I'm going to Greece.
Yes, we'll stay a week and take in the sights. It's amazing there, and I want you to have fun. I only have one meeting to attend to and a dinner with the suppliers, and then we'll have the rest of the time for ourselves. She threw her arms around his neck and squealed with excitement. I've always dreamed of going there after reading about that place in books. Thank you so much for taking me with you. He hugged her tightly against him. He loved her so much that he wanted to always make her happy. When she smiled, it melted his heart and reminded him how lucky he was to have her in his life. Make sure to pack your bikini. Yes, I have to think of what clothes I'm going to need. I can't wait to get there. Chapter 18. The next day they were on his jet and headed to their destination. She had been too excited to sleep during the night, and once they were in the air, she said she needed to lay down for a nap. He waited for her to be asleep so that he could make a couple of phone calls. He had a big surprise for her in a few days and wanted to ensure all the arrangements were in place. Hours later they arrived and were taken to the beachfront hotel that Xander had booked for them. The first thing she did was to go out onto the balcony. This view is breathtaking. I can't believe I'm here in Greece. Thank you for bringing me with you. He stood beside her, and seeing her smile filled his heart with joy. Yes, the view is beautiful, and there is so much to see and do. After the meeting and dinner, we'll see some of the sights. What would you like to do now? Let's take a walk along the beach. Okay, and then we'll stop and have something to eat. I'm going to change into something more comfortable. I'll just be a second. She came out wearing a white sundress and sandals. In her hand was a pair of shorts and also sandals for him to wear. Where did you find those? Hidden in your closet. I knew you wouldn't think to bring them.
I don't usually wear those. You do now.
Xander, you can't wear dress pants and a suit jacket on the beach. Go put these, please, for me. Not wanting to spoil her fun, he agreed. Besides, she was right about wearing the proper clothing at the beach. As they were walking, she removed her sandals and told him to do the same thing so that they could walk in the water. Later, they ate on the patio at the hotel. The next day, he was busy at the meeting and told her to go out and do some shopping. Get whatever you want and a new dress to wear tonight to the dinner party. I'll call you later and let you know when I'll be done. This dinner party, what is the dress code? Is it casual or formal? It's just for some of the partners and their wives, so it will just be casual wear. Whatever you buy to wear will be perfect. The meeting went on longer than expected, and he hurried back to the hotel to change out of his suit. Kat was already dressed, and when he saw her, his eyes sparkled. She had on a powder blue dress. It was simple but still elegant. Do I look all right? He cupped her face in his hands. You are a vision of beauty. This dress is lovely. I'll take a quick shower before changing, and then we'll go. God, I wish we had more time, and that way we could shower together. She rolled her eyes and gently shoved him towards the bathroom. When they got to Nico Daukas's home, they were greeted by the butler, who showed them into the family room where the others were seated. Xander introduced her to everyone, 10 in total. She liked Mrs. Daukas, who had made her feel at ease. Everyone was so nice and included her in their conversations. She had always thought that rich people were snobs, but not these people. Mrs. Daukas, that's a lovely necklace you're wearing. Thank you. It's one of my husband's collections. Has Xander not shown you any of the jewelry that he has helped to design? No, and you say he helped design some. The older woman turned to him. You naughty boy, you really ought to show her. He nodded in agreement. You're right, and as soon as we get back home, I will show her the magazines they are featured in. You very well should, young man. I think you can do better than that by getting her some from the collection. Just then dinner was announced, and so they all went in to eat. Taking her hand, he whispered in her ear, Mrs. Daucus is right. I should have gotten you some of the pieces.
No, you don't have to. You have given me so much already. But I would like to see the ones you came up with.
Dinner was a success, and after a few cocktails, they went back to the hotel. The next couple of days he took her sightseeing. It was now time for the surprise. Will you wear that cute white dress tonight?
If you want me to, then yes, I will. So where are you taking me to dinner?
It's a surprise, and when we get into the car, I want you to wear this blindfold over your eyes.
Why? You will see once we get there. God, you're not planning on killing me and hiding my body, are you? He let out a laugh. You and your imagination. But no, I'm not planning on doing that. Now stop asking questions and come with me. She sat in the car with the blindfold on as he drove. It was only a 10-minute drive. Parking, he told her to wait. Getting out, he went to the passenger door and helped her. Can I take this off now? In a minute. He led her to the spot he had picked out and removed her blindfold. It took a minute for her eyes to adjust, and what she saw had her tearing up. Sparkly lights lit up the night sky. There was a table set with a white tablecloth, candles, and a dozen red roses. There was food under a dome cover. Off to the side, there was what appeared to be a tent of some kind. Xander, why did you go to all this trouble just for dinner? Do you not like it? He asked, feeling his stomach twisting into knots. He wanted this night to be special for her. Oh, I love it. I never had anyone do something so beautiful and special for me. Hearing this made him feel 100% better. He took her hands and kissed them. You deserve it, and you are special. I love you with all of my heart. We should eat our food before it gets cold. How did you do all this without me knowing? I called ahead and arranged it before coming to Greece. I had the chef prepare the things I thought you would like. He opened the champagne, and they sat down to eat. Not having a radio, he found some music on his phone and played it. This moussaka is so delicious, she said, devouring the remainder of her meal.
I'm glad you like it, and now just wait until you try the dessert.
What is it?
Baklava. You might find it a little sweet, but I'm sure you will love it.
She took one bite, moaned, and closed her eyes.
Oh, this is amazing. I have never tasted anything so good before. I better be careful, or I'll become fat if I keep eating like this.
Dance with me, he said, holding out his hand for her to take. She rested her head on his shoulder. She felt so loved by this man. After the dance, she stood to watch the light twinkling. She looked over at him and saw him bent down on one knee, holding a diamond ring. Xander, what are you doing? He took her one hand in his. Kat, I have never felt this kind of love for any woman. Not until now, and baby, I love you, and I am down on my knees to ask you to marry me. Will you say yes to being my wife? As she looked into his eyes, she knew that he was the love of her life. Yes, I'll marry you. After placing the ring on her finger, he stood up. Pulling her close, wrapped his arms around her, giving her the most passionate and romantic kiss ever. Needing air, she broke the kiss, stroking his cheek with her fingers as she looked lovingly into his eyes. Take me back to the hotel and make love to me. I can't wait, he said, walking her over to where the tent was. Entering, she saw the bed that had rose petals on top. Turning to look at him, she shook her head.
We can't do it here.
Why not?
He asked, taking her in his arms and started kissing the side of her neck. Because someone could walk by and catch us doing the deed. He cupped her chin in the palm of his hand. I paid for this part of the beach until morning. No one will be allowed near here. We will not be interrupted. Now, I am going to slowly undress you, and once I have you on the bed, I will do things to you that will have you screaming my name over and over again." Thank goodness no one was around to hear her screams of passion. He meant it when he said he would do things that would give her one orgasm after another. He was a man who knew how to please a woman in many different ways. They fell asleep in each other's arms. The sun was coming up when he felt her moving and opened his eyes. "Where are you going?" "To get dressed before someone shows up." "You wouldn't want anyone to see us naked, would you?" she asked, smiling at him. He pulled her back down onto the bed. "We have a couple of hours before they come to remove everything. Do you have any regrets about saying yes to my proposal?" She looked at the ring, and a smile appeared. "No, no regrets. I love this ring. I love how it sparkles. I wanted to buy you the biggest one they had, but I knew it wouldn't be what you'd want. And you would have been right. I was never one for big and flashy things. You picked out the perfect ring, and I love it. Kat, I don't want to wait months to get married. I want you to be my wife right away. Let's get married here in Greece." "But I can't get married without my brother being there. And what about your parents? Don't you think that they would want to be there to see their only son get married?" "I guess you're right. My folks would be deeply hurt if they missed out on seeing me marrying the woman I love. So do you want a big, fancy wedding?" "No, and who would I invite? I would like to get married in a church with just our families there." "Let's get married in 1 month from now. I'll call Mom and Dad when we get back home. We haven't seen them in a while, so I'll have them come before that." "Yes, I would love to see them again. Do you think they will be all right with us getting married so soon?"
Why wouldn't they be?
"We haven't known each other that long, and they might think you're rushing into it." "Baby, my parents were married 3 weeks after they met and are still together. They know how much we love each other, and they will be happy for us. Now we have a little time before company shows up, so get on your back and spread those beautiful legs for me." They had just finished having sex when a truck pulled up. Jumping up, they quickly got dressed and left the tent. Xander went over to the 3 men and handed them some money and thanked them for setting everything up and now taking it all away. Back at the hotel, he asked if she was going to call Kurt and let him know. "I'd rather tell him to his face. I want to see his reaction when I tell him." "How do you think he'll take it?" "I don't know, but I'm hoping he'll be happy for me, for us. I want to thank you again for bringing me here. It was a dream come true, but the biggest dream was you proposing to me. I love you so much." "I love you too." Chapter 19. The morning when they were checking out of the hotel, a man approached them. "Excuse me, are you Miss Reynolds?" Xander, who had never seen this man before, stepped in front of her. "What do you want with her?" "Pardon me for the intrusion, sir. Mrs. Doukas asked that I deliver this to her." Taking the package, he turned to Kat after thanking the man. "It appears that she has given you a gift. Would you like to open it before we go?" "Yes," she said. Taking it, she opened the box. "Oh, it's beautiful, and there's a note."
What does it say?
"Dear Kat, since that thoughtless man of yours has yet to give you one of our precious jewels, I thought I would. I hope you wear them in good health. My husband and I hope to see you soon. Yours truly, Elena Doukas." "That is from our new collection, very valuable. It appears that you have made quite an impression on her."
I will have to send her a thank you letter when we get home.
Once they were on the jet, she took out the earrings and placed them on, then handed him the necklace so that he could help her do it up. He smiled when he turned her around to face him. "They look beautiful on you, and Mrs. Doukas was right. I should have given you some from our jewelry line." "Don't be silly. You've already given me so much. I think I will go lie down. You didn't let me get much sleep last night, and I'm so tired." When she got up and reached the door to the bedroom, she turned to look back at him. "Aren't you going to join me?" "Again? My bride-to-be is becoming insatiable, and I'm not complaining." He got to his feet, and a grin appeared on his face. As he walked towards her, she slowly opened the door and stepped in. He insisted she wear the jewelry that was adorned with diamonds and gemstones while they made love. As much as she loved their trip to Greece, she was glad to be home and couldn't wait to tell Kurt about the engagement. Xander, could we invite my brother and Clara over for dinner and then tell them we're getting married?
We've just come back from a long trip, and I don't want you to get overly tired. So, we'll take them out to a nice restaurant instead.
So while she was putting away their things, he made the call to Kurt, telling them where to meet.
During the time he had been with Kat, he had become fond of her brother, and it didn't hurt that he was doing an amazing job as CEO of his company. "Don't forget to call your mom," she called out after he had hung up the phone. "Doing it right now," he answered back. When she was done putting everything away, she went to see how the conversation went with his mother. How did she take the news? Mom was thrilled, as was Dad. She said they both knew it was coming and asked if they could come a week before the wedding to help out. I said yes. Is that all right with you?
Well, yeah, as if you had to ask. I adore your parents. Your mom and Clara can help me pick out a dress to wear, and you should check to see if the church is available.
He pulled her into his arms. It's been done, and in 4 weeks you will become Mrs. Xander West. I've also arranged to go look at some wedding bands. I also want you to think of where you'd like to go on our honeymoon.
We don't have to go anywhere.
Yes, we do, so just give it some thought. There must be a place you would like to visit. Later that night, when they all got together, Kat made sure to hide her finger so that the others wouldn't see the ring. "So how was your trip to Greece?" Kurt asked after they ordered their meal. Xander smiled and looked at her before answering him.
It was fantastic.
"But that's not why we invited you both here. Kat and I have something to tell you. I've asked her to marry me, and she said yes." Kat then showed them her ring. Clara grabbed her hand and stared at the princess-cut diamond with admiration.
"It's beautiful, and congratulations to both of you. I'm so happy for you. Have you set a date yet?"
"Yes, a month from now, but it's only going to be with family, nothing big. Xander's parents are coming early to help me pick out a dress, and I could use your help also." "I would be delighted." Kat noticed how quiet Kurt was being and was worried that he didn't approve. "Kurt, why aren't you saying anything?" His head jerked towards her. He had been at a loss for words, but when he looked at her and could see she was worried about what he was thinking. "Kat, I'm shocked. It's just that you two haven't been together that long. I just don't want you rushing into anything." Xander took her hand and held it before addressing Kurt. "I can understand your concern, but I assure you that I love her, and we don't see the point of waiting any longer. I know you love her. Just promise that you'll always take care of her." "You have my word." Kurt got up and went over and hugged her. "My little sister is getting married. Oh, how you have grown. Now, if he gives you any grief, you let me know, and boss or no boss, I will give him the beating of his life." While the guys talked, the two women started making plans. It was decided that after the wedding ceremony, they would go to their favorite restaurant for a celebration dinner. Over the next few days, Xander took her to the jewelry store where they picked out their matching wedding bands. He then booked a room at the restaurant for their wedding dinner instead of just a table. The reason was that Mr. and Mrs. Daukus, when told about their upcoming marriage, asked if they could come. Kat was delighted to have them there on her special day. Then some of Xander's friends heard about it, and they also wanted to be there. There would now be 15 people joining them. 10 days before the wedding, his parents arrived, and his mother couldn't wait any longer to see them. "Fred, Jean, I'm so glad you came." Jean took Kat's hands in hers, giving her future daughter-in-law a warm smile. "Honey, call us Mom and Dad. Oh, but only if you want to." "I'd like that, Mom." A few days later, since Xander knew how much his father loved to golf, he took him to the nearest golf course. The women took that time to go shopping for a wedding dress. In the store, she tried on several dresses and was having a hard time deciding on which one to pick. Some were way too fancy and not what she wanted. Others were just too plain. Clara and Jean knew that Kat was getting frustrated and went through the racks to try and find one she might like. How about trying on this one? Kat looked at the dress Clara was holding up. It was a white satin gown, sleeveless, and had a few sequins on it. She fell in love with it. It was what she wanted. Simple and yet elegant. Coming out of the dressing room, the other two stood up and gasped. Jean had tears in her eyes. "Honey, you look so beautiful. I do believe you have found your dress." "Yes, I have. Clara, what do you think?" "I love it, and I agree with Jean. You look so beautiful. The dress is perfect, and I think you should get it. Let's go have some lunch. I'm treating." That night, when everyone was in bed, he turned to her, putting his arms around her. "So, have you decided where you want to go on our honeymoon?" Well, Clara mentioned Bora Bora. She and Kurt went there for their honeymoon, and she said it was so beautiful and romantic. "Okay, I'll arrange it. How is her pregnancy going?" "I meant to ask Kurt, but we've been so busy with work." "She's enjoying being pregnant. She says Kurt is so attentive and won't let her life a finger. She's already talking about wanting more children later." After he made love to her, he noticed that she had something on her mind. "What's wrong? Did I not satisfy your needs tonight?" "No, it's not that. It was as amazing as it ever was, even better." "Then what's wrong?" "I'm not sure. Lately, I get the feeling that someone is watching me. It's probably just my imagination and nothing to worry about." Hearing this, he became concerned. He did encounter enemies during some of his business deals. "Kat, I want you to be careful, and if you get that feeling again, I want you to let me know right away. I think you shouldn't go anywhere by yourself until I know you are safe."
You worry about me too much.
It wasn't that long ago that I wouldn't go anywhere. I like the way I feel now and the freedom of being able to go places and not be afraid.
I know, but for now do as I ask, please.
Okay, on one condition. Name it. Make love to me again, and this time use the cuffs and blindfold. My beautiful goddess, your wish is my command. It was getting close to the wedding, and Xander and Kurt went to a business meeting, and later the two went out for lunch. "Hey, have you heard about Tony?" Xander's eyes turned to him. "No, what about him?" "He's been arrested for embezzling, inside trading among other charges. You wouldn't happen to have had anything to do with that, would you?" "I may have talked to some people and mentioned what I thought he might be up to. I guess they checked into his activities and found out what he has been doing. He's lost everything, his reputation, home, and his money. No one will hire him now. That's his own doing, and it serves him right. I hope he rots in jail. So, as my best man, are you ready to see your sister and me get married?" "I never would have thought you were the marrying kind. I was worried that you were just using her, but I know now how wrong I was. You've made her happy, and that's all that matters." "I guess you are looking forward to being a father?" "Oh, you know it. I can't wait to hold my son or daughter in my arms. What about you and Kat? Any talk of having children?" "We haven't discussed it yet. I want to wait until she brings it up. That way I'll know she's ready. But truth be told, I would love to be a father. Has she mentioned anything to you about feeling that someone is watching her?" "No, what has she said?" "That it's just a feeling she has. I told her not to go out by herself. I also mentioned it to my father and mother. They will keep an eye on her when I'm not around." Kurt made a humming noise as he thought before saying another word. Maybe it is what she said, that it could just be her imagination. We know it can't be Tony because he will be in jail for a long time. Good to know.
Xander,
I don't like to tell tales out of school, But since Clara has been pregnant, she's always horny as hell. It's like she can't get enough of me. Sweet, now I really can't wait for Kat to become pregnant. Not that she isn't horny enough now. Kurt waved his hand in front of him and made a groaning sound. Stop, I don't want to hear about my sister's sex life. Xander got a kick out of what Kurt said and started laughing. Chapter 20. As it turned out, Tony had gotten out on bail, and when Xander heard about it, he had to wonder if maybe he was the one watching her. He called a friend of his who was a private investigator and hired him to find Tony and to keep an eye on him. He decided not to tell her what he had found out. He didn't want to upset her since the wedding was now only 2 days away. His father just happened to walk into the office and heard part of what Xander was saying before he hung up his phone. Son, what's going on? Dad, it's nothing.
It sounded like something to me. Are you in some sort of danger?
It's about Kat's ex. I think he has been following her. I told you all about him, and I just found out he's not in jail. She told me that she felt as if someone was watching her. So you think she could be in some sort of danger? I don't know, but until I do know, I will be keeping her close. It may be nothing, and hopefully, he'll leave her alone. Yes, let's hope so. Well, soon you will be a married man. I hope you will be as happy as I am with your mother. Kat is a wonderful girl, and we are proud to have her as our daughter-in-law. I will be happy. So what are the women doing? Kat and your mother are making dinner and told me I was getting in the way, so I thought I'd come and see what you're up to.
Just some paperwork.
Oh, and don't mention to Kat about Tony and the investigator. Shouldn't you tell her? It will only upset her. I understand, and until you know for sure that this Tony guy is going to be trouble, there's no need to upset her before the wedding. It was now the night before the wedding, and he got a call from his friend.
I haven't been able to find him.
It looks like he has skipped bail and left the country. Let's hope so, but keep an eye out just in case he does show his face, and let me know right away. That night, Kurt and Clara, along with the Daukas, joined them for dinner. The women went over the details for tomorrow, while the men discussed sports and other unrelated things.
It was early when everyone went home, wanting to be rested for the big day. Fred and Jean headed up to bed, leaving the young couple alone.
I wish we were already married, he said, pulling her into his arms. Me too. You've made me so happy these last few months. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would find a man like you. You have given me so much love, confidence, and the ability to love life. He placed his hand on her cheek, looking into her eyes. I love you so much, and if anything were to happen to you, I would not be able to live. You are my life, my reason for living. He placed her hand over his heart. My heart belongs to you and will always beat as long as we are together. Her eyes teared up at his touching words and felt the tears falling down her face. High thumbs wiped away her tears. Don't cry. They are tears of happiness, she said as she stood on her toes to kiss him. That night she refused his advances in bed, saying they had to wait until the wedding night. She kissed his cheek when he pouted before turning her back to him. How can you deny me when I need some love? One night without sex will not hurt you. I want tomorrow night to be special. You're lucky I'm not making you sleep in the spare bedroom. Now go to sleep. He placed his arm around her as he snuggled up against her. Every night with you is special. Do you feel how much I want you? He asked, pressing his shaft against her. She giggled, but did not turn around. You'll live. Good night. Groaning, he closed his eyes, trying desperately to forget about the throbbing of his pens. It didn't help that she felt and smelled so good. Morning. After having breakfast, Xander and his father left for Kurt's place to get ready. The women were staying home to dress and would be taking a limousine to the church. Before leaving, he took her aside and kissed her. Jean and Clara helped her into the dress and with her hair and makeup. Oh, Kat, you look so beautiful. I want to thank you for making my son so happy. I love my son so much, but have always dreamed of having a daughter. I have gotten my wish because I think of you as my daughter. Mom, I never knew my mother and have come to think of you as one. I want to thank you for giving birth to such a wonderful man. Xander has made me feel love and makes me happy. I promise to be a good wife and love him till the day I die. Okay, you two, it's time to get to the church, Clara said after watching the sweet scene between the two of them. Xander and Kurt were standing at the front of the altar in the church. Clara was the matron of honor and Fred was asked to walk the bride down the aisle. Everyone was seated and Fred placed her hand through his arm. Kat, when you asked if I would walk you down the aisle, you made me so happy. You look like a beautiful princess, and my son is a lucky man. So, are you ready to become Mrs. C. West?
Yes, Dad, I'm so ready.
Calling him Dad seemed so right, and had wished that her father had been like Fred. Clara made her way to the front of the church when the music began. She looked at Kurt, who was smiling at her, and she remembered her wedding day. He looked so handsome, and even more so now. As Kat and Fred made their way down the aisle, she thought she would have been nervous. But her fears had disappeared when she saw Xander smiling at her. Reaching the front, Fred kissed her cheek before leaving to sit with his wife. They held hands as they listened to the words spoken and shed some tears. The two had written their wedding vows, and the few that were gathered were drawn to tears by the heartfelt words. Once they were announced husband and wife, Xander placed his hands on her waist and pulled her close. He gave her a passionate kiss that lasted a tad longer than it should have.
Outside the church, everyone gathered around the newlyweds to congratulate them. Kurt hugged Kat, and taking her hand, he gave her a huge smile.
I can't believe my little sister is now a married woman. You have come a long way, and I'm so proud of you. I see a bright future for you, and I know you'll be happy with Xander. That man loves you to death. Thank you, Kurt. After all the pain we suffered growing up with a monster, we've turned out okay and found true happiness. Xander walked over to them and placed his arm around her waist.
We're all going to the restaurant now. Mom and Dad are coming in our car. The rest will be following.
The parents sat in the back and Kat and Xander in the front. He held her hand as he drove to their destination. Oh, how he wanted to pull over and kiss her. But since they weren't alone, he controlled his urges. But when they arrived, he told everyone to go in and that they would be there shortly. As soon as they were alone, he kissed her. It wasn't a tender kiss. It was a hot and demanding one that was meant to show her how much he loved and wanted her. Husband, we need to go in now before they come looking for us. I wish we could skip the meal and spend some alone time together, if you know what I mean, he said, winking at her. I know, but after dinner, we'll be getting on your jet and heading to Bora Bora. We'll have plenty of time to consummate our marriage. I'm looking forward to it. During the meal, everyone made a toast. They laughed, made jokes, and drank plenty of champagne, except for Clara, who was pregnant. Mrs. Daukas was pleasantly surprised to see that Kat was wearing the jewelry she had gifted her. I knew they would look beautiful on you, and that's why I picked out this particular set. It was so sweet of you to wear them on this happy occasion. Kat fingered the necklace and smiled at the older woman. They're beautiful, and I wear them whenever Xander and I go somewhere special. Again, I want to thank you. Mr. Daukas placed his hand over Xander's arm. He had always liked the man and respected him. I'm glad to see you happy, and Kat is an amazing woman. Make sure you treat her right and never stop telling her how much you love her. Xander smiled back at him. I will tell her every day for the rest of my life. Now, let's finish our food before it gets cold. When the cake arrived, she decided to have some fun with him.
You have something on your face.
What is it? Taking her fork that had some cake on it, she flicked it, and it landed on his cheek. He wasn't upset, but he did want to get even. So with his fork, he raised it, but stopped when she shook her head. By this time, the other guests were laughing and wondering what he would do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't. It will ruin my hair and makeup. What does that matter when we will soon be on the jet? There you can change and wash up. I need a better reason not to, he said, smiling as he still held the fork in his hand. She leaned over and whispered in his ear so that the others couldn't hear what she was saying to him.
If you throw that at me, the honeymoon will be one with no SX. So it is up to you whether you want SX or not.
You wouldn't, he said, knowing damn well that she had won this battle. Are you willing to take that chance?
No, I'm not. I will promise you this, though. Tonight, when I take you as my wife, I will show you no mercy. Kurt tapped his glass to get their attention. We don't know what's going on over there, but we are wondering if you plan on wiping that cake at your new bride. Xander placed the fork down. I was going to, but was told no SX for 2 weeks if I did. Kat was shocked that he said that in front of everyone, and she gave him a light slap on his arm to show her disapproval. She still grabbed a napkin and wiped the cake from his face. It was getting late, so looking at his watch, he took hold of her hand and kissed it. It's time for us to leave. The jet is ready and waiting for us. Let's say our goodbyes. Do I have time to use the restroom to freshen up? Of course, whenever you're ready, we'll leave. Now don't keep me waiting too long. When 10 minutes had gone by, he was wondering what was taking her so long. He looked at Clara, who was seated across from him. Would you go check on Kat and see what's taking her so long? Nodding her head, she got up and walked to where the restrooms were near the back. A few minutes later, she returned and looked upset. Xander, she's not there. What do you mean she's not there? I looked, and she was nowhere to be found. I found her purse lying on the bathroom floor. Kurt went over to Xander, and a cold chill went down his spine. This wasn't like her to just take off, and he felt something bad must have happened to her. I'm sure she is here somewhere, and we'll find her. Let's ask the servers if they saw where she went. Chapter 21. After a search of the place and speaking to the staff, it was time to call in the police. Everyone was worried, but not compared to Xander. I want every inch of this place searched. That includes the outside. She couldn't have just disappeared. Someone must have seen something. When the police arrived, they questioned all the guests. Mr. West, were you and your wife having problems? Why are you asking such a stupid question? We just got married, so stop wasting time and go find her. Sir, in some cases the woman feels she made a mistake and will run away. She may return when she's ready. Kurt had to hold him back when Xander attempted to grab the officer. Would she leave without her purse, money, or phone? Do your job and start looking for my wife. They searched the building and the outside and found no clue about what had happened. The staff saw nothing suspicious, and the surveillance camera leading out back was not working. That in itself was suspicious. Mr. West, I suggest you go home. Your wife may try to in touch with you. We will keep looking and let you know if we find anything. He looked at the officer with anger. Someone has kidnapped my wife, and I think I know who. Who? Tony Axton, Kat's ex. Why do you suspect him? The man is probably holding a grudge against me after I reported him for fraud. The officer knew of Tony and how he had skipped bail and was thought to be out of the country. He made a call and instructed the police to keep a lookout for him. We will do what we can to find this man and your wife. I understand how worried you are, but there's nothing you can do right now. Go home. Fred went over and placed his hand on Xander's shoulder. He's right. There's nothing we can do here. Your mother and Clara are worried sick. Let's take them home. Dad, I can't leave not knowing where she is and if she's okay. The police are right. She might try and get in touch with you on your landline since she doesn't have her cell. With a heavy heart, he agreed to leave, and once home, they sat in the living room. His eyes watered up and his heart ached. All he could think about was if she was okay or if whoever had taken her was hurting her. Was it Tony or someone else? Even the man he hired to check on Tony had no answers for him. Kurt handed him a drink. Here, I think you need this.
Kurt, I can't just sit here and do nothing while she's out there. I have to go look for her.
You wouldn't know where to start. I'm sure she's fine, and we'll hear something soon.
You know she wouldn't take off on her own.
Kurt rubbed the back of his head. He too was worried sick about Kat and wondered if it did have anything to do with Tony. I know she wouldn't. I can't stand this waiting either. If it's okay, I'm going to have Clara lay down and rest. All this stress isn't good for her or the baby. Xander looked over to where the women were, and he could see that it was taking a toll on them. Yes, take her to one of the bedrooms. An hour later, the police arrived at the home and brought along some other officers. Mr. West, we have evidence that Mr. Axton is in the city and believe that he has taken your wife. He may get in touch with you to ask for a ransom. Do we have your permission to set up our equipment to track his call? No, I want you and the other officers to leave my home now.
Everyone was stunned when Xander refused. Kurt was furious and pointed his finger at him.
What the fuck do you mean no? My sister has been kidnapped and you're refusing. I'm refusing because I know Tony is too smart not to think I'd have the police involved. He could be watching the place now or have someone do it for him. He won't call until they are gone. You have to trust me. You can't do this on your own. I have to. It's the only way to save her. I will get my wife back safe and sound. If it's money he wants, he'll get it, no matter how much. The police were not happy about having to leave, but made a point of how they were going to continue searching for Tony. They also told Xander not to take the law into his own hands, and that he was to call if he heard anything. Another hour had passed, and his parents and Clara had fallen asleep. Kurt stayed with Xander, and finally, the phone rang. It was Tony. Mr. West, I have something of yours that I think you would like back. You son of a bitch, if you harm one hair on her head, I will kill you with my bare hands. Tusk, you're in no position to talk to me that way. Now, if you want her back in one piece, you will do as I say.
What do you want? You destroyed me financially. I lost everything, so now you owe me. I want $5 million in unmarked bills. You will then arrange for your jet to fly me to a secret location.
Do you know how long it will take me to get that amount of money from the bank? It would be quicker to transfer the money into your account. I'm not a fool. Once in my account, it will be frozen by the cops. I want the cash, and I know you can make it happen. Then let me send it to an offshore account. It won't be traced back to you. I said I wanted the cash. Now here's how it's going to go. You have 24 hours to get the money. Bring it in a briefcase or bag to your jet, which you will have ready for me. If you involve the police, I'll kill her. Once you hand over the money, the girl will be yours. How do I know she is alive? Let me talk to her. Can't do that. She's asleep. But I will send a picture. Hold on. He looked at the picture and his blood ran cold. She was lying on a cot. Her hands were tied up with a rope. Kurt was standing behind him, gripping Xander's arm. What did you do to her? She put up one hell of a fight, so I had to subdue her. She's alive and will remain so as long as you do as I say. She's innocent in all of this. It's me you want, so let her go. I'm done talking to you. I'll call you back in 24 hours to give you more instructions. Make sure you have the money and do not call the cops. Before he could say another word, Tony had hung up. Xander pounded his fists on the table, his anger and fear mixture together. I'm going to kill him. Xander, you need to calm down. I also want to kill the bastard, but first we have to save Kat. You're right, but you aren't going to be involved. I have to do this alone, or he'll kill her. I know how worried you are, but having you with me will only put her in more danger. I can't just stand by and do nothing. He grabbed Kurt by the collar and shook him. Listen to me. This is the only way. I love her and I will bring her home. I can't risk you getting in the way. Please, you have to trust me. Tears sprang to his eyes, and when Xander released him, he wiped the tears away.
There has to be something I can do.
There is. You can keep the others calm and don't call the cops. Now I'm going to call the manager of the bank and demand to see him. Do you think he'll give you that much money in such a short time? He will. Now let me make the call. The bank manager was not happy about being woken up, but when he knew who was calling, he changed his tone and agreed to meet with him. 2 hours later at the bank. Mr. Jones, I'll get right down to business. I need you to get me $5 million in unmarked bills and place it in this bag, he said, placing it on the table. That's a lot of money, and it will take a few days. No, I want it by morning. That's impossible. Mr. Jones, you know who I am and what I'm capable of. I have a great deal of money in your bank, and if I were to change banks, it would not be good for your reputation to lose one of your biggest clients. The man swallowed the lump that was lodged in his throat. What do you need all this money for? That is none of your business. I will be back in a few hours to collect the money. He left the bank feeling tired and frustrated. He knew in his mind that getting Kat back wasn't going to be easy. There was no way that Tony was going to let them live, so he had to be prepared. He was going to call a buddy of his who was a Navy SEAL and have him impersonate the pilot. He was glad that Kurt was passed out on the sofa. It allowed him to call Mark without anyone hearing the discussion.
Hey Mark, I need your help.
Xander, it's been far too long. So what can I do to help you? My wife has been kidnapped, and I need you to help me get her back. Wait, when did you get married? Today, but I don't have time to go into that right now. Let me tell you what has happened and how you can help me. Go ahead, buddy, I'm listening. When Xander was done telling him everything, he waited to hear if Mark would help him.
I'll help.
But if you could find out where he's keeping her, we would stand a better chance of rescuing her. Could be tricky doing so on a plane.
Damn it, Mark.
If I knew that I'd be there already. Okay, buddy. I'll have a chopper take me to your place. I'll be there as soon as I can, and we'll go over the plan. He hung up and going into the kitchen, he made a pot of coffee. He was glad that everyone was still asleep. Well, that was until Kurt walked in. Seeing how red the man's eyes were, and how worried he was about his sister, told him of the new plan he had come up with. So this friend of yours, you think he can help save my sister? He's the best around. He'll be here soon so that we can go over the plan. Before he gets here, I'll be going to the bank to get the money. Xander, you should get a couple of hours of sleep. I can't sleep, not until I have my wife safe in my arms. Don't worry, I will bring her home. Everything will be all right. I will need you to keep an eye on the others and keep them calm. They will want to know what's going on. I don't want them to know what I'm planning. My mother and father are not young, and the stress could harm their health. Then what are we going to tell them when your friend shows up and you both leave together? We'll think of something to tell them. The less they know, the better. I'm counting on you to be strong and to stay calm. Kat has been doing so well these last few months. I just hope this doesn't send her back to where she was before she met you. He placed his hand behind Kurt's head and pulled him in against him. He felt the man's pain. It was as great as his own. Your sister is strong, and I know she will come through this even stronger. Chapter 22.
Meanwhile, back to Kat.
Walking into the ladies' room, she felt like she was living a dream. She was married to the most amazing man and was surrounded by people who loved her. She was looking forward to going on her dream honeymoon. Taking one last look in the mirror, she turned to leave and was shocked when the door opened and Tony walked in with another man. "What are you doing here?" she asked, backing away. "You're coming with me. Get out or I'll scream." We can do this the easy way or the hard way, so come quietly and I won't hurt you. Go to hell. Charlie, grab her. Before she could scream, Charlie grabbed her. Covering her mouth with his hand, he dragged her out the back door.
I've been waiting for you to show up alone. Now stop struggling.
Once outside, she kicked the man who held her and bit his hand, causing him to swear. She saw a van parked by the bin, and the last thing she remembered was something pricking her in the arm. When she opened her eyes, she felt groggy, and when she tried to move, she realized her arms were tied to a bed. Struggling to free herself proved to be fruitless. She didn't know where she was and started screaming for help. The door opened and Tony entered, carrying some clothes. Scream all you want. No one will hear you. Tony, why are you doing this? I think you know why.
I don't, please. Just let me go and I won't tell anyone.
You don't know what that man did to me, do you? I will tell you. He destroyed my life. Because of him, I lost my job, my money, my home. Now it's his turn to lose everything he loves, and I guess that includes you. How did you get him to marry you?
No, Xander wouldn't do anything like that.
I guess you don't know him as well as you thought. I brought some clothes for you to put on. Go to hell. He walked over to the bed and leaned over her.
If you don't do as I say, then I will do it for you. It won't be the first time I've seen you naked. I'll say one thing for you. You're still as beautiful as ever.
And you're still a prick. How did you get so brave? By being away from you. You made me feel like I was a nobody. You kept me from my brother and treated me like dirt. Xander has shown me that I matter and loved. Whatever. But why would he want to marry a woman like you, who has no clue how to satisfy a man in bed? She laughed in his face. No, it's you who can't satisfy a woman. Because of that, you had to make me think it was all my fault. I suggest you let me go before he finds you. That earned a slap across her face, one that had her seeing stars. Taking out a gun, he untied her and stood back.
I'll be back, and when I get here you better have changed. Don't try to escape. There's no way out, and Charlie is standing guard outside.
As soon as he was gone, she quickly changed into the jeans and top, but there were no shoes for her to put on. Then she tried to find a way out. The only window was boarded up, and as hard as she tried, she couldn't pull the wooden panels away. She knew she had to get away before Tony returned, so she decided to try and trick Charlie. Help me, I can't breathe. She found a piece of broken glass, and holding it behind her, she kept crying out for help. Finally, the door opened and Charlie rushed over and kneeled beside her. Her one hand was over her throat, giving him the impression she was choking. She reached her other hand over and stabbed him in the chest, and when he fell to the ground, she ran to the door and out. It was dark, and it appeared she was somewhere in the woods. Without shoes, it was hard to run. She didn't get very far when she heard a gunshot whizzing past her ear. She stopped short, turned around, and saw Tony. If I didn't need you to get to Xander, I would kill you right here and now. He walked over and grabbing her arm dragged her back to the shack. There he shoved her in, and she landed next to Charlie. You dumb bitch, you had to go and kill him. No, I didn't mean to. No problem, it saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Now I won't have to share the $5 million your new husband is giving me. She got up and sat on the bed, trying not to look at the body on the ground. It made her sick to think that she had killed someone. So this is all about money. You can't believe that you will get away with this. Oh, but I will. Once I get the money, I'm going to kill both of you and take his plane to a place where no one will ever find me. You won't get away with it, she hissed. Lay down, he barked. No. He rushed over, jumped on her, and pinned her hands above her head. Maybe I'll fuck you one last time. Over my dead body, she said, raising her knee and rammed it into him. He fell to the floor, holding his crotch with one hand and the gun with the other. You bitch, I will kill Xander in front of you, and then I will kill you slowly. I'll make you pay for this." He managed to get up and tied her to the bed. He took out a syringe and pierced her arm with it. A moment later, she was out cold. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, and taking out his phone, he called Xander. "Listen up. I'm only going to tell you once. Have your pilot take the plane to the property you bought outside the city. You know the one I'm talking about. Tell him to stay inside the cockpit and not to come out no matter what he hears. I want to talk to Kat now." "Shut up. I'm giving the orders here. Make sure the plane is open for me to enter, and then bring the money inside. I expect you to be there at 8 sharp with the money and a loan. Don't be late. I'll be there, and I swear to God, if you hurt her, I will kill you with my bare hands." He didn't get to say any more because Tony had hung up. He called his buddy, Mark, and told him to hurry up and get to his place. He felt relieved when he heard Mark would arrive within 2 hours. Mark's arrival. Kurt was there when the man showed up. Seeing him, he took a deep breath and looked over at Xander. Holy crap, he's huge. If Tony sees him, he won't believe that he's a pilot. He won't see Mark. He'll be in the cockpit. He met Mark halfway and hugged him. "Thanks for coming." "Hey, we're buddy, and you know I'd do anything for you." "Come on, let me introduce you to my brother-in-law, and then we'll go inside and I'll tell you everything." Once inside, Xander poured them all a drink. "When you get to the plane, my pilot will leave, so stay in the cockpit. I doubt Tony will check you for a gun, but just in case, hide it. He'll show up with Kat, and after I pick up the money, I'll be there. Don't show yourself before then, unless you know he's hurting her." "I want to go with you," Kurt said, looking at Xander. "You can't. It's too dangerous. You have to trust us on this. I promise I'll bring her home." "So how did you two meet?" Mark patted Xander on the shoulder when he started telling Kurt. "I had just returned from a job and was in a bar when a gang of men jumped me. I don't think they liked that their women were coming on to me. This crazy son of a bitch jumped right in and helped me fight them off. He didn't know me, but that didn't stop him. Well, if there's something I hate is a bunch of men ganging up on one man. Since then, we have spent time on hunting and fishing trips. We've helped each other out on different occasions. So, Xander, tell me about this woman who had tamed the man who said he would never fall in love or get married. Man, she is amazing and so beautiful. Her smile will melt your heart, and she is the sweetest woman you'll ever meet. The moment I looked into her eyes, I fell hard. I knew she was the one meant for me. I can't wait for you to meet her." "Okay, down to business. I want you to wear this earpiece so that I can hear you. As soon as I know you're with your wife, I will sneak up behind Tony."
Sneak up, Kurt snorted.
"How will a man your size sneak up on anyone? I may be a big guy, but I'm also light on my feet. This prick will never know I'm there until I wrap my arm around his neck and take his gun. Still, what if something goes wrong? My sister could get caught in the middle of a shootout." Xander understood his concerns, but he was getting irritated. "Kurt, once I'm inside the plane and have Kat, I will toss the bag towards Tony. When he goes to grab the case, Mark will know to make his appearance. I know Tony is an idiot, but right now he's also a desperate one. What if he has someone helping him? If he does get away with this, you must know he will kill all of you." Xander went over and placed his hands on Kurt's shoulder and looked him straight in the eye. "You've got to stop thinking the worst. Tony is a greedy man who doesn't want to have to pay someone to help. He wants all the money to himself. You know I love Kat, and I'll protect her with my life. I need to do something. The best thing you can do is let me and Mark handle this. Go home and take care of your wife and future child." "Okay, but call me the moment you have her." "I will. Now I'm going to get 2 hours of sleep if I can." After he was gone, Mark handed him a beer. "I gather he's close to his sister." "Yes, they both had a rough childhood. Then when she met that guy, he did a number on her. After all she's been through, it didn't make her angry or bitter. She has come a long way and is a strong woman.
She sounds wonderful, and you're a lucky man.
I can't wait to meet her to tell her some of the things you've done. It won't matter to her. She loves me. Besides, I haven't done anything bad. A few bar fights, but that's all down to you. Mark laughed. Me? What have I done? Always dragging me into your fights. You could never learn to leave their women alone, and I always had to help you get out of a sticky situation. Hey, look at me. I can't help it that the women want a piece of this, he said, pointing to his body. Xander managed to get 1 hour of sleep, but it was a restless one. In the early morning, he left to go to the bank and Mark went to where the plane was. He had to get there before Tony and hide the gun. Sitting in the cockpit, he checked to make sure that they could hear each other through the earpiece. Chapter 23. Tony arrived at the plane with Kat, his gun pointed in her side. The boarding stairs were down, so he knew the pilot was aboard. Poking her in the ribs, he held her arm as they climbed up and inside the plane. He tied her hands and pushed her down on the seat. Don't say a word or try to run. If you do, I will shoot you. He didn't want to risk her running, so he tied up her feet as well. He then went to the cockpit and pounded on the door. Hey, are you in there? Yes, I'm here. Xander gave you orders, so I suggest you do as he said, and you won't get hurt. I'll let you know when I'm ready for takeoff. Tony did not trust the man to stay put, so he took the steel pipe he had brought along and wedged it through the handle in a way that couldn't be opened from inside. He then went and sat down in front of her and looked at his watch. He'll be here soon. You should take one of your pills to calm your nerves. I don't need them anymore, not since we broke up. So is your girlfriend part of this?
No, the bitch dumped me when I lost everything, and that's down to that prick you married. Who needs her? With 5 million, I will get any woman I want.
The police will find you. That's where you're wrong. As far as they know, I'm out of the country, and with you and Xander dead, they won't know I was responsible. The pilot will know. He doesn't know it's me, and even if he did, dead men don't tell tales. You're sick. Do you hear that? I believe he has arrived. Xander stopped the car and got out. His heart was beating rapidly. The air was dry, and not a breeze was blowing. It was quiet, too quiet, and he felt in his gut that something was wrong. When he grabbed the bag full of money and was approaching the plane, Tony appeared at the top of the stairs, with his hand on her arm and his gun pointed at her head. This wasn't the plan. He was supposed to take the money inside the plane and make the exchange. Xander felt pain and anger when he saw the bruise on her cheek. Stop where you are, West. He looked at Kat, wanting to run to her, but he didn't dare since the gun was on her. Tony, I thought you wanted me to bring the money inside. Change of plan. We'll conduct our business out here. I wouldn't want to make a mess in your jet. Stay right there. He descended the stairs, still keeping his grip on her. Xander placed his hand over his mouth so Tony wouldn't see his lips moving when he spoke to Mark. Mark, Tony's outside the plane with Kat. Be ready to shoot him when you have a clear shot. Okay, Tony, I have your money. Let Kat come to me, and then I'll toss the bag over. Then he heard Mark talking through the earpiece. Buddy, we have a problem. That prick has jammed the door to the cockpit, and I can't open it. Xander swore under his breath. He was on his own and had to think of something, and quick. No, not until I have the money. Stroll towards me. Okay, that's far enough. Take off your jacket and lift your shirt. Then roll up your pant legs and turn around. I'm not packing heat, he said as he did what Tony ordered him. There, you can see unclean. Just don't try anything, or I swear I'll shoot her. Kat, baby, did he hurt you? She was crying when she looked at him, knowing they were both going to die. I love you, she said back. West, Come a little closer, and then throw the fucking bag over here." The only thing he could think of doing was to toss the bag just out of Tony's reach. Then, when he goes to bend down and pick it up, the gun would not be touching her. He would have to move quickly and wrestle the gun from his hand. He knew that Tony wasn't going to let them go and would kill them, so he hoped his plan would work. Getting closer, he tossed the bag just out of his reach. When Tony let go of her and reached for the bag, Xander yelled at her to run. Tony was taken off guard when Xander jumped him. She took off running, but stopped to look back. To her, it was like she was watching a movie. Even though it was only seconds, it seemed like forever, and everything was moving in slow motion. She watched in horror as the two men wrestled on the ground. But Tony got the upper hand on Xander, and as he lay on the ground, Tony got to his feet and pointed the gun at him. "Shooting you will give me great pleasure. As I watch you die right before my eyes, I will shoot the bitch." Things happened so fast, and just when Xander was about to get shot, a voice behind Tony yelled out, "Drop the gun or I'll shoot you." Tony turned to see Mark pointing a gun at him. He knew there was no way out of this situation, but he wasn't going to let Xander go without being punished. He lowered his weapon, and looking at him, he slowly raised his gun. When she saw what was about to happen, she called out Xander's name and ran towards him. "Cat, no!" he cried out when he saw the gun was pointed at Cat, and then he heard two shots. One was from Tony's gun, the other from Mark's. He ran to her and caught her in his arms, just as the bullet struck her. A few minutes earlier, when Mark heard Xander say that Tony was outside the plane, he immediately grabbed his gun and tried to open the door. It was jammed, and he realized that the man had done it on purpose. He used his left shoulder and tried to break it down. After several tries, it broke from the hinges, and he dislocated his shoulder. Ignoring the pain, he rushed out and yelled at Tony to give up. The guy had tricked him, making him think he was lowering his gun, but then he raised it and pointed it at Cat. It all happened so fast. Mark shot at him, but was a split second too late. The bullet had hit her just as Tony fell to the ground from the gunshot to the head. He raced over to the body, kicked the gun away, and hurried over to Xander, who was screaming Cat's name over and over. He reached for his phone and called for an ambulance. The reply he got had him cursing under his breath.
Xander was cradling her in his arms as the tears rolled down his face.
"Baby, hang on. Help is coming. I love you. Don't you give up." He then looked at Mark. "When the fuck are they going to get here? There's a big accident in town, so it might be a while before they get here." "She doesn't have a while." "Then you'll have to take her to the hospital. It'll be quicker. Come on, carry her to the car." Mark opened the door after she was placed inside. He touched Xander's shoulder. "You go and I'll wait here for the police, and then I'll join you at the hospital." "Cat, you're going to be okay," he said as he glanced back at her. He had to believe she would live. She was his whole life. She hadn't said a word when she was shot, but her eyes showed pain and how scared she was. His heart was breaking into pieces and wanted to hold her, but he had to get her help right away. It didn't take him long to reach the hospital after driving like a bat out of hell. He stopped at the entrance to the building, and getting out of his vehicle, he went around to the back seat and lifted her out. Once inside, he started screaming for help. "I need help here. My wife has been shot." Several of the hospital staff that were nearby rushed over, and someone shouted for a stretcher. A doctor was there and saw she had been shot in the chest. He glanced at Xander. "How long ago did this happen?" "Almost 30 minutes. Is she going to be okay?" "We got to examine her now, so go wait in the waiting room, and when I know what's going on with your wife, I'll send someone to talk you." As she was being taken away, her eyes opened, and she looked at him. He walked with them to where they were taking her, but was not allowed to go through the door with them. He kept telling her he loved her and that she would be all right. He collapsed onto a nearby chair and kept thinking about her and the look on her face when the bullet hit her. He hated himself for putting her in this situation and that he wasn't able to protect her. His world was shattered into pieces seeing her get hurt and not knowing if she would live. He barely heard Mark say he would wait for the authorities and that he would call his family to let them know she was hurt and going to the hospital. He was going out of his mind waiting for word on her condition. It was 20 minutes before a doctor came out to speak to him, though it had felt like hours. "Mr. West, the bullet is very close to the heart, and we need to operate to remove it. It's lodged in a spot that will be difficult to reach."
But you can remove it, right? I have to be honest with you. If we don't operate, she will die. And if we do, there's only a 30% that she'll pull through.
No, you've got to save her. I will do everything in my power to save your wife. Since it is a delicate procedure, it will take a few hours. I suggest you call any family members, just in case. I'll have a nurse bring you some wet cloths to clean up the blood on your hands. He looked at his hands, and seeing her blood on them, he sat back down. He didn't look up when the nurse came and handed him a wet and dry towel. "Sir, I was told to give these to you. I'm sure your wife will be okay. Dr. Forrest is the best surgeon in the country." Not looking up at her, he took the towels and thanked her. He was not in the mood to discuss anything with a stranger. Cleaning his hands of the blood, he was unaware of all the people coming and going around him. The only thing on his mind was Kat. A couple of tears fell from his eyes and rolled down his cheek. He thought about what a powerful man he was and could do anything he wanted. But the one thing his money and power couldn't do was to save the only woman he had ever loved. Another nurse came out to tell him that Kat was now in the operating room and that she would keep him posted when she had anything new to tell him. It was an hour later when he looked up and saw Mark heading his way with his arm was in a sling. Chapter 24.
Xander, I got here as soon as I could. I called your family, and they should be here soon. Is there any word on Kat yet?
They're operating on her as we speak. She's in a bad way, and there's nothing I can do to help her. Just her knowing you're here is helping her. Look, I'm so sorry for not stopping Tony from shooting her. I don't blame you. He made it look like he was dropping the gun. You saved me from getting shot, but I wish it had been me instead of her. The police will want to talk to you when you're ready. They also have the money, and you'll get it back after the investigation. I don't give a damn about the money. I just want her to live. He looked at Mark. So what happened to your shoulder? I dislocated it trying to get the door open. It took a while, but it finally came off the hinges. I bet that hurt. Not much. I've been through worse. Look, your family is here. They stood up and his mother hugged him. His father did the same. Clara asked how Kat was doing, but Kurt didn't say anything and looked at Xander with anger in his eyes. He told them what had happened and what the doctor had told him. There wasn't much more he could add. Hearing how serious Kat's injuries were, Kurt couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He lunged at Xander, grabbing him by his collar. Clara yelled at him to stop, as did Fred. "You bastard, you said she wouldn't get hurt. You said you'd bring her back. She could die because of your need to be a big man and get into Tony's business. If she does die, it will be all your fault, and I'll never forgive you." Mark stepped in and pulled him away from Xander. "Come with me." Clara touched Xander's shoulder. He didn't mean what he said. He's just worried sick about her. Don't take what he said to heart.
But he's right. This is all my fault.
Mark took Kurt into another room and sat him down, and he stood in front of him. "Look, I know you're upset, but yelling at him is not going to help anyone. No one is hurting more than he is. What happened was not his fault. Tony changed the plan, and he locked me inside the cockpit. It all happened so fast that Xander didn't have time to react." Kurt buried his head in his hands, tears filling his eyes. "I never should have taken her to that damn party. If I hadn't, she would never have met him. From what I understand, he made her happy. I've known him for years, and he's a good man. Never has he ever loved anyone the way he does her. Do you think Kat would be happy with you for blaming him? No, she would be so mad at me.
Are you calm enough now to join the others?
Yeah, let's go.
When the two men went back to the others, Kurt walked over to Xander. I'm sorry for what I said. I'm just so scared that she won't make it. It wasn't your fault, and I'm glad she met you. You have changed her life for the better. The two men hugged. No more words were needed to be said. Son, I brought you a clean shirt and pants to change into. Not now, Mom. I can't leave until I know she's going to pull through. But thank you, and once she's awake, I will put them on. After 6 hours on the operating table, the doctor finally came out. Everyone got to their feet and waited for the news, all praying that she was going to pull through. Doctor, my wife, how is she? He asked, his eyes full of tears as he held his breath. We were able to remove the bullet, but your wife is still in critical condition. We've done all we could for her. Now we have to wait. Are you telling me my wife might still die? Mr. West, I have to be honest with you. I don't know, it's up to her. We'll have to wait until she wakes up. She may be asleep for quite some time, so why don't you all go home and get some rest? We will call you if anything changes. I'm not going anywhere without my wife. When can I go and see her? She'll be in a private room in about 20 minutes. For now, no more than 2 visitors at a time. Jean handed him the clothes. Go put these on. You wouldn't want her to see all that blood on you when she wakes up. Thanks, Mom. After changing, he went into the room where she was. The others thought they should let him go in alone. They felt he needed that time with her. He walked into the room and made his way to the bed. Seeing her lying there, how pale and bruised she was, he didn't even try to stop the tears from falling. Leaning over her, he took her hand in his, stroking her head with his free hand. Kat, I'm here, sweetheart. I need you to wake up. I need you to fight to stay alive. We have a whole life ahead of us, so please, stay with me. He pulled up a chair and sat holding her hand. He kept his eyes on her the whole time. It may have been an hour when the door opened and Kurt walked in. Sorry, I couldn't wait any longer to see her.
It's okay. Come on in.
Has there been any change? No. She looks so lifeless, but I know she will wake up soon. It reminds me of the time she brought home a tiny kitten she found. She loved this little critter and was heartbroken when our father got rid of it.
Xander looked at him. She never told me about that.
Probably was too painful for her to share. We were told he took it to an animal shelter. We both knew he was lying because we saw him kill the kitten. For days she stayed in bed, wouldn't eat or drink, and cried the whole time. Well, that was until Father pulled her out of bed and beat her. How could any parent be so cruel? I wish your father was still alive so that I could kill him with my bare hands.
I don't know. I do know that I won't ever be like him. My child will be loved and protected. Not I, or anyone will lay a hand on them.
You'll be a good dad. Look, Kurt, it could be hours before she wakes up. Why don't you take the others back to my place and stay there with them? I'll call when she wakes up. Yes, I'll do that. Clara has been so worried about Kat, and she needs to rest. What about Mark? Take him with you, and tell him I'll see him tomorrow. I'm sure he's still in pain from his shoulder and should get some rest too. He stayed by her side the whole night, holding her hand and talking to her. The next morning the others showed up, and Kat was still not awake. Son, I brought you something to eat. Mom, I'm not hungry. You need to eat and keep up your strength. I also brought you coffee and a slice of cake. Mom, just stop already.
I'm sorry. I just don't know what else to do to make you feel better.
He felt so bad snapping at her and knew she meant well.
I'm sorry. Thank you, and I promise I'll eat it soon. But I will take that coffee now. I want her to wake up,
to tell her how much I love her.
For 2 days they came and went, and everyone was worried about Xander. He hadn't slept except for a few minutes, here and there in the chair. He refused to leave her side. "Hey buddy, I have to leave to go on another mission. I hate to see you go, but thanks for being here and helping me. Be careful out there." "I always am. Call me when she wakes up, and I'll be back for a visit. I'm looking forward to getting to know the woman who has tamed the confirmed bachelor." During the day, as everyone was gathered around the machine started making weird noises. "Call someone for help," Xander shouted to the others. The doctor rushed in with his nurse, ordering everyone out except for the husband. "What's happening to my wife?" "Sir, calm down. I believe she is bleeding internally, and we have to stop it. I'm taking her into surgery, and we'll keep you updated." Xander wandered out to where the others were and told them what was going on. He let his father hold him when he started sobbing. "Dad, why is this happening to her?" "I don't know, son, but I'm sure she will pull through. You have to have faith and trust in God. I know her well enough now to know she is a strong woman and will be all right." They all sat, waiting in agony for word on Kat. Then later, when the doctor appeared and told them he was able to stop the bleeding, they all let out a sigh of relief. Xander was the only one allowed back in to see her, so the others went home. "Baby, you gave us all a scare. When you are up and feeling better, we'll go on that honeymoon. I'm going to spoil you rotten." The Daukas called and sent their best wishes. "Now all you have to do is open those beautiful eyes of yours and heal, so that we can go to Bora Bora." He was so tired and fought to stay awake, but his eyes closed, and he went to sleep in the chair next to her bed. He might have been asleep for maybe 2 hours, and when he woke up he saw that her eyes were open and she was staring at him. He jumped up and took her hand and held it. "Sweetheart, you're finally awake." "Oh, I love you so much," he said, leaning over to kiss her. "I love you too. I think you need a shave," she said, touching his face. "I was just waiting for you to wake up before I shaved." "I don't think you should." "Why not?" "I kind of like how it looks on you. It makes you look SXY and distinguished." "Then I'll keep it." "Okay, but not a full beard. Is Kurt here? I want to see him." "He's been here every day, and so have the others. I'll call and let them know you've come back to us first thing in the morning. I know this is a stupid question, but how are you feeling?"
Sore, weak, and tired.
"Did Tony hurt you, and where is he?" "No, I wasn't hurt and Mark shot him. He's dead and can never hurt us again. I don't want you to think about him. Just rest and get better. You should get some sleep now." "You won't leave me, will you?" "No, I'll be right here beside you until the day I get to take you home. Sleep now, my love."
He closed his eyes and thanked God for giving him back the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Though it was late, he called Kurt and told him Kat was awake and doing well.
"Let the others know." "I will, but I'm coming now." "No, it's late and she's sleeping. The doctor checked her out and said she still needs plenty of rest."
"All right, but when she wakes up again, tell her I love her, and I'll be there to see her soon."
"I will. Good night, Kurt." After hanging up, he sat there watching her sleep. He didn't want to take his eyes off her.
Chapter 25.
The gang showed up at the hospital carrying gifts, flowers, chocolates, and a stuffed bear. Kurt was the first one to get to her. He gave her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Sis, don't you ever scare me like that again. You had us all so worried, especially Xander, who has not slept or eaten since you've been asleep." She looked at her husband and could see the lines etched on his forehead from worry. "My brother is right. You need to go home and get some proper rest." "I'll rest when I take you home with me. I'm going to find the doctor and see when you can go home. I'll leave you with the others to talk." When he returned, they all wanted to know what the doctor had said. "He wants to keep you in one more night, and tomorrow you can go home." but only if you promise to stay on bed rest for a few days. After that, you will still have to take it easy for a while. I can't wait to get home and in my bed. Oh, and you still owe me a honeymoon." He chuckled. "Yes, and we will go. I was told that before we go you have to come back for a checkup. The doctor wants to make sure you're up to traveling." The next day he took her home. Kurt and Clara went back to their place, but said they would visit soon. When they arrived home, she let him carry her inside when he insisted. His mother and father were there to greet them. "We're so happy you're okay and back home. Now get upstairs and into bed. I will make you both a nice home-cooked meal." "Mom, you don't have to go to all that trouble," she said, still in Xander's arms. Jean loved it when Kat called her Mom. "It's no trouble, and Fred and I are going to stay a few more days to take care of you. Now up you go, young lady." Once he had gotten her into a nightgown, and in bed he sat beside her. "Don't mind my mother, she just wants to help."
I don't mind at all. It's nice having a mother take care of me since I didn't have one growing up. You are so lucky to have loving and caring parents.
"Yes, I am, and I'm so happy to have you home and to be able to sleep with you in my arms again. I love you so much." For the next few days, Jean doted on her, made her delicious meals, and helped her with bathing and changing into a fresh nightgown every day since she was still sore from her surgery. Sadly, it was time that they felt they should go home and give the newlyweds time to themselves. Kat was now doing so much better and moving around, but was sad to see them leave. That night in bed, he knew she was upset about something. "What's wrong?" "Your parents only left this morning, but I miss them already."
We'll see them soon.
"After your checkup tomorrow, I'll ask if it's okay for you to travel. If he gives the go-ahead, I'll arrange the booking for the following day." She snuggled up in his arms. "You know, I'm feeling much better, and we haven't consummated our marriage, and now that we are alone." "What are you saying?" "Do I have to spell it out to you? I want you to make love to me." I think we should wait a bit longer." "Why, don't you want me that way anymore? Is it my scare? Does it repulse you?" He lifted his body to look at her. "No, of course not. I only want to check with the doctor to make sure it's all right to engage in sexual activity. No amount of scars or anything about your body will ever repulse. I think I'm a better judge of whether my body can handle having sex, but I am willing to wait until we get to Bora Bora." The following day, after getting the okay to travel, he rebooked their honeymoon. He was able to get the overwater bungalow that he had arranged last time. Knowing he was in his office booking the trip, she went to see him. He had just gotten off the phone when she entered. "Were you able to rebook?" "Yes, we leave the day after tomorrow. I also extended it to 3 weeks instead of 2. Letting out a squeal, she ran into his arms. "Slow down. You still have to take it easy. I will make sure when we get there that you don't overdo it." "I won't, I promise. I can't wait to go. I'm going upstairs and start packing. Just so you know, I bought a SXY nightgown to wear on our first night there." "Let me see it." "No, you have to wait, and I do expect it to get ruined when you make love to me. Don't give me that look. You said you would when we got there, so I expect you to fulfill your promise. It still might be too soon." Frowning, she crossed her arms and decided to tease him. "I will be made love to. If not by you, then I'll find someone else." "Like hell you will, and I know what you're doing." "Why, whatever do you mean?" "I know you would never let another man touch you. You know I would kill him. I should punish you for teasing me." "Goody, should I get the handcuffs?" "Nice try. Now go and leave me to finish this work so that we can take our trip." He shook his head and smiled when she left. He had to give her credit for trying to seduce him into making love to her now, but he was determined to make her wait. Truth be told, it was hard keeping his hands off of her. The honeymoon. Landing in Bora Bora, they went straight to their bungalow. Her eyes twinkled, and she took his hand as she looked around. I can't believe we are here and staying above the water. Look, the floor in the living area is made of glass. Oh my God, we can see the fish from here. How is this possible? It's better than TV. We can sit here and watch them go by. Yes, it will be. Will you excuse me while I use the restroom? I'll pour us some champagne while you're doing that, and then we should go out and get a bite to eat. He waited, wondering what was taking her so long, and got his answer when she appeared wearing a SXY nightgown. Kat, what are you doing wearing that? You said you would make love to me. I figured you would stall, so I wanted to persuade you. I see it's working, she said, pointing to his crotch. His girl knew what she was doing to him and had fun pointing it out. Seeing her in that skimpy outfit, he got so turned on. I'll meet you in the bedroom, she said, turning and leaving him standing there with his mouth open and a hard-on to boot. As he walked to where she went, he started removing his shirt and belt buckle. He couldn't wait any longer to satisfy his lust or his hunger for her. She was lying on her back on the bed, her knees bent in a seductive pose. Come to me, lover. Give me everything you got, and don't hold back. It's been so long since you've touched me. Why are you still wearing the panties? Take them off now, while I watch. The way he said it was so hot, and she felt her panties getting wet. So she slowly slid her panties down, taking one leg out at a time. Now, keep your knees bent and open your legs, so that I can see what belongs to me. Oh yeah, that's right, baby. Removing his pants, he grabbed her ankles and pulled her further down the bed. Getting on his knees, he kissed up her inner thighs. His mouth went to her pussy, and he placed his tongue inside her. His teeth grazed her clit as he licked, twirling his tongue until he felt her coming. Her moans of pleasure encouraged him to continue. He enjoyed hearing the noises she was making. Finishing, he moved up her body, kissing till he reached her lips. His kiss was demanding as he ripped her gown in half, tossing it to the side. After torturing her body with his mouth and hands, he placed his cock at her wet opening. With one thrust, he entered her. Placing his hands on the pillow, he kept thrusting, going slow at first, then faster. He made sure that she was totally satisfied before giving one last, hard thrust before he let himself come. Their bodies were covered in sweat and were panting like two wild animals. Giving her one more kiss, he rolled off and onto his side, pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her. Is that what my wife wanted? Yes it was. I think that was one of the best. I lost track of how many orgasms you gave me. 4, he said proudly. I've been wanting to do this for a long time now. Kat, I love you. I'm so happy and proud to have you as my wife. I feel the same way about you, but now I'm starving. Can we go get something to eat? Okay, but let's take a shower together. Getting out of bed, she took his hand and led him to the bathroom. I'm going to give you the thing I haven't done in a while. But first I will wash it, she said with a smile on her face, one that was matched with his own. During the honeymoon, they would bask in the tropical sun. In the evening, after a lovely meal, they would stroll along the white sandy beach. He taught her to snorkel, which she loved doing now that she knew how to swim. They explored the coral reefs. As hard as he tried to get her to rest, the more she fought him. She wanted to explore everything, and he always gave in. Seeing her happy and excited made him happy. After a week and a half, he said it was time to take a break and just relax. But I was hoping we could go to the club and do some dancing. There's still so much to do. I heard we could rent a boat and maybe see some sharks. I've never seen a real one before. Honey, I think you're overdoing it. Okay, if you will agree to stay in tonight and rest, I'll take you dancing tomorrow night. Can we go boating in the morning? Woman, you're killing me.
Xander, please. I don't know when or if we'll be back, and I'd like to go and do things while we're here.
He was never able to say no to her, but he was determined to slow things down a bit. if that's what you want, but we will take time off from sightseeing to sit on the beach and relax. I love you. You are the best husband ever. They stayed in that night, had food brought in, and later watched some movies. She would taunt him by walking around in just her bra and panties during that time. The rest of the trip she did get her way, and he did do the things she wanted. Boating, hiking, the clubs and dancing, and at night they made love. On the last day of their honeymoon, he insisted they spend the day and night at their bungalow. He was worried that she was doing too much and not resting like she promised she would. Babe, I've let you get your way the whole time we were here. You were meant to take it easy, and instead, well, you didn't. You don't have to worry about me. I feel perfectly fine. I'm sorry if I worried you, so I will agree to stay in today. He touched her cheek with his fingertips and kissed her. I'm glad you had a wonderful time. I did, and I will miss it here. But I miss home also, and will be happy to get back. I love you. I love you too. I do have one last request, though. What? I called Clara, and she told me they know the gender of the baby. It's a boy, and I was hoping we could pick out some gifts for the little guy. All right, we'll go on a shopping trip tomorrow before we board the jet. Chapter 26. Before heading home, they stopped at a shop that sold baby clothes. She picked out a few outfits, blankets, and tiny little booties. On the plane, she went through the items and held out a sleeper. Look at this, so tiny. I can't wait until my little nephew is born. Motherhood agrees with Clara. It's like she's a different person. I have heard that having children changes people for the better. Kat, you would make a wonderful mother. She ignored his comment and started putting the clothes back into the bag. He knew she was avoiding what he had said, but decided not to pursue the topic. It was also too soon after the shooting to start a family. The flight home was uneventful. She read while he went over some paperwork. They were both tired when they arrived home and decided to call Kurt in the morning. It would be Saturday, and they would take the gift over then. The next day, when she called them, Kurt suggested they come over for dinner and said he and Xander would barbecue. That afternoon, she wrapped the gifts up in blue paper and tied a ribbon on them. As soon as they got there, Clara walked with them to the backyard. Kurt had just started the barbecue and opened a bottle of beer for Xander and himself. Kat was given a glass of wine. So how was the trip, and is that for me? He asked, pointing to the gifts. Very funny, Kurt. You know very well it's for the baby. Here, Clara, would you like to open them now or wait until after we eat? Clara was so excited and reached for the items.
You know I can't wait.
She began opening them while Kurt watched on with a smile on his face.
Oh, you guys, these are so adorable. Thank you both so much, Clara said and went over to hug them both.
The women stayed sitting and Kat told her all about honeymoon. So, Xander, have you and Kat discussed having children? I'm not sure she wants any.
Why would you think that?
I've mentioned it a couple of times and she always ignores me. If she doesn't want any, I'm sure as heck not going to pressure her into it. I wouldn't give up if I were you. You should sit down and have a serious talk about it. It will drive you crazy if you don't know if she does or not.
Yeah, you're right. So how is work going? I hope you're not having any problems. If so, let me know and we can work it out together.
Work is going great, and I think you'll be pleased when you see the reports at our next meeting. Food was ready, so Kat and Clara brought out the salads and they ate outside since it was a beautiful, warm night out. After they had their dessert, they went home and started their new life together as husband and wife. The weeks flew by, and it was getting close to Clara's due date, and was told she might deliver early. Things were going great between them. The only thing was the baby issue. He still hadn't had the talk with Kat about having a baby. Part of him was afraid she would tell him she didn't want any. Time went by, and during the night when they were sleeping, the phone rang. Kat reached for her phone. Her voice was groggy from being awakened from a sound sleep. "Hello, Kurt. Do you know what time it is?" "Oh God, okay, we'll be there." Xander opened his eyes and asked her what was going on. "It's Clara. She's having her baby."
What?
"I thought it wasn't due for another 3 weeks. They did say there was a chance she would have it early. I told Kurt we'd be there, so get up and dress." They arrived at the hospital and saw Kurt walking towards them. "I'm glad you came, but I can only stay here for a minute. The baby is coming." "I thought it took hours." Kat hugged him. "I guess the little guy is in a hurry to see his mommy and daddy. Now go to your wife and we'll wait here." Xander put his arm around her waist and they went and sat down. "Poor Kurt, he's a nervous wreck. I guess I can't blame him. I know I will be when it's our turn." Her body tensed up and would not look at him when she spoke. Once again, not commenting on what he had said. "Yes, he's nervous, but I know he'll settle down when he holds his son. I wonder how long it will take. I've heard that for some women it takes hours. I guess Clara is one of the lucky ones." He tried to hide his frustration from her for not saying anything about what he had said. "It may be a while, so I think I'll go get a coffee. Can I get you one, or would you like something else?" "No, I'm fine." It did make her feel bad when she saw how disappointed he was when she didn't reply to what he had said. It wasn't the first time he brought up about having children, but she just didn't feel ready. Maybe she would never be. When he came back with his coffee, he handed her a cookie. "I thought you might be hungry since you didn't eat much dinner. You don't have to eat it now if you don't want to. You can save it for later." "I'll eat it now," she said. Breaking it in half, she handed him the one piece. "You didn't eat much either." When she gave him that sweet smile of hers, he forgot about earlier and took the cookie. "Thank you." It was only 4 hours later when Kurt returned with a huge grin on his face. "My son is here, 5 pounds and 9 ounces. He is small but healthy. They are cleaning her and the baby up, so wait for about 20 minutes and then come meet your nephew." When he left, Kat turned to Xander.
We should gotten her some flowers.
"I'll order some when the store opens and have them sent to her." When the time was up, she went to Clara's room and, walking in the new parents, smiled at them. "Come meet Stephen John Reynolds," Clara said, motioning for them to come closer. "Oh, he's beautiful," Kat said, and was thrilled that she could hold the baby. "He's so tiny and perfect, and look at these little fingers." Knowing how exhausted Clara was, they only stayed for an hour and promised to come back later. On the drive home, he couldn't wait any longer to have the baby talk with her. "Kat, I have to ask you something. Why is it that every time I try to talk to you about us having a family, you ignore me?" "Xander, please, I don't want to talk about it." He couldn't help feeling a bit angry, so pulling over, he parked the car and turned to look at her. "You might not want to, but I do. What the hell is going on with you? Do you never want children? For crying out loud, tell me. Look, if you don't, then let me know. What if I said I didn't? Would you resent me?" He ran his fingers over his chin. "Baby, I love you. I have to be honest and tell you I would love to be a father. But I love you more, and if you tell me you don't want a baby, I'm okay with that. I would rather live my life with you and be fatherless than have kids and not you in my life. I want you to be happy. That's all that matters to me." A tear trickled down her cheek. Her lips trembled as she looked at him. "It's not that I don't want to have a child." "Then what is it?" "I'm afraid." "Sweetheart, now why in the world would you be afraid?" "I don't know if I could be a good mother. I never had a mother and wouldn't know what to do with a baby." "You'll learn, and I'll be there to help." She shook her head, took a deep breath, and told him the other reason. "What if I've inherited some of my father's traits? I could turn out like him and abuse our child. I would rather not have a baby. If there's a chance, I would do that." He turned his body towards her and used his fingers to wipe her tears away. It never crossed his mind that she had those thoughts in her head. Now he understood why she was afraid, as foolish as that was. Cat, you are not your father. You have a pure and kind heart and wouldn't hurt a fly. Your father was a cruel and sick man who was a drunk. You don't know what I will be like later on in the future. I could change, start drinking, or do drugs like he did. You listen to me. I know you, and I know you will be a wonderful mother. I watched you with Kurt's baby, the way you held him, the way you looked at him. Do you think I'd make a good mother? I sure do, and I think deep down you know that too. You don't have to be afraid, and you wouldn't be in this alone. I'm here, we're a team, and we'll love and raise our children together. When he pulled her to him and wrapped his arms around her, she rested her head on his shoulder. It felt good when he stroked her hair and kissed the top of her head. Xander, there's something else I'm worried about. Tell me, he replied. She moved from his embrace to look at him. My father was a different man when my mother was alive. I guess he loved her, and when she died he blamed me. Not only did he take out his anger on me, but also Kurt. He blamed me for her death. He said once if I hadn't been born, she'd still be alive. Cat, what are you trying to say? If something were to happen to me while giving birth, I'm afraid you would blame our baby. I know you're a good man, but when tragic things happen, it can make a person different. He held her face in the palms of his hand, running his thumbs over her cheek. Nothing will happen to you. But it could. If something were to happen that took you away from me, there's no way I would ever harm a child of mine. Just the opposite. I would love and protect him or her with my life. The baby would be a part of you I would always have and cherish. She smiled at him through her tears. How did I get so lucky to have a man like you? I love you so much, and I do want you happy. If having a baby will do that, then we should consider it.
I don't want you having a baby just to make me happy. You have to want one too. It has to be your choice. It's not like we have to have one right now, but later when you feel ready, then we can talk about it.
Thank you for being so wonderful. I'm glad we had this talk, and I feel so much better about it. Whatever you decide or what may or not happen, you're not alone. I'm here for you and always will be. She ran her fingers over his lips, smiling sweetly at him. Yes, let's give it some more time, but we could practice the steps that lead to making a baby. Oh, honey, I know what to do and don't need to practice. I'll prove it to you when we get home. Now buckle up because this is going to be a fast ride home.
Chapter 27.
Epilogue. 1 year later. It was Stephen's first birthday and family and friends joined together to celebrate the happy occasion. Kat was in the kitchen putting the candles on the cake to take outside when Kurt walked in. Thanks for helping, Clara. I'm happy to do it. Isn't it weird how time flies by so quickly? It seemed like yesterday that he was born. I know, and before I know it, he will be starting school, getting married, and having kids of his own someday. Slow down there, Daddy. It'll be a while before that happens. Kat, you're looking a little pale. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, there's something going on with you. I'm your brother, and I can tell that you're not being honest with me. Spill the beans. Okay, I've been a little tired lately, but it's nothing to worry about. He took the candles from her and placed them on the counter.
I wonder if you are keeping a secret from me. I think you're pregnant.
Her jaw dropped and her eyes opened wide. How do you know that?
You are, aren't you?
Please keep your voice down or someone might hear you. Yes, I'm pregnant, but I haven't told Xander yet. Why not? It's what he has been wishing for. I just found out this morning when I took a test. I knew if I told him, he would tell everyone when we got here. So what's wrong with that? Because this is Stephen's special day, and I didn't want to spoil it by having the others fuss over us instead of him. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Leave it to you to think of others first. I want to say that I'm so happy for you. Also, Letting him know now will not take anything away from Stephen. Tell Xander today, and now. Tell me what? They turned their heads towards the door when they heard his voice. Kurt picked up the cake and smiled at her.
I'll take the cake out, and you stay here and tell him.
Xander went over to her, and when she lowered her head, he lifted her chin up. Kat, what is Kurt talking about? And is it something I should be worried about? Don't keep me waiting. Tell me what's wrong. There's nothing wrong, nothing bad. I just wanted to wait until after the party to tell you. I took a test this morning. He was clueless as to what she was getting at. A test for what? Oh, Xander, you're a smart man. What do you think I mean when I say I took a test? Figure it out for yourself, she said with a big smile on her face. It suddenly dawned on him, and his eyes moved down to her stomach. He felt this surge of happiness and fulfillment fill his heart. You're pregnant. Well, it's about time you figured it out. Yes, we're having a baby. You're going to be a daddy. He picked her up and swung her around before placing her down and giving her a deep kiss. I've been waiting so long to hear those words. I thought since you haven't mentioned it for so long that you decided not to have a baby. I had made up my mind that night in the car after Stephen was born. I just wanted to wait until I did get pregnant to tell you. I wanted it to be a surprise. Baby, this is the best surprise you could ever give me. So, let me get this straight. You've been trying since that night, and you didn't tell me. Are you mad at me? No, I could never get mad at you. Let's go tell the others. Not now, after the party. Hey, you guys, we're getting ready to sing happy birthday to Stephen and to help him blow out the candles, Clara said when she poked her head in the doorway. They waited until the party was over and Stephen was put to bed. Then, when the alcohol was brought out and the adults had their party, that was when Xander told them the good news. Everyone was thrilled at the news and congratulated the happy couple. The men teased him, saying there goes the SX and to watch out for those pregnancy hormones. Xander didn't care what they were saying. He was looking forward to every minute of it, except for the lack of SX. That he did know wouldn't change since she loved it as much as he did. Now, as the weeks flew by, he realized what the guys meant by those damn hormones. There were days she was sweet as pie. Other days she would be grumpy, and everything that came out of his mouth made her mad. One night in particular, when he brought her a glass of milk in bed and told her to drink it, she yelled at him.
Since I've become pregnant,
You are always telling me what to drink and eat. Every night you bring me milk, and you tell me to rest all the time. Sweetheart, the book I bought says these things are important for you and the baby. She rolled her eyes at him, got out of bed, and stood before him. Where is this book? I want to see it. H went over to his bedside table and opened the drawer. Taking out the book, he handed it to her. It made him happy that she wanted to read it, but he was in for a big surprise. Taking the book from his hand, she walked over to the window, opened it, and threw it out. He hurried over to her and looked out and saw it on the ground. It was raining, and he knew the book would get ruined. Why did you do that? I did it because I'm tired of you making me follow everything it says. Let me enjoy my pregnancy. I know my body and what it needs. We don't have to follow everything it says. I just wanted. She held up his hand to stop him. You just wanted what? To control me, to prove that you're the boss. Let me tell you this, mister, you're not the boss of me, so back off. Wow, he had never seen her this mad before and watched as she got into bed. He didn't know what to do. Should he apologize or just keep his trap shut and get into bed? He wasn't sure until he heard what she had to say next. Xander, take off your pants and get into bed. Mama needs some love. A smile appeared on his face. With the change in her tone and the way she was looking at him, he knew she was no longer mad at him. Removing his pants, he made his way to her and got in and on top of her. He was more than happy to give her what she wanted. After that night, he relaxed and let her enjoy being pregnant without him monitoring her every move and what she ate. However, he still insisted she have her glass of milk every night at bedtime. 6 months pregnant, she was in bed looking at baby furniture from a magazine. "Which one of these cribs do you like best?" she asked, pointing to the 2 she had picked out. He looked at them and thought for a minute, then pointed to one of them. "I like this one, but I like the other one. Honey, this one is more practical. It's the right height, makes it easier to pick up the baby, and the structure is more sturdy. But it's so plain, whereas this other one is brighter and will make our baby happy." "How do you know it will make the baby happier?" "I just know. We will get the one I picked. Now, we need to pick out the other things we'll need. Which dresser do you like?" He rubbed his forehead and wondered why she asked for his opinion if she had already made up her mind about which one she was going to get. The poor guy couldn't win. Whichever item he picked, she would pick the other. Even when he asked her first which one she liked, and he agreed just to please her, she chose the other. He had to wonder if she was doing it on purpose. "Good. Everything has been picked, so we can order them tomorrow. I'm so glad you helped me to pick out what we need for the baby." He rolled his eyes, making sure she didn't see him doing it, as if he had a choice, glad to help. As time went by, the baby's room was painted and set up. She loved it when he felt her growing belly and the way he would talk to the baby. They could have found out the sex of the baby, but she wanted to wait and be surprised. Xander and Kurt were in his home office signing some papers. "So you must be getting excited that the baby will be here soon." "Yes, I can't wait." "I guess my sister has been giving you a rough time during the last few months. When you told me to watch out for those hormones, I didn't believe you. She's gotten much better, but there are times she drives me crazy." "What did she do now?" "The other night she wanted me to make love to her, and I refused because of her being so far along, so she accused me of being gay." Kurt was drinking his coffee, and it came spewing out of his mouth, and he started laughing. "You're kidding me." "I wish I were, but that's not all. When I went to make love to her, she pushed me away and asked me what I was doing. Her exact words were, 'What do you think you're doing? God, I'm 9 months pregnant. How dare you try to have sex with me now?'" "Oh man, that's hilarious." "It is funny, and I love every minute of it. My parents will be coming soon to help out for a while when the baby gets here. They can't wait to meet their grandchild." A day later, when they arrived, Kat was so happy to see them. She loved how Jean fussed over her and agreed happily whenever she told her to rest and eat properly. Xander had to laugh to himself when hearing how compliant she was to his mother's orders. Whenever he tried, she would get mad and call him bossy and was trying to control her again. She was now a couple of days from her due date when he arrived home from a business meeting and couldn't find her anywhere. "Mom, where is Kat?" She went outside for a walk. "You let her go alone?" "Honey, she said she needed some fresh air and would be right outside. She's a grown woman. Don't worry so much. I'll go see how she's doing." When he got outside, he didn't see her, so he started walking further and called her name. When he couldn't find her, he became worried and kept calling for her when he heard her voice. It was coming from the woodsy area. He started running and was going to give her hell for wandering so far from the house when he found her. "Xander, over here." He turned his head and saw her on the ground, leaning up against a tree. "Kat, are you all right? And why are you way out here?" "Please don't be mad at me. I saw a stray kitten and wanted to rescue it. It was so little and needed help. I think the baby is coming now." He picked her up and carried her back to the house. There he told his parents that he was taking her to the hospital and asked his mother to bring Kat's overnight bag to the car. "Here, son, your father, and I will follow you as soon as I turn off the oven." He held her hand as they drove to the hospital. Her contractions were only 7 minutes apart, which meant she was close to giving birth. He just hoped he got there in time. Hold on, we're almost there. Hurry, I don't want to have our baby on the side of the road. I'm sorry I didn't stay inside. Your mom told me not to go out, but I wouldn't listen.
It's okay, and don't worry.
When they got there, he carried her inside, and she was taken in right away, since the contractions were now closer than when they left home. If they thought Stephen came fast, it was nothing compared to their baby, who was born 20 minutes later. She had just gotten there in the nick of time. "Oh, he's so beautiful," she said when they placed the baby in her arms. "He's amazing, just like his mother. Everyone is here, so I better let them know. I'll see you when they get you into your room."
It's a boy,
he shouted when he saw his family. They all hugged and congratulated him and wanted to know when they could see Kat and the baby. It was a happy time when they met the baby, whose name was Sean Frederick West. Clara was so happy that she started to cry and said that their sons would grow up to be best friends. To sum things up, Kurt and Clara had 2 more sons later on. Kat and Xander had a baby girl 3 years after that, whom they named Kathleen Jean West. Both children's middle names were in honor of their grandparents. Mark came and visited several times throughout the years.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.